Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyomadika yabika kokwa na mnoa. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster, get for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior.
And there it is right there. Holy, 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 holy. Nnamdi Kanu is their mother's savior. So Nnamdi Kanu is their mother's savior, but apparently, allegedly, Nnamdi Kanu cannot save himself. So Nnamdi Kanu, so the morning after the night before, this is where we are now. The morning after the night before, the judgment came in. Nnamdi Kanu, of course, sentenced to life imprisonment, much to the chagrin of the judge, who wanted to he wanted another verdict, but he conceded to that one. Good day to you. Good to be in your company of that. Nnamdi Kanu is their mother's savior. Nnamdi Kanu is their mother's savior. Good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. I hope you're having a wonderful day so far. Our protocol remains the same. Click on like, click on subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says Stream here to come and join me on the screen. Share the links just as widely as you can. Super chat towards the stream. So let's just get started immediately and right now. So this was the moment then that the judgment came in. There was a lot of disappointment actually around and about that judgment that came in. The Nnamdi Kanu space were disappointed, and Nigerians, the broader, wider Nigerian population, were disappointed too. So everybody was disappointed with that judgment, because what Nigeria wanted was for the judge to give him capital punishment. That was what we wanted, and what his space wanted was for him to be freed. So everybody disappointed with that judgment. But let's pick it up from here.
Hello, my name is Adegoyega Awomolo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Suraj Saida, SAN, Mutalubi Ojo Adebayo, SAN, SH Bakrum, Abbas A. Olaiwola, Akiyosori Arosoyin, Ayodeji Afolabi, my Lord, we are preparing for the prosecution, my Lord. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Let me say this. How many people are here as consultants to the convicts? Can you stand up before I call you? You have four? Okay. Can I meet you? Give them the microphone. You are legal consultant to the convicts. They were lawyers to the convicts before he converted them to consultants.
Yes, my lord.
What is your name?
My name is Dr. Maxwell Opara.
Yes, the next person.
Along is my name, Lord.
Thank you.
P-A-N-A-J-O-4.
Yes.
Prince Mandela.
Thank you. I just want it to be a record that it has a representative in court that will go and tell him, please, you sit down.
Sorry, my lord. My lord, I don't have his brief to represent him here.
It's okay, you may sit down.
Azeko, please.
My Lord, Shem, we don't have his brief.
Why are you here?
We are here as consultants, my Lord.
I'm coming. This morning, when we started, you acted as consultant, you went to him, tell him what to inform the court. I have the video here. You moved from that place, you went to the convicts. You told him what to say. And I have to say this.
I have to take your direct instructions and directives, my
But
Lord.
you are the consultant, are you not?
I am.
Thank you.
But we don't have his brief
It's okay.
in the real sense of it.
So it's okay. I'm just telling you so that you go and send him tell him this sentence. And I must say this. It is becoming, getting to a level that I have to say this. We must act professionally. It is unheard that a defendant.
You see, even his lawyers have abdicated professional ethics of their sworn oath to uphold legal standards, and they've gone completely tribal and ethnic. You know, you are his representative, a consultant to him. So if you don't have his brief or not, you are a consultant. He's hired you for your expertise, and the court is addressing you in that manner, and you are trying to do some egotic something.
Defendants will, even in the open, slap his counsel to keep quiet while he's talking. He declared the counsel must not talk. This counsel was disengaged, and some of them were converted to consultants, and they come to court to act as consultants, and they are lawyers. And Ejimako acted as consultant this morning and telling the court now that he does not have his brief. I'm not calling you as a lawyer. You have been converted to consultant that you ought to be, you ought to be. Please, I'm just telling you, get the sentence to him. That is an order from this court.
Very well, my Lord.
You are already here. Your name is on the list as consultants. As consultants all along. While he disengaged you, most of you have been coming as consultants. And I have it on record. It's not that the defendant has no legal access. He has access to legal experts. Please, you may sit down. Thank you.
My Lord, we are just concerned that we are not being put in some kind of legal jeopardy.
You may sit down, please.
Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you. Sentence. I read the entire file from the time the matter started in 2015. No doubt, the convict has not acted well throughout this period.
And by the way, when the judge said the convict of course being Nnamdi Kanu, because he's no longer a defendant now, once the court pronounces guilty on what's been leveled against him, so he's now a convict awaiting sentencing. So when the judge said the convict did not conduct himself at all in the proper manner, let me just give you an example of what he meant.
Close his eyes to see. the court will determine all these issues in its judgments. I proceed, I deliver my judgment. Judgment, please.
My Lord, I have an objection. Final written address is a constitutionally mandated right which I must be granted. It is in the constitution of this very country that final written addresses, my Lord, must be granted. I have not waived it, my Lord, and I insist that I address this court on all these issues. My Lord, do not forget.
The defendants?
My Lord.
Consultants, can you tell your...
My Lord, I will not, please, let me finish.
Please.
It's my case.
I've gone...
It is my case, my Lord, let me finish. My Lord, this very court, another idea that FAN was here, my Lord, another idea that FAN said, at the right time we will contradict and convert a piece of evidence. A piece of evidence given before the court. I need to write my family address, my Lord,
on the count charge which reads thus.
My Lord, my Lord, I'm saying it clearly.
Defendant,
I'm entitled to family address.
defendant,
What is my family address? Is it the Constitution? My family address.
defendant,
My Lord, my family address. What is it?
can you listen to the court?
My Lord, please, please.
Can you listen to the court?
Please, my Lord, I need to find my family address. It's in the Constitution.
I appeal to you to comport yourself this temple of justice.
My Lord, you're biased. You are biased. This is not law. You are biased. It's not law.
Please, I beg you to comport yourself.
My Lord, this is not law. Show me where it says you can waive my right to family address.
Beg you to
Show me.
comport yourself.
Show me where it says you can waive my right to family address. And I put that.
You
Show me.
in the
My
name.
Lord, you are conducting the case for them. You are preparing the case for them. Let them show me the Constitution. Show me where it says you can waive my right to family address.
You have the right to appeal after my.
No, my Lord, this is a perversion of the court of justice. This is not law.
Can you
This is not law.
can you excuse me?
My Lord, I cannot excuse
Let him take
It's
out.
not possible. It is not possible, my Lord.
Take him.
You must show me where the Constitution says you have the right to waive my right address. You must show me.
Excuse him.
Show me. Show me where it says so. Show me. Show me where it says so.
Excuse him at.
Is that how you brought the cameras? Is that how you brought them today?
Please,
You didn't think that before you brought it today?
please,
Show me where it says you can tell me on the repealed law. Show me.
please get the microphone from him, please.
I said, show me. Show me.
Excuse me.
Show me.
Get the microphone from him.
No, leave it. Leave it. Leave it. I said, leave it. It's a court of law. I'm under trial. I'm under trial. I have to speak. I'm under trial and I have to speak. Listen to me. Listen to me, please. I'm under trial. I'm under trial.
Please use the
I'm
microphone.
under trial. And I must address the court. Please. Wait. No, listen to me. Please. The judge must listen to me. No. Wait. Wait. I'm asking a very simple question.
So that's some of the conducts that the judge was referencing just there. Nnamdi Kanu does not actually belong amongst human beings. He's a baboon. The judge should have sentenced him to a zoo. He should be put in a cage in a zoo and have banana thrown at him. The guy does not belong amongst human beings.
I read the entire file from the time the matter started in 2015. No doubt, the convict has not acted well throughout this period. He has caused delay severally. He caused delay and started crying that he's held unlawfully without trial. And also, his unruly behavior from the beginning down to today, even today, is noticed. However, this court will not consider that in sentencing, as our God himself is merciful. he has been convicted, and this court is only being merciful to him because we have to be merciful as enjoined by our Lord Christ, Jesus Christ. The court is minded to sentence the convicts to death.
Oh, okay, so that's that. Justice Omotosho that telling us that is hamstrung by the situation that the country is in at the moment. We're under pressure from the Americans. We're fighting insurgency. There's ethnic tension within the country. So all of that is taken into consideration to form that judgment. So what Justice Omotosho is telling us there is that the right judgment for Nnamdi Kanu should have been a capital punishment. They should have taken him to the bar beach, tied a necklace around his neck, and tied that necklace to a pole, kick the drum from his feet, and watch him swing. So Nnamdi Kanu, as Justice Omotosho is telling us, that the actual judgment, the actual justice against what he has done, just the vile atrocities that this guy has committed, the real justice would have been for him to have been given the capital punishment, but circumstances has led to imprisonment instead.
To sentence the convicts to death. And also his unruly behavior from the beginning down today, even today, is noticed. However, this court will not consider that in sentencing, as our God himself is merciful. He has been convicted, and this court is only being merciful to him because we have to be merciful as enjoined by our Lord Christ, Jesus Christ. The court is minded to sentence the convicts to death due to it committed. The convict has not shown any remorse whatever for his actions. He remained arrogant, cocky, and full of himself without realizing the magnitude of his crime and the effect of what he has done against his people in the Southeast. I've listened to the allocutors made by the member of House of Representatives representing the constituency of the convicts. Although I'm not really persuaded, but I must temper justice with mercy. The court is moved by chapter 23, verse 23 of Matthew, in the book of Matthew, to the fact that, "Who unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you pay tithes of mint and anise and cumin, and has omitted the weightier matter of the law, judgment, mercy, and faith. This you ought to have done, particularly, and must notice the word in Matthew 23 and verse 23, the word mercy. Our Lord himself is merciful. No matter what we do, is a merciful God. It is on that note that the court will follow this above admonition of Jesus Christ in the post passage and show mercy to the convicts. In addition, globally, it is now being frowned upon by the international community. Consequently, and in the interest of justice, I hereby...
You also have to notice what Dr. Omotosho said right there, that it's taking an international dimension to that judgment. And when he's saying it's being frowned upon, if I sentenced Nnamdi Kanu to death, which is what he should have done, then they would have leveraged that with the Americans to pressure more for American action, because of course the obedience and the hypobians, etc., etc., they are commissioning American lobbyists at the moment to intercede in Nigerian affairs. So if they are giving that the right judgment for the Nnamdi Kanu case, it would have been even further too for them to leverage the Americans. So when it's talking about an international dimension, that's what it's actually speaking to.
By the international community. Consequently,
I don't know what's going on. No, let's see. Listen, it's not looping round. Let me do this. I think there might well be too much traffic on that on that on that video.
£1,000 Mercedes could be yours, or their cash equivalent.
Please, Fellowship.
Matthew, in the book of Matthew, to the fact that who unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you pay tithes of mint and anise and cumin, and has omitted the weightier matter of the law, judgment, mercy, and faith. This ought you also have done, particularly, must notice the words in Matthew 23 and verse 23, the word mercy. Our Lord himself is merciful. No matter what we do, is a merciful God. It is on that note that because we follow this above admonition of Jesus Christ in the above passage and show mercy to the convicts. In addition, the death penalty globally is now being frowned upon by the international community. Consequently, and in the interest of justice, I hereby sentence the convicts to life imprisonment for the said counts 1, 4, 5, and 6 instead of death sentence. Life is sacred to God. With respect to count 3, he is hereby sentenced to 20 years imprisonment.
You know, we have to speak to the privileges that certain ethnic stocks enjoy in Nigeria. If Nnamdi Kanu was Danladi Bako and everything remains the same, the judge will have no hesitation sentencing him to death. It is only because he's an Igbo person that the judge feels hamstrung that he has to commute death to life imprisonment. So that is to tell you then just how privileged the Southeasterners are within the Nigerian space. Somebody that is what is singularly the most evil person that has yet come out of that country, Nnamdi Kanu, the authorities get hold of him rather than to send him to death. You know, they're sending him to life imprisonment, all because he's an Igbo person. That is entirely an Igbo judgment, nothing else.
Without no option or fine. For count 7, he sentenced to 5 years imprisonment without no option or fine. To extend the mercy, I hereby order that the sentence shall run concurrently. And due to the nature of the offenses that borders on terrorism and the attitude, violent nature of the defendants, that I have taken judicial notice. The last adjourned date, he was so unruly and expressed violence, even was about to beat a security officer there. This morning, he repeated same. That has been his trait, his attitude. So I have no hesitation in coming to the conclusion that convict has a tendency of violence. The tendency of violence has not left him. It is based on this that he must be kept in facility that is suitable for his custody, as putting him in Kuje Correctional Center may not be appropriate. And also, I take judicial notice and that for conclusion of the judgment, and from the exhibits that I've analyzed in my judgment. So socially, the convicts made use of computer device like phones in making broadcasts to incite and call for all these atrocities. It is based on that without hesitation, I agree with the counsel to the prosecution that the convicts must not be allowed near any digital device, and if he must be closely monitored by the Office of the National Security Advisor. And also, with the atrocities, the number of killings, and the effect of the acts of the convicts on the people of Southeast, I think it deserved protective custody. Due to this offense, I ordered that if the convicts be kept in protective custody in any custodial center in any part of the country. And also, the objects of crime in respect of Count 7 that has to do with the transmitter. The transmitter is hereby forfeited to the federal government.
So there it is, right? So there it is right there. So there it is right there. So that was the conviction of Nnamdi Kanu. The justice felt, the judge rather, he felt hamstrung. You could tell that all of his instincts was to give that guy. Hold on, we'll go on to this one in a moment. You could tell that all of the instincts of that judge was to give Nnamdi Kanu capital punishment, but as he couldn't, he gave him the nearest possible to capital punishment, which is life imprisonment. So Nnamdi Kanu, they are describing him as an activist. They are describing the trial as the Southeasterners on trial rather than this criminal element. So let's just, I'm going to play you about 3-4 clips just to remind us of who exactly the convict is, the convict called Nnamdi Kanu.
I am warning everybody tonight, if you come out on the 31st on Monday, you are going to die. If you come out on the 31st, I'm warning everybody you're going to die. That very day, allow me to, on the 31st, if you come outside, you will die. If you're a road transporter, if you're a transport worker or whatever, you know how people behave. They want to die. Who can tell me what to do? I'm going to drive. That day you will perish. on the 31st, you will perish. I know 1 or 2 idiots who carry their basket. We are going to market. Can get change home again? I'll hear you that day. The land will eat you that very day. As you're going out to look for what the children will eat, the land will eat you instead. Any chairman of any market, be it Obani market, be it any market that opens on that very day, you're a gunner. A lamb more. Highest thing they will write about it for 2 or 3 days and you'll be forgotten. This is another one we put on the 31st. You know the way we love dead bodies. Your obituary will happen. At least we'll go there and eat rice. Ndara. Monday is the real deal. 31st, nobody should come outside. If you have relatives in Omahia, go and tell them all. Go and tell them. Because they wait now, around 12, they'll start peeping out to see. You know, our people are very foolish. Let me try and see if I can open my shop to see what will happen. Until your brain will be on the floor. Then your eyes will open.
So that's Nnamdi Kanu. So you heard him there. And this here is a consequence of what he just said there.
Hey, sit at home! Sit at home! Sit at home! Everybody, sit at home! Let's go. Hey, let's go. Kiyako, let's go. I said sit at home.
So he directed and they acted, and as always is the case, a lot of people lost their lives right there. He did promise you that if you come out, you will die, and then they came out and his men shot them. So there it is right there.
Shooting where again? Shooting in Okota, they are shooting also in Okota. People must go to the bush, ambush them. Go to the bush, you need to cut them off from the back, ambush them, take their guns from them and kill them. These are animals, they're not human beings. They may be wearing police they are not human beings. These are terrorists from Niger. These are terrorists from Gambia. These are Fulani terrorists from Chad. They are not human beings. Disarm them and kill them. If you allow them to scare you off the streets, your life is over. Your life is over. And I want Lagos Airport to be on flames. Breach the perimeter fence. Go and burn down Lagos. Anybody, if you have double barrel, if you have pistol, anything you have, give it to them, let them go and kill them, penetrate the airport and set Motam Hamad Airport on fire. Set it ablaze right now. Then the world will listen. You are dealing with animals. Fulani Janjaweed, they are animals. They do not reason. They do not reason. You don't know them. You don't know them. Are they not killing people? The caller on the line, can you hear me? Yes, please.
Hello. Good evening, sir.
Good evening to you. Yes, go ahead.
Well, my name is Chideverugu, calling from Lagos.
What is happening where you are?
We was at Oshoda Papa Expressway. They was shooting us there. It's 5 people that they killed this evening.
How many policemen died? I don't want to hear they kill us, they kill us. How many did you kill? How many police or army did you kill? How many?
They have burned the Lafa police station. They have burned it down. They burned the Sele police station. They burned the Urile police station down. Everything is down now as I'm speaking.
Thank you very much. That is, since if you go to my page, you will see a flag there. Nigerian flag stained with blood. So the flag that people should be carrying should no longer be green, white, green, but green, white, and red.
So there he is right there. And the consequences of what Nnamdi Kanu has been doing is this.
For whoever wants to know, this regular sit at home crumbles the economy of Southeast. And today's own is different. Because there's a viral video and announcement that were going around and they were saying, if you come out, you are dead. And because everything has collapsed, no Nigerian wants to die. This is a nation where ordinary citizens has taken over. And when they make an announcement, people obey them more than they obey government.
Oh, Chris.
So it's an error.
So that is why people wanted the capital punishment for the boy from Umahia.
Special thanks to Justice James Omotosho and the Ministry of Justice for delivering judgment in the Nnamdi Kanu's case. It took bravery, and some of us are not entirely happy because of how it went, because we expected a hanging. In this case, definitely not firing squad. We expected him to be hanged, especially for nothing else, at least this couple. But be that as it may, we are all law-abiding citizens. We abide by the law of the land, and this is justice for Igbo, first and foremost. Communities like Osu Itoba, Osumoru, Lilu, Iseke, Itenansa, Olu, the entire Osu LGA, Njaba, Mbitoli, Okigwe, Ubunka, and other places that I can't be able to mention right now. This is justice for all the people that have lost their loved ones, those that are still missing, those that they collected their money, ruined their lives, businesses that were lost. Finally, justice is here today. We thank Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for not interfering in this matter. And we also thank the law enforcement who have been keeping our city safe, and the judge once again for not keeping him around this Abuja in order not to be a security threat to the law-abiding citizens of Nigeria, especially those living in the FCT. At least this is one terrorist of the list. We will be going after them, and now we are calling on the foreign minister to please. Now it's time to go to work. This guy has been convicted. Every other person that gave him money, especially those in the USA, those in Germany, Italy, Spain, the United Kingdom, Canada, and a few other places, but mostly these places are just mentioned. And all these, they are bloggers. All of them, they need to be picked up, and our land will start the re-hearing. And to all those who lost their family members, take solace in the fact that justice has been done. The leader of the person of the group that are winning an Igbo has been sentenced to life imprisonment. Once again, we may not all be happy with life imprisonment. Many of us will have preferred the price sentence. But what can we do? We can't question the law. Hopefully the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court will uphold everything that was meticulously listed by the judge, and all the reasons he gave for arriving at his final decision of life imprisonment instead of what the prosecutor asked. Once again, we are happy, and all my friends who have been in these fights for 5 years, some 7 years, some 10 years, Choma Marilis, Rita Anubohobu, Ongunwanze, Ruby Matthew, George Onibe, whether I don't know what more that people think about it, but at least he is impute.
So that's just the verdict from the Southeast right there. People are acknowledging just what this guy is. So the noise that you hear is not the full representation of how the Southeast actually thinks about these things. If you listen to voices like that was a jelly, of course. If you listen to voices like that, then you get the real tempo of what the broader Southeast thinks about what's going on. So that's that. We go on from that to this.
Now, the Federal High Court in Abuja has found separatist leader Nnamdi Kanu guilty of terrorism and other charges.
But you know, it's the appellations that they used to describe actually that skews the narrative. Nnamdi Kanu is not a separatist leader. Nnamdi Kanu is a terror merchant. So it's just when they describe him as a separatist leader, that already it skews the conversation already towards sympathy towards him. Nnamdi Kanu is not we see how he's terrorizing his own people, having them shot. So it's not a separatist leader. It's just a narcissist on a jolly. It's a bloodthirsty terror guy that is out to slaughter as many people as he can.
following a decade-long legal case full of drama. The judge, Justice James Omotosho, held that the prosecution was able to establish the ingredients of the charge against him. In his ruling, he said he was satisfied that Kanu had made a series of broadcasts incite violence and killings as part of his campaign for a separate state in southeast Nigeria, known as Biafra. Kanu was convicted on all 7 charges he faced. As well as terrorism, they included treason and involvement with an outlawed movement. Omotosho, in his ruling, sentenced the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra to life imprisonment. Omotosho declined the prosecutor's request for a death penalty, saying he must, and I quote, temper justice with mercy, end quote. And this is despite Kanu's reported arrogance and lack of remorse. Well,
what is reported about the arrogance or lack of remorse? Is it not demonstrably so? Did he not demonstrate arrogance and lack of remorse? Is he remorseful? No. Is he belligerent? Yes. Is he arrogant? Yes. Have we seen it in demonstration? Yes. So what is the reported about it? So that already tells you that the narrative of this particular clip that we're looking at is skewed towards sympathy for Nnamdi Kanu.
Joining us on the show to discuss the outcome of Kanu's journey to jail and its implications for peace in the southeast is Maxwell Okpara, lawyer for convicted Nnamdi Kanu. Good morning, sir, and welcome to the program today.
Good morning, Vimbai. Good morning, Ayo. Good morning, Dr. Bati. It's my pleasure to be here once again.
Good morning.
Well, Maxwell, well, we all know the details of what transpired so far in the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu case. As his counsel, although he had dismissed all his lawyers and said he would defend himself. Now, a day after, what's your take? What do you think? And what will you recommend as the way forward? Of course, you can go on appeal, but the prosecutors can also cross appeal. But what's your position on all that has transpired?
Well, I want
they should derobe this guy and strip him of his legal whatever, because this guy is not a defender of the court. Is not a defender of the law. It's an ethnic jingo. It's an ethnic jingoist. So this guy has no business being an agent of law. He has no business being a lawyer. They should derobe him, strip him of his registration, and cast him adrift.
I want to start by commending the people of Southeast, the Igbo people, for listening to us yesterday. We are calling inside the court, calling from courts, chatting that nobody should take laws into their hands.
No, it was a mistake, They should have taken the law into their hands, We were all looking forward to that because I think the police have excess bullets, which they need to get rid of. So we were looking forward to the Eagles taken to the streets so that the police can get rid of some of their excess bullets.
Because 80%, if not 90% of the people of Southeast, the Igbos, they are with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
That is patently not true. The abundance of the Southeast is not in sympathy with Nnamdi Kanu. You have a vocal minority that pretend to speak for the wider space, but the majority, the majority is always silent, and that's always the case with these sort of things.
They know that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not a criminal, is not a terrorist. I want to commend them. That one is on that. Then secondly, Dr. Bat, you said that you know all that transpired yesterday. I beg to disagree. You don't know all that transpired yesterday, because what you people, just like Vimbai commended the judiciary for allowing to stream the judgment live. Now you ask yourself, what stopped the judiciary from streaming the trial live so that people will understand what happened? But that one is a different ballgame.
Just a moment. I didn't say that I know what transpired. I was not in the court. When did I say I know all that transpired yesterday?
Okay.
I just asked you to react to what happened yesterday. I didn't say so.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
I was not in open court.
Sorry.
I would have known.
I will draw it. Yeah. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Sorry, sir. Now, I also want to call all well-meaning Nigerians to join hands into this matter so that the Court of Appeal will set aside this judgment. But I want to tell you that as at yesterday, when the judgment was given, there in
sorry, what would have been the basis of the judgment being otherwise? So the prosecutor presented a harrowing case of the atrocities of Nnamdi Kanu. That was what the prosecution presented. And then Nnamdi Kanu was invited to defend himself. And he said, no, I won't defend myself. So what other options does the court have? So they said you stole chicken, and they said they found the chicken in your hand, and they saw you cooking it and subsequently eating it. They saw you steal it, they saw you cook it, and they saw you eat it. That's what they alleged against you. And they asked you what happened, and you say, I have nothing to say. So if you say you have nothing to say, what other than to conclude that what they alleged against you is the case? Because you stand accused and you refuse to defend yourself. So what other option did Justice Omotosho have other than to return the verdict that he did return? You know, what is the basis for him not to return that verdict? What argument runs contrary to what the prosecution said that would make Justice Omotosho think twice? Countless opportunities presented to this guy, guided by the court that had follow process and defend yourself, and the guy turned the whole of the court exercise into some orangutan barbarism, monkey skit making noise all the time. You know, maybe that's what constitutes machismo, where he comes from. You know, because this is the one thing that that we've noticed about those people. They think shouting it projects alpha behavior. They think shouting and acting bullish is what is alpha behavior. So he just went there screaming and shouting, presenting no defense. So on what basis would Justice Omotosho not return the verdict that he did return?
America, where our delegates were facing the U.S. Congress, one of the congressmen now raised this issue. He narrated the kind of injustice Nnamdi Kanu have suffered in the hands of Nigeria, as if the man is a Nigerian. So most of the times when you are talking, these people get information more than you. Let me just start by saying that Nnamdi Kanu has suffered the highest injustice any other person can suffer in the whole world. Here in Nigeria, in his own country. One, here in
Nigeria, in his own country. Since when did Nnamdi Kanu become a Nigerian? What's this guy even talking about? Here in Nigeria, in his own country. Let me play you this clip, actually, because in the midst of their jingoism, they make confessions somewhat. Let me play you this.
I made a broadcast in England.
Yes.
And in 9 charges leveled against me, this place where I committed this crime was London in the United Kingdom.
Yes.
When my lawyers came to see me, I had a discussion with them.
Close his eyes to see.
So the place where he committed this crime is in London, England. So he himself agrees that he committed the crimes. And here is his lawyer now telling us that, oh, the whole Biafra something is just a skit. It's just on money making something that Nnamdi Kanu is a Nigerian.
These people get information more than you. Let me just start by saying that Nnamdi Kanu has suffered the highest injustice any other person can suffer in the whole world. Here in Nigeria, in his own country. One, he was enjoying his bail. A government, the prosecutor, who is prosecuting him, went to his house in Afaruku, unprovoked, and they killed 38 persons and left with the 13 corpses as we speak. As we are talking about, as a result of that, he lost their parents. Now, that, as if that one is not enough, Nnamdi Kanu ran away and deposed affidavit from Israel. My Lord, I'm in Israel. Look at the circumstances that made me to run away. The affidavits who have it is in the court file. Please, if my Lord can guarantee my security, I will come back to face my trial. while that one was on, he was unlawfully brought back to Nigeria here. And the United Nations, through their special rapporteur, gave a decision saying that Nnamdi Kanu never is not a terrorist, Nnamdi Kanu never jumped bail, that as a matter of urgency, that Nigeria should release Nnamdi Kanu. They refused that judgment. Federal High Court in Umahia look at all the whole matters we filed, and they said that Nnamdi Kanu should be released, and that federal government should pay Nnamdi Kanu 50 billion naira as we speak to you. As we speak to you, the federal government has not complied with that judgment. The same thing applied to Enugu High Court and what have you. I'm not talking about that of Kenya. Coming back to Nigeria here, we continue with the trial. Then Court of Appeal unanimously discharged Nnamdi Kanu, and they said that no court should try Nnamdi Kanu. Federal government refused to comply with that order, and they kept Nnamdi Kanu unlawfully for 9 days before they now file what they call motion for stay in a criminal matter, the first in history. Now, when they filed the motion for stay, the matter gets to Supreme Court. Supreme Court, in looking at all these things, Supreme Court made an decision. One, that Nnamdi Kanu never jumped bail. That court ought not have revoked his bail. And they condemned the attitude of military, sending Operation Python dams in his house and massacred many people there.
All right.
And they directed the Federal High Court, let me finish, let me make this submission. And they referred the matter back to Federal High Court to continue with the trial, with the intention that the matter will continue with the Honorable Justice Binta Nyako's court. So when we get there, Binta Nyako now recused himself. The matter now get back to Justice
Binta Nyako did not recuse herself. Nnamdi Kanu bullied her out of that case. You know, he went to court every single day to insult the woman to the point that the woman felt that, look, it's not really worth the stress of it all. She recused herself. Then they tried to give it to a Southeastern judge who excused himself. And then ultimately it landed on Justice Omotosho's desk. So that is the sequence of events.
Omotosho, Nnamdi Kanu took a fresh plea. That plea Nnamdi Kanu took before Justice Binta Nyako is no longer effective. He now took a plea, a fresh plea in a fresh court, starting de novo.
Okay.
Now that was where the issue of repealed law comes in.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much for breaking it down for us this morning. Now, you said as part of your statements that a number.
This girl is wearing too much makeup. Look at that, which is covering all sorts of skin blemishes. You can see the blemishes coming through the makeup.
A significant number of people in the Southeast are sympathetic at best to the plight of Nnamdi Kanu. Now, in the interest of public peace and in the interest of national security, how should this matter be managed pending when the next decision, whether to appeal or not, will be taken by Nnamdi Kanu? I say this because I believe that at the end of the day, what we want is to ensure that we don't further incite people to aggression or to violence, and that we are able to have
I disagree. I disagree. Let those people be triggered, and then let them take to the streets. If they take to the streets in the Southeast, that's their own business. They can destroy. It's not that there's much more to destroy in the Southeast, but whatever little there is left there, they can destroy it. That's their own burden. But let them spill outside of their space to come and try and assert themselves in other spaces, and then let's see how that plays out. So don't plead with them not to. Let them get angered. Let them react to that anger, and then let's see what happens after that.
Also, I'd like you to comment on the situation of the sit-at-home order. In terms of that regard, would you ask that people return, or we are hopeful that we will see an end to this Monday sit-at-home order in the Southeast?
Well, I want to start by saying that the issue of sit-at-home, some people took advantage of Nnamdi Kanu's incommunicado and be issuing unnecessary order. When this issue started, Nnamdi personally sent me to Europe to go and talk to Simon Ekpa that he should stop this sit at home. I think either in this studio or in other in other studio, where we also issue that whatever thing that you are doing, Nnamdi Kanu is not a party to it. Lucky enough, one day, the DSSS allowed Nnamdi Kanu to speak from the court. Nnamdi Kanu also made it very clear to everybody. That one is on that. Now, back to your question. The best way to handle this thing is for Court of Appeal to set aside this most embarrassing judgment aside and allow Nnamdi Kanu to continue with his agitation. And let federal government now call him. My brother, why are you agitating? So that, one, because yesterday, in the judgment...
In what capacity would the federal government call Nnamdi Kanu? So who appointed him as a spokesperson? The Southeast has representation right across the whole stratosphere of governance. They have 5 state governors. They have about 30 senators, about close to 100 House of Rep members, which are the representation of that space within the federal space. So on what authority would the government be speaking to Nnamdi Kanu, just as some average citizen, albeit a wayward citizen, but Nnamdi Kanu, to all intents and purposes, is just a man on the street. So on what basis would the federal government be inviting a man on the street to discuss the fate of the Southeast?
You are comparing Nnamdi Kanu's agitation with Boko Haram. Somebody that told you that, look at what I am fighting for. Look at what I'm fighting for. Instead of you to call the person, what is the problem? How do we feel that we can resolve this thing? I'll tell you, this is what gave rise to this agitation. This is what gave rise to this agitation. Then you address it. The agitation will just die naturally. Now, why the judgment yesterday is because Nnamdi Kanu is an Igbo. Yes, it's because Nnamdi Kanu is an Igbo. You can't do it to any other tribe in Nigeria.
No, Maxwell.
I want to prove it.
Maxwell?
Yes, I want to prove it. I want to prove it.
No, and I want to just say, wait, hold on. I want to say that it's important that we're able to not incite any form of aggression based on this assertion. So except you're able to prove beyond reasonable doubt, please don't make such assertions. We won't want to entertain that on the show, please. I think it's important that if you would make such an assertion,
okay, I will draw it.
Thank you.
I will draw it.
Thank you.
I will draw it.
You see, this is why I said this guy should be stripped of his legal credentials, because he's not a lawyer. He's an ethnic jingoist. This guy has nothing to do with the law. He's just
Maxwell,
an ethnic...
I want to
Maxwell?
Prove it. Yes,
Maxwell,
I want to prove it. It's for Court of Appeal to set aside this most embarrassing judgment aside and allow Nnamdi Kanu to continue with his agitation. And let federal government now call him. My brother, why are you agitating? So that, one, because yesterday, in the judgment, you are comparing Nnamdi Kanu's agitation with Boko Haram. Somebody that told you that, look at what I am fighting for. Look at what I'm fighting for. Instead of you to call the person, what is the problem? How do we feel that we can resolve this thing? I'll tell you, this is what gave rise to this agitation. This is what gave rise to this agitation. Then you address it. The agitation will just die naturally. Now, why the judgment yesterday is because Nnamdi Kanu is an Igbo. Yes, it's because Nnamdi Kanu is an Igbo.
You see it right there. So that's the ethnic jingoism right there. It is precisely because Nnamdi Kanu is an Igbo that they didn't give him the death penalty, which is the natural justice for all that this guy has done. But anyway.
You prove that?
You can't do it to any other tribe in Nigeria.
No, Maxwell.
I want to
Maxwell?
Prove it. Yes, I want to prove it. I want to prove it.
No, I want to just say, wait, hold on. I want to say that it's important that we're able to not incite any form of aggression based on this assertion. So except you're able to prove beyond reasonable doubt, please don't make such assertions. We won't want to entertain that on the show, please. I think it's important that if you would make such an assertion,
okay, I will draw it.
Thank you.
I will draw it.
Thank you.
I will draw it.
Oh, all right.
But people.
Okay, I'll let you land. Please go ahead, Mr. Okpara. Go ahead.
So what the point? The best way to handle this matter as it stands now is for Court of Appeal to look at all the whole matters we file, which Nnamdi Kanu also file stay of proceedings. Say, my Lord, please, these issues I took to Court of Appeal, they are fundamental issues. Please allow Court of Appeal to give directives on how to go about it. So, and the judgment was given. So now that the matters are in Court of Appeal, let Court of Appeal look at all these matters.
Okay.
We file affidavit of urgency. We look at all these matters and to see whether this judgment was delivered predicated on law or on an anger, on personal hatred.
I think one of the sort of big...
Why would Omotosho, James Omotosho, have any personal hatred towards Nnamdi Kanu? There are parts in life that would never cross. James Omotosho is one of the leading legal minds in Nigeria who has built his life around law and professionalism. Nnamdi Kanu is an uneducated street urchin that just riles up his people for violence. So Nnamdi Kanu's atrocities are contained within his own people. James Omotosho is a Yoruba man that lives in Yoruba land. So why would Omotosho have any personal anything against Nnamdi Kanu? Or what would be the basis of this? It's not. There's no basis. It's just this dog whistling that we hear from all these elements all the time.
Biggest elements that came out yesterday was, the absence of a defense. I think many people were anticipating beyond the justice and the court, the Nigerians were anticipating the defense, controverting evidence. And I'll just pick some of the evidence, for example, that was read out yesterday. This is as goes by the CTC. He said, the defendant said, I am telling you people to go into the bush, and wherever you see a military convoy, you attack them. Wherever you see a police convoy, attack them. They are human beings and they also bleed. Any person with a police uniform or any army uniform is an enemy of the people, end quote. So some of these things were things we would have wanted to hear addressed. As councils were, shall I say, reassigned to become consultants, but you were in the web. Can you give us insight into why we couldn't get a defense for, some of these statements that many people are hearing and are concerned about the nature of this type of language from somebody who's so influential that people listen to, that people will obey orders from?
Very good question, Mr. Vimbai. When you people started the introduction of the program, I was following it up. You made mention of a final written address. And Dr. Abadi, thank God that Dr. Abadi is also a good in this field because I have been benefiting from his submissions and legal analysis. Now, defense is not compulsory that you will call a witness. It's not compulsory. Defense has to do with cross-examination. Defense has to do with you filing your final written address. Now, they tendered 34 exhibits. 34 exhibits, including Nnamdi Kanu's boxers, including Nnamdi Kanu's singlets, including Nnamdi Kanu perfume, they collected in his room. Now, the judge relied heavily on is all those doctored video clip. And anytime they want to tender anyone, after playing it, they will ask any objection. Our lead counsel said, my lord, we object, but we reserve our comments in our final written address. All these things are in the court's record. This is how they tendered all the whole exhibits. And we plan to attack them on the final written address. Now, Master Nnamdi Kanu told you that, please, I'm supposed to enter my defense, but I want you to clarify one issue, especially the directive Supreme Court gave that these people should amend their charge. They should amend their charge to reflect on the proper law. And the issue I raised, you said no, you must enter defense. I will address all those issues in the final judgment. Before we could say Jack Robinson, you foreclose Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. When you foreclose Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, what are you expected to do? You should order for address, because Section 36 talked about Administration of Criminal Justice Act. Administration of Criminal Justice Act cannot take over the position of the Constitution. Section 36 said any person that is facing criminal trial is entitled to adequate time and facility. What is one of the facilities? Final written address. And when we come to court
is he still entitled to that if the judge feels he's being unruly and he's abusive? And I'm just curious. Yes, you feel he's still entitled if he's saying that this court is rubbish, you don't know law, he should still proceed. Is that what the law says?
let me address you. See, you have to separate your personal emotion from the adjudication of a matter before you. That is why I said that judgment yesterday was predicated on anger, but I don't want to go into that. Now, Nnamdi Kanu said, please, my Lord, I want to find my final written address to address some issues you on your own foreclose him. And when you foreclose him, because once parties are closed their matter, you expected to ask for a final written address, except the parties on their own said, my Lord, we are not filing any final written address. You're supposed to give them that opportunity of fair hearing. Let him file his final written address. You are not saying that you have used his motion he filed earlier as his final written address. Does that motion address all those doctored video clip that you accepted? Now, in all those video clips, that favor the prosecution, you take it.
So it's doctored video clips now. Things that we heard in live broadcast from Nnamdi Kanu, they are now doctored, AI generated. Do you remember the Yes Daddy take of Peter Obi? When Peter Obi was doing Yes Daddy, and they were telling us it's deep fake, that it's not even Peter Obi. These people are a real wonder. They should be on telly as some sort of comedy act.
When they talk about the death of Gulag, the chief security officer of Imo State, who is the governor, said that no, IPOB is not the person that killed Gulag. Nobody killed Gulag. Gulag death was as a result of politics. That particular issue, the judge never evaluated. So I can go on and on and on and on to see. That was why someone like Engineer Badiba and some other person said that the judgment has already been written before the trial. And I concede to that. Now, the point we are making is that you give somebody, once in any criminal trial, we are talking about criminal trial, especially the one that have a capital offense, where there is any iota of doubt, you resolve it in the favor of of accused person. And you are expected to prove your case beyond the reasonable doubt. You cannot place your case on the weakness of the defendant. You cannot rely your case or your prosecution on the weakness of the defendants, assuming without considering that the defendant did not object, did not file any defense. Okay, the judge, under the law, you are expected to review all those evidence to say whether they are even admissible in the first instance.
Maxwell, two things. As a citizen, I don't think it will be a good thing to play the ethnic card. A lot of people do that, but people who are less informed than you are, you leave it to them to play the ethnic card. And as an officer in the court of, in the Temple of Justice, you were talking about personal hate. The court ruling was given in anger and all of that. Well, that again, you may be questioning the integrity of the learned judge in this matter. But the point I really want to make is that you were arguing that final written address and all of that. Well, you know that it's not compulsory. It's not an obligation. And a final written address does not replace evidence. The accused person, having rested his case upon the prosecutor's submission, the court must have considered that. But even then, the issue of fair hearing was addressed in that judgment. The certified true copy, 144 pages of which is out there. But people can review it from different dimensions. Anyway, but the court, if you read the judgment, you see that somewhere there, the judge was referring to written address. However, all those are matters of detail. I want to ask you, do you think it was actually a gamble, as the judge put it, that Nnamdi Kanu should not have rested his case on the prosecution and not allow his lawyers to continue with the job? He has Paul Agabi, FCN. He had Ikpeazu, FCN. He had Paul Erokoro, FCN. These are very, with a team, with people like you joining the team. And yet he sacked his lawyers without a proper understanding of the technicalities of that environment. Do you agree in retrospect that it was a gamble that failed to pay off?
Well, I want to start by saying that an accused person, both any party, both in civil and in a criminal matter, you have a right to defend yourself. And I am part and parcel of all that transpired. And I will not come to national television to tell you what transpired. And I can tell you that Nnamdi Kanu never sacked his lawyers. Rather, the lawyers withdrew. I can tell you that. He never sacked his lawyers. Rather, the lawyers...
But that is a lie now. When he sacked his lawyers, the lawyers actually came onto the court to tell the court that, look, we have been stood down from this case and we'll be handing the case file back to the defendant, now convict, now prisoner Nnamdi Kanu. So the lawyers came out in open court to tell the judge exactly what happened, and we all saw it. So is this guy not capable of telling anything that is truthful? The lawyers did not withdraw. The lawyers were stood down, and they came to inform the court, which was captured on video, that they were stood down. Wow.
And parcel of all that transpired. And I will not come to national television to tell you what transpired. And I can tell you that Nnamdi Kanu never sacked his lawyers. Rather, the...
All right. We're coming towards the end of this particular clip. So I'm going to send the link in. If anybody wants to run commentaries or give their thoughts, come in. Or otherwise, we'll just shut it down and then we'll meet again later on in the evening.
Lawyers withdrew. I can tell you that. He never sacked his lawyers. Rather, the lawyers withdrew. You see, Dr. Bat, we have clients. And when clients was asking you some question, the law said 1 + 1 is 2. But in this my case, they are not saying that 1 + 1 is 3. What happened? A lot of things are involved in this particular matter. And the learner's sake, of course, we have the best of them. Nobody's paying Kalagabi. Nobody paid Kalagabi 1 naira. Nobody paid Onye Cheap as, and all of them, recorded them. All those, the 7 senior advocates, including those of us, nobody paid us. So when they said, okay, they have a discussion, very good understanding. We have a very good understanding with the defendant. He said, okay, let me just continue. I don't want to tell you what happened. Just like you said, as a worshiper in the temple of justice, there are some things that I'm not expected to come to say outside. But if you imagine and the come to
you are not a worshiper. You are an officer. You are an officer, not a worshiper.
The point I'm making is that if Mazen and the had the opportunity of coming here to tell you what transpired in this matter, you will shout. But that one is by the way. What we are talking about is that, in fact, when an accused person, the defendant, have no lawyer defending him, that is when the judge must apply extremely caution. You are talking about fair hearing. I use final written address as an instance. Somebody filed a motion, and you say you are asking, you saw him in court shouting on top of his voice, "My lord, who asked you? Who tell you? What law do you, on what law basis are you saying that I should not find my final written address?" My lord should have allowed him to find that final written address. Maybe that final written address would have addressed all these issues, because final written address is a part of the defense. So shutting him out and foreclosing.
The final written address would not have addressed anything. It will just be some egotic ranting to rally his troops. That's just all you'd ever get. It would just be some egotic ranting to rally his troops. We have never heard yet in the history of Nnamdi Kanu, you have never heard anything that is consistent with reason or logic or sense. It's just always egotic ranting.
With final written address, and they rely on all those laws, all those exhibits, which he was telling you during the trial that, my lord, I will address all these exhibits and tell you the reason why you cannot admit it. Because under the law, if a judge admits inadmissible evidence in the judgment, you can expunge it. You can expunge all those exhibits. The judge would have just given Mazen Nnamdi Kanu opportunity, especially when he was raising in the court. My lord, don't read this judgment. Allow me to find my final written address. What is the rush? Because justice rush, justice crash. Okay, what is the rush? that you cannot say, okay, I'm giving you 2 weeks for you to file your final written address.
Maxwell, I know you are trying very hard to vitiate the judgment, but the best arena for this will be the Court of Appeal. Not
of course,
really
we are filing by Monday or Tuesday.
Aha, that's it.
Nice.
Thank you very much, Maxwell Opara, for joining us on the morning show.
So there it is right there. According to Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer, it is actually the Igbos that are on trial. So we've got Chuku Gozi something joining us, and then we've got Al as well. So good to have you. So Chuku on mute. What are you making then of this?
Well, I'm not gonna lie. The reason why Nnamdi Kanu is there is because he's Igbo. That's a fact. You can't deny. That's a fact. That's why he's there. Because he's
What
Igbo.
are you talking about? What are you talking about?
It's a fact.
Sorry, hold on. What about all the crimes that he committed? Is there no consideration for that?
He did come, but that's a fact. The reason why he's there, because why did Igbo hold not go to jail? Because you're boy. That's a fact. What's wrong with this country? We know that's a fact. That's why he's there, because Igbo. Not enough is Nigerian country. Because Igbo like shit.
No. Just listen and answer the question. What about all the crimes that he committed? Do you give consideration to that or not?
I know he's giving up, but I'm saying there's a hypocrisy in Nigeria.
No. Hold on. Are you all right? Are you all right?
Oh, yeah.
Are you all right? Yes, you are all right. Then listen to my question. What about all the crimes that Nnamdi Kanu committed? Are you giving any considerations to that?
What crime did Nnamdi Kanu did? Wasn't Brady who started the crime? Wasn't Brady who started?
No, are you all right? I'm going to remove you in a minute. What about all the crimes that Nnamdi Kanu committed? Are you giving consideration to that?
I know he committed crime.
Right. So if you know he committed crimes, then should he be answerable to those crimes?
Yeah, he should.
Right. Well, and how does he answer to the crimes? I'm going to kick this guy out. He's just always coming here to be a nuisance. Sorry. If he committed all these crimes, then should the law hold him to account?
Yeah,
or should the law excuse him because he's Igbo?
No, the law should not excuse him.
Right. So what is your complaint?
But you know Nigeria, mommy. You know it's in Nigeria. What you know, and have different law for different people. It's a fact. You can't deny it.
No, are you all right? You just said he committed crimes now.
Yeah.
So are you saying the law should not hold him to account because he's Igbo? Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, so the law has held him to account.
Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about.
Can you stay muted? What's all this nonsense now? You just come here and start to talk about everybody all the time. Charles, carry on.
Yeah, I understand. I know Nnamdi Kanu did a crime. That's not the problem. But the issue I'm having with Nigeria government is complicit. The same people from different other ethnic groups are getting free. Why is that in this country?
Who is getting freed?
Yeah, most
getting free?
Are upset. Allowing the new generation in Nigeria are angry. The new generation.
No. You can be angry all you like now, but you have to direct your anger towards something that is substantial, something that has meaning. You've now just admitted that Nnamdi Kanu committed crimes, but you are saying that he should not be held to account because he's Igbo.
But I'm saying Buhari
are the Igbo super Nigerians that they're not to be held accountable?
But I think Buhari started this shit. It's a fact.
Buhari started what? Buhari started the agitation for Biafra. Did Buhari start the agitation for Biafra?
Buhari started this shit.
Did Buhari start the agitation for Biafra?
You don't know because you're not Igbo. I'm Igbo. I know what I'm saying.
No. So I'm asking you then, you are Igbo. Did Buhari start the agitation for Biafra?
No.
So who started it?
But he poked the Igbos. He did. It's a fact.
He poked them in what way? How did he do that?
But
how did he do that?
Division. Why who started the division? He did.
How did he do that is what I'm asking you.
What are you saying? Why was the one who started the division?
Yeah, how?
I said, why did Nnamdi Kanu why?
No, how did Buhari start? You are just jumping from pillar to post. How did Buhari start it?
I think Buhari started it. Buhari is the one who called the division. Buhari is the one who did
How? You said that, and I asked how. How did he do it?
I don't know how, but my
You don't know how. What? Do you know anything? You don't know how.
I don't know how, but
Woman, you are wasting your time on this, please.
No, no, I want to narrow this thing down because they do a lot of this mindless commentary all the time, but they never narrow it to specifics. Buhari started it. How did they start it?
okay. Why do you call it the south of the circle? Why did that? Why do you want to start this?
Buhari did what?
Why did that? Actually, why did the reason why Namkan was why because of Buhari. That's the reason why.
The reason why sorry, repeat that.
I'm saying the reason why Nnamdi Kanu was saying this because of Buhari. Buhari started this.
Started.
Look,
all right. I'm going to move on from you now, Charles, because you're not saying anything. You said Buhari started it. I've asked you how, but you're not able to say. So how did Buhari start it? How did Buhari start the agitation for Biafra?
I didn't say Buhari started it, one man.
So what did he do? What did Buhari do?
Didn't Buhari call start the dot of the circle? Didn't he say that?
He said you are a dot in a circle.
Yes.
Why did he say you are a dot in a circle?
You mean that's an insult? That's an insult.
No. Why did he say it? Now you have to know the context. Why did he say it?
You mean when he said he has a phobia against Igbos? That's a fact. That's what I believe.
He has a phobia against the Igbos.
Yeah, that's what I believe.
That's what you believe. All right, you're entitled to your belief. So thank you.
Hello,
thank
guys.
you.
How are you?
Yes, thank you, Charles. Yes, let's hear from you, Emeka. Sorry, Al and Kenny, but I think Emeka might well be a new voice here. So, Emeka, what are you making then of I'm saying there was an inevitability to that judgment. Nnamdi Kanu stood accused of some of the most egregious crimes known to mankind, and the prosecution had elucidated in details with evidence just what's been alleged against Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu was invited to defend himself. He had some of the best legal brains in Nigeria as part of his team. He decided not to defend himself. So, what else could Justice Omotosho have done in these circumstances, Emeka?
Okay, so yeah, so hi everyone. My name is Emeka. I'm calling from the U.S. Unfortunately, this news reached the U.S. And we are all talking here about the situation. And what I would say, and I would like to make it very clear. Now, I heard this thing where people are saying that Yoruba, I don't like Igbo. I'm Igbo, okay? I'm blooded Igbo. You know, all my family members are Igbo. I have friends that are Yoruba, and what I would say, I would like that scene of
Hold on,
saying,
hold on. Are you sure you are Igbo? Emeka is an Ibadan name now. Are you sure you're not? Are you sure you're not? Emeka is an Ibadan name.
No, I'm Igbo. I'm Igbo, sir. I'm Igbo, sir. But what I'm saying, right, is that I would like, before I start, I would just want to say that all this thing about Yoruba, this and Igbo, no, all that is rubbish. It's the government of Nigeria. You know, I don't believe in all these Awasa, Igbo, Yoruba fights. No, that is just to brainwash us. You got to see what they're doing. Now, we talk about Nnamdi Kanu, the way that the legal system in Nigeria is corrupted. Okay, it's corrupted, and I didn't like how the guy in America here. You have a chance to at least explain to the court, in case that thing go into appeal. You have the chance to at least let your voice be heard. But what I would say to you is that if it goes to the Supreme Court, I would say that Nnamdi Kanu have a chance. Why? Because his right was taken away. Now, if they follow the law, not by what you are saying or you're about or Igbo, forget about all those things. That's just a distraction. What we need, the main important thing that's in front of us today is that when it goes to the Supreme Court, will they follow the law? Forget about everything. Because right now, what they're doing is taking advantage. In America here, I never heard a case where the person is not present, and then you are just, unless he tell the court, I don't care, go ahead and make a ruling without me being present. But you cannot, the person have to be present before you just automatically just say, oh, we're gonna find this guy, sentence him to life. The person have to be there. But what I would say is that I believe Nnamdi Kanu have a better opportunity in appeal, because by law, if his testimony was blocked by that court, by law, that he had the right to win that appeal. You understand? So I just want to make sure that even in America here, we're hearing this stuff going back and forth, and what people are doing in Nigeria is saying, oh, the Yoruba hate Igbo, Igbo hate Yoruba. All that thing is rubbish, and I don't want us to. We are Nigerians, okay? We are Nigerians. We stand together. No matter how you look at it, if you talk to anybody outsider and ask where are you from, you say you're from Nigeria. You don't consider yourself as Igbo. You don't consider yourself as Yoruba. All that stuff is rubbish.
Let me agree with you on two things that you said, Emeka. I agree that the judge should have let him make that submission, because he stands accused of a crime that carries capital punishment. So all bases should be covered before a judgment comes in. But so the judge should have allowed him to say whatever it is that he wanted to say. But I think the judge was already irritated by his belligerence. So, but like his representation.
It doesn't matter.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm only going to say that his representation was also saying that the judge should set his personal emotions aside for the interest of that justice. So he should be allowed to say that. But if he goes to appeal, I'm not sure that the appeal will overturn the judgment. They may give him the window to make whatever speech he wants to make, but then they will still uphold that judgment because the evidence is just so overwhelming. But carry on.
But and I'm happy you said that. But see, one thing I would like to make sure everybody understand. No matter where you're from, I'm from America. I'm in America now. You're in Nigeria. Whatever you're from, where are you at now? Me and you can dialogue from morning to night. We can talk until our mouth run dry. At the end of the day, the law is the law. But one thing that I didn't hear his lawyer mention, and I want to make it clear, his lawyer never mentioned, see, in America here, if you say, oh, Your Honor, I want this guy to be sentenced to death, or I want him to be sentenced to 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, or life in prison, or whatever you want to call it. In America, we look at backlog. What do I mean by backlog? Backlog meaning that you look at the history. What other person in Nigeria that committed the same offense that you sentenced that person? Because let me tell you, what I hear for people are saying is, they're saying that, one person did it before. They let them go. Okay, you let them go on what ground? If it's ground as saying that, okay, did he kill somebody? Did he shoot somebody? Did that person command, by him saying anything, did he tell them directly, okay, to go and shoot? But no. So if I was his lawyer, I would look at the situation and say, okay, Your Honor, you have sentenced my client to life in prison. Okay, in the history of Igbo culture, Igbo land, or Nigeria of whole, can you explain to me where did you sentence somebody else like Nnamdi Kanu, or Yoruba guy or Igbo Delta, whatever you want to call it? When did you sentence that person the same way you are sentencing Nnamdi Kanu? Because you can't say if I never heard the judge mention based on my facts. You only listen. If his facts is the only thing you are going by, then it's a lie. You have to break out the law and say, okay, based on history, we sentenced one person before the same way we are doing Nnamdi Kanu. So that's why I believe what you are saying, Uncle, is 100% right. This guy did not sentence Nnamdi Kanu based on the law. He sentenced Nnamdi Kanu based on his aggression. So if a Yoruba man...
Hold on. Let me play you a clip.
Shooting where again? Shooting in Okota, they are shooting also in Okota. People must go to the bush, ambush them. Go to the bush, you need to cut them off from the back, ambush them, take their guns from them and kill them. These are animals, are not human beings. They may be wearing police, they are not human beings. These are terrorists from Niger. These are terrorists from Gambia. These are Fulani terrorists from Chad. They are not human beings. Disarm them and kill them. If you allow them to scare you off the streets, your life is over. Your life is over. And I want Lagos Airport to be on flames. Breach the perimeter fence. Go and burn down Lagos. Anybody, if you have double barrel, if you have pistol, anything you have, give it to them. Let them go and kill them. Penetrate the airport and set Motoram Mohammed Airport on fire. Set it ablaze right now. Then the world will listen. You are dealing with animals. Fulani Janjaweed, they are animals. They do not reason. They do not reason. You don't know them. You don't know them. Again, are they not killing people? The caller on the line, can you hear me? Yes, please.
Hello, good evening, sir.
Good evening to you. Yes, go ahead.
Well, my name is Chideverugu, calling from Lagos.
What is happening where you are?
We was at Oshoda Papa Expressway. There was shooting us there. It's 5 people that they killed this evening.
How many policemen died? I don't want to hear they kill us, they kill us. How many did you kill? How many police or army did you kill? How many?
They have burned the Lafa police station. They have burned it down. They burned the Sele police station. They burned the Urile police station down. Everything is down now as I'm speaking.
Thank you very much. That is, since if you go to my page, you will see a flag there. Nigerian flag stained with blood. So I am warning everybody tonight, if you come out on the 31st on Monday, you are going to die. If you come out on the 31st, I'm warning everybody you're going to die. That very day. Allow me to, on the 31st, if you come outside, you will die. If you're a road transporter, if you're a transport worker or whatever, you know how people behave. They want to die. Who can tell me what to do? I'm going to drive. That day you will perish. On the 31st, you will perish. I know 1 or 2 idiots who carry their basket. We are going to market. Can get change home water day? I'll hear you that day. The land will eat you that very day. As you're going out to look for what the children will eat, the land will eat you instead. Any chairman of any market, be it Obani market, be it any market that opens on that very day, you're a gunner. A lamb more. Highest thing, they will write about it for 2 or 3 days and you'll be forgotten. This is another one we put on the 31st. You know the way we love dead bodies. Your obituary will happen. At least we'll go there and eat rice. Ndara. Monday is the real deal.
Sit at home!
So that's just one sample. I could give you 100. This guy was directing people to go and commit the most egregious crimes. People are then going out to commit those crimes and then they are reporting back to him that they have fired so many policemen, they've burnt down buildings all over Lagos State, they're shooting up people in the southeast and all of it. So I'm not quite sure that the verdict could have come out any differently, Emeka.
Yeah, Uncle, listen. You know, in America here, Donald Trump, right? He told the people to November, I think it was January 6th, to go ahead and fight. And they went to the thing. But Donald Trump is still president. He's but like I said, listen. If the punishment does not fit the crime, okay, there are people that don't worse. Listen, for somebody to call in and just tell us that this is what I'm doing, he's in a radio casting. He's casting on a radio. Okay, I personally don't think that life imprisonment is a crime that you can give someone. No, but now, listen. I don't, in America here, anyone that kills somebody, I don't like it. I will not bow for that. I will not bow. But he sounds to me like he's an activist. Somebody that is telling the anger is coming from somewhere. And what I hear is like is either something happened with the police brutality. I don't know. But what I'm saying to you is that we all, in no matter what country you're from, we all have the right for a trial. We all have a right for evidence to be brought up. Now, I believe you, and be honest with you, I was side with you, sir, where you said you don't think, based on based on what you just played, I mean, it's a possibility that the pill might not go as well. Now, what you produce is strong evidence. I think the part that got me is when the guy that called in and talk and say, "Oh, this is what we are doing," you know. But being directly telling someone, giving order to people, but it's a tough situation. So I won't lie to you. It's a very, very tough situation.
It's not tough now. It's an open and short case. You are just trying to be loyal to your ethnicity. From what you heard and what you know, there's nothing else. In fact, it's lucky that they didn't give him capital punishment. You heard him there directing people to go and commit the most egregious of crimes. The people went out to commit it, and they were reporting back to him that we have burnt down XYZ spaces, and those places were burnt down. That we have brought down policemen armies, and the bodies of these officers are being buried. All at the instructions of Nnamdi Kanu. He told them in the southeast that if you come out on Monday, you will die. And as he said that, subsequently, we saw his men going out on Monday shooting anybody in sight. So, I mean, what else do you need? What else do you want to hear?
I mean, my only thing is this guy a leader? Is he a leader because he named that title? Is he a leader to say? Let me give you an example, sir. Okay, so there's a country named Haiti. Eh? There's a country named Haiti. There's a guy in Haiti now. They killed the president of Haiti. I'm sure you have heard of it. They shot and killed. Even the president of Haiti has security. They killed the president, the whole president of Haiti. They killed him. Okay. Now, there's a guy named Barbecue that is in Haiti now, ruling Haiti. United States said that they will make sure they put a bounty for that guy. That guy instructed people to kill. He's a leader. This man, as a Nnamdi Kanu, that this guy that in Haiti do not even go on radio and talk. He don't go on radio and talk. It's by himself. He show himself say, anyone that want to come and attack me, I'm the leader of this group. You must come past me before you do any towel in Haiti. Why am I telling you that? I'm telling you that it's because Nnamdi Kanu talking on a radio station. All I'm saying is, yes, the point that you just proved open doors to evidence. But sir, what I'm saying is that look at what other history that the same offense that been committed, was it the same level of punishment that you gave Nnamdi Kanu of other people? You can't just. That's all. Go ahead.
No, you land it and then we'll move it around. Obviously, we all know where you're coming from, but land that point you're making, and then we're going to Al Kenny and then Prestige. So land it and then we'll move it around. Yeah.
Yeah. No, yes, sir. See, listen. First of all, let me tell you, thank you for giving me the platform to hear my voice. That's number one. God bless you for that. All I'm saying is, I like to make it clear. As an Igbo man, I have Yoruba friends in America. They are Yoruba people. They have restaurants. They have jobs. They do all the same way Igbo is doing it in America. There's no difference. But let's not take this opportunity to see or use Nigeria as a weapon to. Now, let's be honest. So, the one thing I would say I don't like about Nigeria or the armed police forces, the way they treat people, the way they do 419, the way they do so I can understand if it's aggression there for change. But if it's aggression to say, oh, just to kill, let's not use opportunity to say that Yoruba, Igbo, no, we are Nigerians. Okay? But the last thing, sir, and I will let it go. What I would say, the most important thing about Nigeria, forget about what you are seeing now. I don't like how they're using Nnamdi Kanu's name as a tool to block up what is happening in Nigeria. People are crying, oh, these people are shouting. Now, let me tell you, people are saying, oh, the blood, they're cutting each other's head. They don't listen. We as a Nigerian man, you guys the one that voted this president into presidency. So it's the same way in America when they said about Donald Trump, right? They say, "Oh, Donald Trump is finishing us, so we don't have." Well, he fired people. You guys, the one that voted him. Regardless of what is it, Igbo or Yoruba, pick someone that you know that is loyal, that will make sure that what is happening in Nigeria it won't happen. So all I'm saying is that let's close it like this: we are Nigerians, okay? Uncle, I want to lie to you. I'll be honest, so the fact that you post that thing, that one, I don't know. Let me close my mouth where your evidence have been proven, you know. So
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Emeka. I think we just lost Al, so we go to Kenny. So Kenny, I mean, for me, it's an open and short case. There's too much that convicts that guy for him not to have gotten that conviction, and even with the best attempts to ethnicize it, the crime are so visible that there's no rational mind that would disagree too heavily with the conviction. But Kenny, what are you making then of the situation as it stands?
Thank you, Jerry Woman. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, can you hear me okay? Because they're saying in the comment section that my voice is a bit. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you okay, but when you played the video, I couldn't hear anything. I joined you at the later part of the video that you play, but I've been watching it back while you were where I'm listening to you as well. Listen, woman, yeah. What happened to Nnamdi Kanu? The Igbo people happened to him. That's number one. Himself happened to himself. That's number two. And the third thing I'm going to say, yeah, Justice Omotosho is my hero, and he's the hero of Nigeria. I died yesterday. You understand? And I have a single question for all the Igbo people that are defending this criminal. One question. Are we saying everything that the judge read yesterday and all the utterances, everything that the man commanding, everything that they say is said, that we listen to on radio, on Belvia Radio, on Rudolph channels, because Rudolph too was mentioned yesterday.
We're losing you somewhat.
Can you hear me now?
We're losing you.
Can you hear me
are
now?
you on Bluetooth?
No, I'm not using
Yeah, we
Bluetooth.
can hear you, but you were fading in and out. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. And I'm using my this new. Okay, is it clear now? Woman?
It's better now. It's better now. Carry on.
Okay. Yeah. So everything is said on Rudolph channel, because Rudolph as well was mentioned yesterday. When Rudolph interviewed him, he was bragging. And the ego, pride in him, you understand, that he believes is the king. He can be the king, he can be the king in the Igbo land. So are we not saying all those things that they used against him, he didn't do them? Is that what they are saying? Or are we the one that they force his mouth to speak and to command when they say they need gun and they should go and buy all the anybody they see on the street, if they see uniform people, buy them, go and buy Tinubu. Do they force him to sell those things? Or you guys don't know that it's against the law to instigate people against your nation. And you people who come online, you say you have education, you are the one that know everything, but your brain did not tell you that all those things that instigating people against nation is against the law. Now it's facing the law, you guys are crying. Listen, woman, me, I want to bath. And I need them to cry into a bowl so I can use it to bath and wash my face. I care less about these people anymore. How can you be defending undefendable? Somebody commits a crime. All of us will listen for 2 hours yesterday. He himself denied himself justice because of pride. They say, okay, submit your defense. He said, you want to defend. You sack your lawyer. He said, I want to defend yourself. Even if you are facing common theft in court, you need a lawyer. Not talk of somebody that's facing a case that carry made a him or life sentences. You say you don't need a lawyer. You say the jail is a zoo. Now the zoo has sent you to where you belong to. You understand? And if anybody think Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu will pardon him, that person needs to go back and sleep and wake up because it's not going to happen. He will rot to jail. Oh man, this man deserves every single thing that's happened to him. And I'm saying this, anybody from that place, because they're going to raise somebody else up, they will not learn. They will raise another person up to continue. The person too will pie and they will put him in prison too. You understand? So enough is enough. You gallivanting around, and you believe that there's no law in Nigeria. You believe nothing will happen. You open your mouth. See, anything you see on TV, they are recording. Continue saying it. You understand? Some of you that you stay behind the camera, you don't open your face. You condemn that country. You say a lot of things. One man yesterday, I was crying yesterday. I was watching a program where the Americans, they were debating about Nigeria. And they are talking trash about that nation. People that don't even, that know nothing about that country. Somebody that cannot even stand in front of Akpabio. That's it's not even the level of Akpabio. He's saying he's tired of that nation. He's had enough of that country. And these are the things these people cost for that country. They are the ones that go to America and say Nigeria, they're quite Christian. You understand? The truth, no man, the truth must be told, must be told. That's why someone can sit down on his own chair, a common senator in America, telling us that it's had enough of Nigeria. And they have power to sanction Nigeria, they have power to do whatever they want to do. Or because somebody was still in power, or because Obi lost election, or because your useless Nnamdi Kanu is in prison. Now you are turning everything I'm upside down. Woman, I have nothing. I'm not afraid of anyone. I can open my face and tell you what I'm saying because I'm proud to be a Nigerian. A Yoruba person and a Nigerian. So this one that is talking on TV lied himself that they didn't allow him, that he doesn't need to defend himself. They give him chance to defend himself. He refused. So what do you expect with Judge Omotosho is even try? He should have said him to buy him on the street. They should take him to Oshodi and hang him and cut his head off. That is what he deserves. So the rest of them will learn. And anybody in Yoruba land too that want to go in the line of Nnamdi Kanu, they should do the same thing to him as well. We cannot continue this way. Too much ego. See, you don't know law. You don't know law. You don't know law. You are in the court of law. He show no remorse. Even Adibi is gentle in his approach. Plead. Say, my lord, I don't mean this is what I'm doing. I don't even know what he's talking about. Please talk with gentle voice. Let them see remorseful in your face, in your mouth. You are telling the man, God will punish him. You are telling the judge. If I'm the judge, I will tell him to buy him 3 times. I will tell them to chop him in pieces. Someone that say you should not use emotion, you should not use some personal. Yeah, I will use personal because it's not personal. You are in judge, you are shouting, you are even slapping your lawyer. That kind of audacity. And some idiots are still defending him. Are you not ashamed of yourself? They should be ashamed of themselves defending this animal. Because he himself is a zoo and he's going to be caged for life in his zoo where he belongs. When I stop, let somebody else speak. If you have a question for me, you can ask me any question. Thank you, sir.
Yes, I will in a moment. I think Emeka, did you want to say something to Kenny before we go on to?
Yes, sir. I mean, the guy, I won't lie, the guy that makes sense. Look, listen, at the end of the day, I mean, all the killing, I mean, and what is going on in Nigeria now, and I won't lie, I sympathize with what he's saying. So I don't have no argument for that one. I mean, he's speaking his mind. He's speaking what is true. The killing in Nigeria is too much. The bribery in Nigeria is too much. So I can truly understand. I mean, I have friends that lost their family in Nigeria. So I can truly understand. The only thing that I would say that, to be honest with you, sir, you just pack up my whole day now because that one video you go put like that now just go finish me. That one go finish me. I won't lie to you, sir. I mean, you that one go make sense. Well. I mean, at the end of the day, like he said, I mean, if even me in America, if I do death threat to anyone, say I go bomb school, they go lock me up. They won't take chance. So I can 100% understand. Now, I will also agree his pride is the one that finished him, because the way he was anger, I didn't even know that was his lawyer. And thank you, sir, for bringing that up. I didn't know that his lawyer. The amount of disrespect. I can see if there's a different approach to say, oh, this is, my lord, this is the situation. I'm willing to change. Even the one that his lawyer, I didn't even know he was representing himself. So that one is even shocking to me. So all I can say is I don't want to kill too much time. I'll just say I agree with Mr. Kenny. Thank you for your. I don't have no disagreement. All I'm saying is, again, if you see what something is wrong, it's for us to speak up. Let us not be blind to what we're saying. I didn't even know that one. I mean, I follow Nigeria. Even though I'm in America, I still follow the news in Nigeria. But that one, you just show me like you go play now. That one go put Shiba in my blood. Now say you understand? So
I could play you videos of victims of Nnamdi Kanu's atrocities, families that have been decimated, breadwinners that have been pied.
Wow.
I can even show you videos of human flesh being eaten, but of course YouTube.
I believe you, sir. Sir, I believe you.
It's quite wild, yeah. So that guy is a very evil guy. So there's just no question about that. But
Wama, let the discussion move. I have a meeting. If you can give me proof, I will be happy.
All right. Let's do that. So if you have a meeting, then we'll start to do 5 minutes monologue. Let's actually start it off with you, since you may not be with us for too long. Sorry,
Okay.
Prestige and the rest of you guys. Yeah.
Sorry, the panelists, please. I'm really, really sorry. I never asked before. So good discussion so far. Yesterday I was so busy. I watched Dr. Damages as I'm driving. I listened to you a little bit as well. So the discussion, it seems we are not serious as people, to be honest. We are not serious at all. This lawyer you've been playing, I really wonder if you have a degree in law. I don't really know why everything is, oh, the whole world is after me. This was a cry yesterday on Dr. Damages. Even my friend, Comparable Fat, I listened to him yesterday. I was so disappointed how he was defending the killing that were going on in the Southeast. He said Buhari was the person that sponsored these people to be killing people in the Southeast. That was a correct statement yesterday. I listened to Samo yesterday. He was so apt. Samo, even though he was making very good point, people could not really discuss the issue. They just sentiment, they hate Igbo, they do this one, they do this one. Nnamdi Kanu did not do anything. I have said this thing million times. Stop saying that. Stop saying that. When this case was going on in court, people will not come to say the fact. Oh, Nnamdi Kanu was free. Why are they trying him? We need to stop this BS. Nigeria is not Banana Republic. I understand. I feel Nnamdi Kanu, the only man I really saw speaking to issue yesterday was on JJ Media. It's an Igbo man. He was stating the fact very clearly. We don't live in Banana Republic. If you are telling me Nnamdi Kanu did not commit any offense, then something is wrong with you. This is the fact. So we can call Fulani Esme out, what they are doing. Why are we calling them out? Because we saw them with guns. These are Fulani Esme identified clearly. We see this. We saw the same thing in Southeast. Igbo people speak Igbo, carry gun, butcher people. Some will tell you, oh, there are people. Oh, it's what's this man from South? It's Asari Dokubo men. Some will say, oh, it's Fulani Esme. We need to stop this and stop deceiving ourselves. The way we have energy to call out Fulani Esme, we should have energy to call out IPOB and ESN. Even with all these videos, one man has shown now. Of course, not that they are not new. We saw this video. We saw Nnamdi Kanu broadcast. We are pretending we don't know what he did. We don't know what is going on. I'm so tired of Nigeria. I don't know why we do this. Even if it's our family member, if you cannot call the person out, why are you calling other people out? Because the other people, a Fulani man can also come and defend these people. This is what we don't understand. That's why I was talking about emotional intelligence. If you say Yoruba man doing the same thing, call him out. We need to stop all this nonsense. You know, it's just sad. Do you know the way he look at? I will give you an example of Showore. One strength of Showore, if you follow Showore, Showore have very good team of lawyers. I'm sure if Showore will even sponsor some lawyers to make sure when they come out, they will be protecting him. If you arrest Showore today, Showore will put out a call. Falana is there. Inebeon is there. JD, what's it called? The new lawyer from this thing. Adeoju is there. Not only them, they have other lawyer, and I don't think Showore pay them a dime. I don't know not that he does not have good lawyer around him, you know. He hire good lawyer, but allow them to do their work, because you call the country a zoo. You don't want them, you are shouting on a judge, you don't know law, blah blah blah. They have a system, you want to defend yourself. I will tell you, if I were in position of Nnamdi Kanu yesterday, I would have made the whole world stand still. Nnamdi Kanu is a very brilliant guy. You can't take it from him. He's very well outspoken. How would I be in that court to address the court, address Nigeria, address the president, address the world? Here is how I'm going to come. Yeah, I know I committed some of this offense. It was as a result of the need of my people. There is suffering going on in my people. I was doing this to protect my people, but I didn't kill anybody. There's a way you got to talk to these people. You put there, even if they want to kill you, let them kill you. It's not the way he was behaving. It was a missed opportunity. I would have addressed the world, prepare a speech that will make even the judge to weep. But he missed the opportunity. What they did was it was a plan work. It's just that it failed. You can't behave that way. Then on the other side, I want to address, some people that are making argument, even as fast as you got to accept the fact, because are they doing the same for Samuel Ekpa now? Are they saying that, because Samuel Ekpa, that was why he was jailed in Finland? No, you can't say that, because that's not Nigeria. This how far this guy committed the law. How can you say you don't know what Nnamdi Kanu did? Yeah, the other argument I'm going to agree with a lot of the Igbo speakers, those that say, okay, the terrorists in the north, why are you allowing them? Why are you free some of them to go back to the military? Yes, I stand with them on that. The truth is, I want justice in the country where an Igbo man commit a crime, use the same stick to flog Hausa man, to flog Yoruba man, other people. It doesn't matter. We should not even be defining who is Igbo, who is Hausa, who is Yoruba, who is Kanuri. We should punish everybody for any offense committed. And some people will say, are there any similar case that is not an Igbo man that be put in life imprisonment? People have been killed, sentenced to death, not Igbo. How come we don't know the history of Nigeria? Asari Dokubo that is talking, when Asari Dokubo started militancy, Obasanjo kept Asari Dokubo underground DSS prison for 2 years. He did not see light. How come you don't know? It was after that Obasanjo invited Asari. They used presidential jet to go pick him up the first time. Obasanjo had a meeting with him. Listen, you got to stop, blah, blah, blah. He went back. Obasanjo picked him up. 2 years, he did not see the light. That was when you see him supporting Tinubu. He said Tinubu was happy, his family, when he was in jail. That was what Obasanjo did to him. It's not new. You saw what Buhari did to Dasuki. Dasuki is from the north. He kept Dasuki in prison for how many years? Even when they were begging him. Because we should stop behaving as if, it's only Igbo. No, it's not only Igbo. This is the truth. I understand the pain, the sentiment, the emotion flying around, but we should try and, this is a country, it's not binary, we should try and stay on issue. So, are you going to tell me now all these video one man has been played, they are AI generated? Or what are you going to say about them?
I think that's the next line of argument.
I watched some of
That's
these
the-
things live.
yeah.
I watched some of them live. And they watch them. And you keep defending. If you have any other argument, at least let the argument be good. I watched Samo yesterday. I was listening to him. He was even they just attacking him. No, get out from here. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. You don't do that. If you counter his argument, why are we not?
All right. Land it why so that we can bring in.
Yeah. So the matter is, I was just pissed yesterday. I said no, I don't even want to go online. Even when I came back in the evenings, there is no need because people are not discussing. Discuss issue. Thank you, Woma. I really appreciate. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So that there speaks the voice of sanity. So we're going from AY to comparable facts. We do 5 minutes so that everybody gets to speak. Comparable facts, Sam O, and then Arogidigba. Comparable facts. You're up next.
All right. Greeting everybody. Good morning from here. Good afternoon from wherever you are. So I'm going to start. AY say you was listening to Dr. Damage yesterday. That was my opinion. Okay. I mean, it's unfiltered opinion. And I'm not going to apologize about my opinion. It's strictly my own opinion. Okay. Having said that, you saw what happened to Sam yesterday. I mean, I welcome him. I was defending him. So you can testify to that. And I wanted him to stand that platform. And I use this platform as a reference that I do come here. You shouldn't be concerned about the panelists. You should be concerned about the moderator. If the moderator allow him to speak, that should be the ultimate. It's not about people pushing against him. The same thing happened here. When I come and make my own statement, they push against me. I welcome that. I enjoy it a lot. As far as one man allow me to air my opinion, that's what matters for me. I don't care. I like to challenge people. I don't want to go to a place where everybody's saying kumbaya. That's not my MO. But having said that, let me start about this topic. Like yesterday, I wasn't really I didn't follow the whole trial, but I came to your platform, but I made a cameo appearance yesterday. But they was talking about Christianity by that time, so I didn't speak that much. But thanks for giving me the opportunity. So let me start because some people here are calling people who are supporting, who are against the conviction of Nnamdi Kanu or whatever, calling them stupid and everything. So if you're gonna go with that narrative, I'm going to say the people celebrating the demise of Nnamdi Kanu are enemies, are haters, are traitors, are tribalists. So I'm giving it back to you, Kenny. So having said that.
Oh, no, I didn't hear you. What did you say?
I said people celebrating. I'm giving it to you because you call some people that are against this sentence. You call them stupid and everything. So I'm going to call
I don't think we can hear them.
you.
I don't think we can hear him.
Haters, traitors, and tribalists. That's to you and other people.
Okay. So if you're among those that are defending him, that means you are one of the stupid people that are defending him.
That's okay. That's okay. I can take any word, but I'm calling.
All right. Don't start a fight. Just carry on.
Oh no, I'm gonna come here and I'm not gonna be censored. I'm gonna be uncensored. It's no spin zone. I'm not gonna spin anything. I'm gonna say that I feel. If you don't like it, that's your own prerogative. That's strictly my opinion. It doesn't do anything against you.
You're not being censored. I'm just saying don't start a fight with Kenny because it will take up time. But carry on.
No. I'm not. I already made that comment. I'm done with that. So I'm gonna go to the fact, to the what I said. So Nnamdi Kanu was sentenced for alleged terrorists. Okay. Let me start from. Let me pivot back. The way the law is applied in Nigeria has a political factor to it. Let's not miss what the application of law in Nigeria combined with political factor make the judgment and everything in Nigeria, not just Nnamdi Kanu, very uneven. That's a given because politics has a political factor to the highest. Because even before this man, this is my own opinion. I have no fact to back it, but that's how I feel. Even before the judge make any pronouncement, he has consulted somebody in Aso Rock, whether Tinubu or whatever. Can I do this? They gave him the green light. So that's not, you can't debate that from my own opinion. So having said that, the political, this is a political trial of Nnamdi Kanu. It's a political trial, and the action is political. Why am I saying this? Because there has been many other clear acts of terrorists that have been committed against the state. Most of them have, negotiated a deal, being compensated, being reintegrated into the society. So that's what makes this uneven. I'm not saying, let's just assume, what Nnamdi Kanu committed, is a fact. I mean, there's some evidence to say, he committed act, or you can call it a terrorism. Let's just take the fact apart. Does he deserve it? Let the judge decide. If but we have no judge in Nigeria. We know, like I said, it has a political connotation to that. But the way it was adjudicated, that is some people annoyance. There's no doubt about it. It's uneven judgment. And I give you an example of this so-called terrorists, that committing very clear terrorists, killing hundreds of people, 1,000 on everybody. They did not receive any kind of, any kind of life sentence. Some of them are forgiven, like I said. They give them a program of, retrogression and everything. They bring them into society. Some of them are even forgiven. So that's the angle I'm looking at it. Nnamdi Kanu doesn't feel me, him being in jail. That's let it be. But the uneven judge, the uneven judge, jurisdiction we have in Nigeria, we have an issue. Maybe you're not seeing it because that has not been mentioned to you. And I'm going to say it again. I will repeat it again. The whole idea of conviction of Nnamdi Kanu is an entrapment to the whole Southeast. To recreate the violence that was there 2 years ago. That's what it is. Yeah, to the whole Southeast. It was done deliberately. Whether he deserves it or he doesn't deserve it, but it's an entrapment for the Southeast to reinvent the terrorism that was there during the former genocide of Buhari, that has a sting operation in the Southeast. The unknown government and other nonsense, killing people in the Southeast because of his, jihadist movement against the Southeast.
Sorry. Buhari is responsible for the unknown government. Is
yes,
that what
he
you said?
was. He put up
Okay.
a sting operation in the Southeast.
All right.
That was, that was terminating.
All right. Three more minutes for Prestige.
So there's no doubt about it. Because since Tinubu came in, I even have the figure, to portray what I'm saying. In the last 2 years, the killing and everything is not, has subsided drastically. It's even, very comparable to a certain degree to the what is going on in the south, about kidnapping and other kind of things. Only in the southwest that is relatively, it's not that southwest is safe. The numbers are there to buttress, they are kind of close to each other. But the place we're having a problem, is the north, the terrorists killing Nigerian people, and you're not seeing it. All of you are celebrating, just because Nnamdi Kanu was convicted. That make it a day. Everybody, rejoicing. Like that's supposed to be a Nigerian problem. You haven't seen anything. USA Congress is deliberating on the action to take on Nigeria. That should be the concern of you, not this mundane thing or whatever. Nnamdi Kanu, you can go to hell. That's all I care. But it's impartiality that is very, very annoying, in my own opinion. But I'm begging my people from the Southeast, let them not take the bet, because this was done deliberately to destabilize the Southeast that has been relatively peaceful in the last 2 years. They want to recognize, what actually happened in the last 2 or 3 years. That's how I see it. But my Igbo people, please, you all don't take the bet. Calm down, let's mobilize, into political action and elect the right people. Right now, we still have one Nigeria, because I'm a proponent of one, I was a proponent of one Nigeria. But in recent, due to recent event, genocide and Christian, other kind of things, and the discrimination against the Southeast are beginning to pivot, not for one Nigeria anymore. I'm not there yet, but I'm close to being there. That's where I am right now. Whether you like it, that's your own problem. You can have your one Nigeria. I don't give F about it. So that's where I stand right now. Nigeria, Nigeria, hold on, let me wrap up. Nigeria is defined by ethnicity, tribalism, religious, the core line of Nigerian, where we are now, right now. That's the core line of Nigerian history. You can't defend that since independence, 64 years right now. It's all about ethnicity, religion, tribalism. We haven't made any headway in this country, and it's going to continue to be like that because we have politicians who are utilizing all this tribalism and everything to remain in power, and it's going to be so. All this thing Tinubu is doing right now is nonsense. It's somebody who is alive that is going to enjoy whatever policy he's putting right now, if at all it's going to work. It's about the main priority of the president is to protect human life, and he's not doing it. If you look at most of the people in the whole apparatus right now, they are from the southwest, and he's not doing it. You can't give them order to go and kill all those terrorists. Why are you not doing it? It's because of political capital. He doesn't want to offend the northerners because of vote and human life is at stake.
All right.
That doesn't even bother you. But anyway, I'm here today. I'm going to be here the whole day.
All right. All right. Once everybody has spoken, then people will counter you. We go on from Prestige to Sam O, who I think may well have a different perspective on it. Sam O, floor is yours.
Most definitely, it's going to be very, very different from the last speaker. My friend, man of Prestige. Good day to everyone. I'm going to start on this biblical note, Ecclesiastes 8 verse 11, because the judge yesterday went spiritual, so I think I should start from that point. It says, because sentence against evil work, every evil work, because sentence against evil work is not executed speedily, therefore the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to continue to do evil. Leaving that part, the judge yesterday applied clemency on this guy. I would have thought you'll have just left it there as a death sentence. And I have so many reasons for that. When you started this program this afternoon, I saw the videos you played. My skin was crawling. How can a human being be sat far away in the UK and start inciting violence against your country, Nigeria? Okay, let's just say you hate that country that much because they've refused to let you go and you are trapped in that country and I don't see any way out. Should you commit treasonable felony against your country? This guy is a convict right now. He's a convict. Nnamdi Kanu is a convict as it is as you speak right now, barring the appeal. I don't see what's going to happen at the appeal court. I would have thought the judge will have left it at that death sentence. And then let's see if the president, because I know the president is a merciful guy. He will have pardoned this guy the same way he pardoned all those stupid ones that they pardoned and they reverse themselves again. Anyway, that's another topic for another day. Nnamdi Kanu did despicable things, evil, nefarious things, insufferable things. I'm not lying. If you don't have family members that was touched by this guy's incitement from far away in the UK, you can't even do these things to the Western country. They will come without the inkling of your government wherever you are. They will come and pick you. They don't care. No wonder Donald Trump is threatening to bomb us. And we are running helter-skelter. And we think we're a sovereign state. They don't care. But what we cannot do to them. Before Samuel Nepa was sent to prison, it took months and months of pleading and going through the back channels diplomatically just to get to the Finnish government. Remember, the Finnish government was backing Biafra then when they were bombarding Nigeria then. With the French government as well. So you can connect the dots. So Samuel Nepa, it's okay for Samuel Nepa to rot in jail, but not for Nnamdi Kanu. It's a 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. How is it different? How is it different? I'm asking that question. The one that comes to mind was those 2 soldiers that went to the east. I think they were going for their wedding or something like. I can't remember that incident. They were murdered in broad daylight. We don't have humanity again. That's all I saw last night when I was on a platform discussing with these guys. They've reduced everything to Yoruba versus Igbo now. Can you imagine? Omotosho is a Yoruba judge. The prosecuting counsel, all of them, the 5 of them are Yoruba, being led by Awomolo. and the other guys on the other side, they are all Igbos. That's what the country has been reduced to now. Everything is being seen from the spectrum of tribalism. I'm not denying the fact that we are all insular in that country. It's just there's degree to it. These ones from this Igbo, I'm not going to call them from the southeast. I'll call them who they are. This Igbo, they carry it on their head, they wear it on their sleeve like a badge of honor on their chest. They don't care, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm very tribalist as well. I'm Yoruba before Nigeria. If we have to live together in that country, we have to come down together and sit and discuss the future of this country. Enough is enough. You cannot hold us to ransom. If you want to leave Nigeria, you need to begin to sit and discuss this now. Are you going to leave Lagos for us? Every part of Nigeria, are you going to leave and relocate to those 5 states of yours? You are trapped in that country. How are you going to do business across the sea? You're not seeing all of these things. You're just being emotional, grandstanding, saber rattling, just doing how you like. Things that you cannot ordinarily do abroad. You can't even raise your hand against someone pretending like you want to slap someone. You're going to be locked up for it. I've been locked up here for 9 hours at the police station, so I know what I'm saying. There are some things that we'll naturally do back home. Here, we caution ourselves, you can't do it. He was at the court. See the way he was, oh my God, so arrogant. If the judge had already factored, if he had factored in all his shenanigans in the court, this tantrums he was throwing in the last session and the one that we just saw yesterday, it was just like I was watching a movie. You can't do this abroad. Very quickly, we start to liken our country. I mean, compare them at par with what goes on in the Western world. But we don't want these things, these same things that happen abroad, to begin to happen back home. What kind of people are we? Telling the judge that he doesn't know law, he doesn't. So you are the one that knows. What kind of delusion of grandeur is that? I'm happy. I'm just disappointed that he didn't leave it at that judgment where he said it was a death sentence and it was reading Matthew 23:23 to me. I don't want that. Leave it at that. Leave it to the Court of Appeal. Let them go there. Let them slug it out. If he's not satisfied, let him go to the Supreme Court. If he's still not satisfied, then let them go to the basketball court or wherever he needs to go. These people need to be reined in. I'm not joking. See what is happening all over the world. Everybody discussing our matter as if Nigeria is just a small country like that. We are not Togo. We are not Benin. I saw on the TV yesterday those Americans. The House of is it the House of Reps there? Yeah, discussing about us. Even Nicki Minaj. Oh my God! See what you have been reduced to, and these people are the ones celebrating it. You are the ones instigating it. We can connect the dots. We see all what you're doing. But I've got good news for you. You are trapped in that country. You're not going anywhere. You will be forced to be submissive in that country. And that's all I have for now. Thank you very much, man.
All right, brilliant. It's like a parallel universe, isn't it? Everybody knows what this guy has done. I've played a few clips. I could play a lot more. Some of them are too gruesome. Do you know that I've seen clips of a woman being they were cutting. Anyway, let me not say it. A lot of this a lot of things going on in the Southeast, they're inhuman. It's just and too often, I've seen stuff that I wish I hadn't seen because it's embedded in my and it's affected me psychologically. All coming out of that space, people being chopped up alive, and it's. I'm not sure if you've seen anything, AY, but if you see some of the clips coming out of that place.
I know, woman.
It makes Boko Haram look like a choir group.
Let me ask. I need comparable file when you want to speak. I need you to answer this question. Which country in the world will you do what Nnamdi Kanu did and they will allow you walk free? This is not a political issue. This is a terrorism issue.
America. America is the one. If you answer that question, America.
Do you know anybody that have instigated people to go and buy people?
Donald Trump told people to on November Donald Trump did
not tell people to kill anybody. It was not broadcasting every day telling people to bomb police.
Sir, have you been watching? He said fight like hell. Do you know what fight like hell? They fought like hell now. They enter the Congress They
Now,
talk like hell. Come on, my brother. Come on, man.
Listen. You can do your blind argument, but people should stop saying you. Even if you want Nnamdi Kanu free, to be honest, if that judge was actually very fair, because to be honest, all the allegations, he read everything out. People are still denying. Oh, what was his excuse? What is that judge was very professional. He read everything to details. I would ordinarily want Nnamdi Kanu to be free, to be honest, politically, but he needs to also calm down and learn to respect the country. You can't do that. You committed atrocities. I'm telling people to go. We need to stop this foolishness, man. What's wrong with us? You think it was Obasanjo? Even I can not even see light. But ordinarily,
even if he was Buhari in charge, Nnamdi Kanu, they were fighting.
Some kind of solution. I say, okay, he should be ready. If a strong man, I respect Nnamdi Kanu, he's intelligent. You can't take it away from him. But a strong man know when to stop. I was listening. Sorry to say, I was listening to one Igbo man. Forgot his name on. He fought in the Biafra War. He said one of the problem Ojukwu had was his stubbornness. He didn't listen to people. If you are a strong man, you know when to fight, you know when to stop. They say he who fights around the world will fight another day. What is Nnamdi Kanu doing? You think you can hold the whole country to ransom? God forbid, if they try you, nothing will
all right, we're losing you a while.
Thank you.
Your connection is fading a little bit, but let's go on from Sam O to Aruki Digba, who's also with us. So Aruki Digba, we're still on the subject matter Nnamdi Kanu, and people are still arguing that justice was turned on its head. So what are you making of the conversation so far?
Good afternoon,
Digba?
one man.
5 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
How do you do?
I'm good. Good to
All right.
have you here.
Thank you very much. One man. Here we are again. A country, a lawless country, where its citizens don't understand the rule of law, where its citizens don't appreciate the rule of law, and where its citizens are so preoccupied by my thief and your thief. That's the syndrome we suffer from. While it's actually prevalent across the length and breadth of Nigeria, it would seem that some of my brethren from the Southeast display it quite so fervently and so publicly. It reminds me of the incident of Stella Odua. That was when I first started getting very, as I've been always very interested in Nigerian politics. I've always been an observer. But I can remember this Stella Odua incident very, very clearly. She had evidently misappropriated public funds. I believe she had herself and a permanent secretary had misappropriated funds in the refurbishment of a number of airports. I think the Enugu airport was one of them. She'd also misappropriated funds by buying 2 bulletproof vehicles at overinflated prices. Koshtaris Group was involved.
Why is everybody's connection so quirky today? Your connection is quite quirky.
Really? I think it's rather stable. But,
all right, carry on. Yeah.
So going forward, what I'm trying to say is we are so preoccupied with my thief, your thief syndrome. The real issue is not that Nnamdi Kanu did not commit a crime. And the real issue is not that he is not guilty of the crime he's committed. And the real issue is not that the sentence is appropriate. The law defines very clearly what the crime he has committed. I'm not aware of the Nnamdi Kanu's crimes. Sometimes in 2014, I believe, in the year 2014 going to 2015, I came across the Radio Biafra London channel on an internet app I used to listen to Wazobia Radio at the time, and then I used to listen to it for hours. 2 p.m. bang on, Nnamdi Kanu will come on. There's a lady and a man that used to run the show. They used to do different stuff. And he'd come on and he'll spill all sorts of gibberish. He'll accuse the Hausa and the Fulani and the Yoruba of everything, or this and that. He'll call them sabos. Sabos was what he used to call them. All the co-conspirators and all the saboteurs that were Igbo as well, they should be caught up. Their children should be kidnapped. they should be fined and this and that, and it would go on for hours and hours and hours. Oh, IBB Abacha, they're the demon spawn, and all the Yoruba people, and this and that and that and that. It would go on for hours, spewing all sorts of nonsense, poisoning the minds of everybody, all the Igbos, everything that ever happened to the Igbos, the fault of the Igbos, of the Yorubas, the Hausas, and even the South people, if they don't get in line, will take over their land, will pile on them, or their all sorts. It was just all sorts of disgusting nonsense. I listened to it, and I listened to it live. This is not something someone told me about. Unfortunately, the phone which I used to use at the time, the phone is gone dead right now. I've been trying to get the phone to power on. Hopefully, I have some recordings. I think I took some recordings. The app allowed you to record some stuff, and it was just vile, So this is not something I'm not aware of. I experienced it firsthand. The real issue is the idea that I've always discussed this stuff about on this channel about universal justice. It's this: the government needs to take this opportunity to apply universal justice. Okay? No more pardoning bandits. No more pardoning kidnappers. There's no repentant bandits. There's no repentant kidnappers. Let them go and repent in prison. That is why it's called a correctional facility. We will correct your madness there, including Kanu. So let Kanu go to prison and go and join hands with all the bandits, all the Boko Haramists. They are co-travelers. There's no difference between him and them. Let them go there and make merry in prison. Add labor. Let them split rocks. Put them on the highways to repair the highways. Maybe it's time for us to have gang chains. Have them all chained up on the side of the highway doing hard labor. It's time for us in this world to actually correct madness. And maybe it should start with Nnamdi Kanu, because that man is unrepentant. Look at how he was behaving in court yesterday. Even if you believe the judge is an absolute thief, you've caught him his hands in the court.
Okay, what happened? I think I wrote dropped. I will come back to finish your submission. As we wait for Aro to reconnect, we're going to be a bit rigid with the 5 minutes now. We go to Akim. No more than 5 minutes. We go to enigmatic to Niger, and then Africa. So we're being a bit rigid with the time just because of the people waiting. Akim, floor is yours.
Man, good afternoon. Is it people that is squeaky, or is it yourself that is squeaky? Because I keep hearing that squeakiness from your side, one man.
Yes, I think it may well be my. Oh, what happened? Oh. What's happening? People are dropping. People are in the. All right. All right. Let's go to Niger. To Niger, 5 minutes. Tell me the quality of my audio. To Niger, 5 minutes. To Niger, are you there? Can anyone hear me?
Yes. I can hear you.
All right. Okay. You take the floor.
I'm here.
Oh, yes. To Niger, 5 minutes.
Niger is using the Queen Internet, so usually they have problem.
Yes, I think I'm going to have to change my my microphone. I bought a one-piece something, but it's not working quite well. But to Niger, give us 5 minutes on the going on Nnamdi Kanu, the subject matter. To Niger.
Yeah, greetings, one man, thank you for having me here, and greetings to all the panelists, and the chat and the viewers. In terms of the conviction, this is been a long time coming. It should have happened a while ago, which makes it seem a little bit, people started questioning the legality of the case itself. But it's quite evident that he wasn't entirely innocent of any offense in terms of, if you look at the pronouncement and the things that he has said. He's literally said he's strengthening Nigeria himself. And what I always ask people that say that he is innocent, he hasn't done anything, or they will say, oh, how about these other people? How about these other people? I always ask them, one, the countries you are in, many of you that are overseas, have you seen anybody that will say that about their nation and get away with it? Have you ever seen anyone? They don't. Because that's a very, very serious thing to be saying. And then I also ask Nigerians, are you saying because this person is not punished, then that other person should not be punished? Have you tried to play that? Have you tried to play that scenario, how it works? Okay, because that person is not punished. Okay, how about the person that just hit somebody and they hit and run? That person should not be punished too. How about the murderer? They should not be punished because this one is not punished. It's like, it's a recipe for anarchy. Nigerians are seeking a perfection where you will never have it. You have a country that is ailing from so many things, barely enough money to go around, and you expect perfection. And for me, it's a very, very simple matter. He did something wrong. He should be held accountable. I even saw a video where I was shocked, to be fair. Adiola was playing it, that a judge was begging him in court. He tried that in any Western nation. Before your head will swing, you will be in jail. But Nigerians don't have rules. They don't follow rules. It's like we are like, so that we behave like children. I say this because in the UK, there are 1-point-something million criminal conviction every year. 1-point-something million in the UK. With a lot of wealth, by the way. They have a lot of money. Yet they have that much convictions, criminal conviction, not civil, criminal convictions every year. In Nigeria, about 30,000. You wonder why the people don't see any point in law? They don't follow law. And we have far more people in Nigeria than the UK. I don't understand why people just keep defending. Can you just say, okay, fine, let's agree. He did something wrong, and say, okay, maybe he should seek amnesty. Maybe he too should compromise and say, you know what, I'm not going to follow this violent path. I'm not going to follow this violent rhetoric anymore. I'm going to try to, tone myself down and actually fight for what I want in a peaceful manner. Like every other politician does, you try to do it in a peaceful manner or seek referendum, something like that. If you ask me, many Nigerians that sympathize with his way of thinking, they will support it. Given everything that's been happening in Nigeria with headers attack and all this, many people will feel sympathy for his point of view. But instead, he goes in the direction of you against us all the time. This you against us mentality that we have, we need to calm down. And people need to call spades what it is. If somebody does something wrong, no matter who it is, you should hold them accountable. Sometimes, yes, I understand the frustration that other people have not been held accountable in the same way, but it doesn't mean you should let this one go. There is no perfect jurisdiction in this world. You will always have problems, and Nigeria have them in spades. So let's not make a big fuss about him being convicted. I think he was rightly convicted. The question now is the political element. Will he kick in to try to settle this matter? If they can kick in to settle this matter in a way that he compromises and they're able to meet in the middle ground. After all, Asare Dokubo was once in jail and they were able to settle with him and he came out. They had an agreement. And I truly believe the federal government should reach out to the Southeast in terms of trying to talk to them about their grievances. I don't know why they have not done that, because they did that with many, many groups.
To Niger, afternoon.
Yeah.
Can I just pose a question to you? Don't you think that if you use a political solution in dealing with this, that you then risk, like we have seen in the past and like we see now, you risk a federal government risks being caught up in the future, because worse things are going to happen in the future. It's possible that a terrorist or one of the leaders of the Boko Haram would seek the same political solution. So where do we put a stop to this political solution? A man has committed a crime, a very, very terrible crime, heinous crime. There's no part of the world, not the United States, nor the United Kingdom, where a man will commit such a crime and would ever see the light of day or even have the chance to ask for political solution. Thank you.
I hear your argument.
Three more.
Yeah, thank you for
3 more
that.
minutes. Yeah.
I hear your argument, but from what I've seen in Nigeria, it seems to work. If you come to an amicable agreement between the federal government and the federal government actually makes an effort, like in the case of the South, they did make an effort, and to an extent, even the Southwest has been pacified to an extent. So if you make a gesture to a people, and you can, Nigeria has shown that they have the capacity to do these things. And maybe, like you said, maybe it's part of the reason why they feel they can do this in Nigeria and get away with it. Because I always say that why should the federal government always look at settling with bandits and criminals all the time instead of actually securing the nation? Many of us sit in countries where we call law enforcement and they will show up within 15 minutes. If there's an emergency, you will see gun officers there very, very quickly. But in Nigeria, there is nobody to protect all these people in the remote areas. And they don't want to. When you tell Nigerians to do it, they keep dragging their leg. Many of us here were part of the people fighting me that they should not do all this thing. Now Trump is trying to bomb Nigeria. And Nnamdi Kanu has been convicted now. So what do you want to do? Burn the country? I'm not in support of anybody that's saying, oh, let's go to violent solution. No. If somebody breaks the law, you should hold them accountable, period. No matter where direction they come from. Yes, it's not perfect, but criminals are criminals. And if you can catch one, catch that one. If you keep saying because the other one got away, you are going to let this one go away, that is anarchy. It's not optional. It's not even an option. You shouldn't even go in that direction. You always have to punish people that have done wrong. But if you want to deal with it peacefully too, if you want to reach an agreement, which I don't think is unheard of in Nigeria, it's not impossible. I don't think if you have I don't see anybody in the Nigerian government that has had an agreement with that has reneged on it. Even as Dokubo has not reneged on his agreement, that is the Niger Delta, they've not reneged on the agreement. Neither has the Nigerian government. I think the Nigerian government did renege. They didn't pay their school fees and all of it. But they never went back to what they were doing before. So I think the Southeast is only fair, given that they talk about all the repentant Boko Haram and all the rest. It's only fair and only proper to reach out to them and see where what their issues are. I don't know why that is even controversial. Nigerians have been doing this forever, but the government, while they are doing all this, they should secure the nation. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellent Tuniger, of course, a voice known to man and beast. So that's our Tuniger right there. We're inimitable. There's only one of one Tuniger. So one of one Tuniger. We go back to Akim, who had the floor and then he dropped. So Akim, we're being rigid with the time, as I said, 5 minutes, and then we'll move it around fairly quickly. Akim, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, man. I hope the whole thing is working fine now. I don't know what happened in there. I was about to start speaking and the thing went down. So greetings to everybody on the platform. One man, I watched your clip from the beginning when you were analyzing. But look, none of these things are new at all. Everybody, if you want to be honest with yourself, and I've said it several times, like we can always say that Nnamdi Kanu did wrong. So to say for those people that say, "Oh, what did he do? What did he do?" No, like I don't want to subscribe to that. Well, he did wrong. He did a lot of wrong. He did a lot of nonsense. But I would have hoped that we didn't have to come this far with all this prosecution and all of those things. The beginning of it for me, he did nothing wrong. Agitating is not a problem. I think from when he got arrested the first time and got bail, it took it to a different level from that point. And I've seen people saying Sunday Igboho is walking free. Like, come on, man! Like, what we cannot be making this kind of comparison, man. You all saw Sunday Igboho and you saw what he stood for. At no point did he ever call for policemen to be by or police station to be burned down. He was just calling for the liberalization of the lands. That's all. And that was where Nnamdi Kanu started. And trust me, nobody has problem with that. Some people are still making it sound like that was what got him into trouble, or that is where he find himself today. No, Nnamdi Kanu was arrested, granted bail, there were bail conditions attached to his bail, which he violated. And people try to just form, like according to Goodluck Jonathan, people act as if they were sleeping. You cannot wake them up because they decide if they want to wake up or not. You cannot come here and say the guy didn't do anything. What did he do? No, he did a lot of shit. But should he be sent to jail? Looking at, like, in my opinion, I think they should have looked for a political solution to sort the whole thing out and let him go. Because where I have issues with all this Nnamdi Kanu life sentence is the double standard that the government is applying. On one hand, we are rehabilitating some people, right, who we know are actually buying people, demolishing people, uh, destroying communities. And then on the other hand, we are saying there's no forgiveness for the other side. And we cannot operate that level of double standard. How many times have we heard that there's leaders from the other side captured with big personality and a big trial like we seen with Nnamdi Kanu, and then in the end they got convicted? We don't hear these things. In fact, they are inviting them to governors' palaces, traditional leaders' palaces for negotiations. Some of them, they are turbaning them. And these people are even as dangerous as Nnamdi Kanu, if not even worse. So government cannot be seen to be applying double standard in terms of justice when it comes to the justice of the land. If you are going to be so harsh on one side, you have to be harsh on everybody. But if you are showing leniency to one side, then I would have expected that they also pass that leniency across to someone like Nnamdi Kanu. It's okay. Samuel Nekpa is been heard by the Finnish government. The government could have gone to Nnamdi Kanu and said, look, we need your collaboration, we need your cooperation, we understand your grievances, but we want to work with you to help to develop the region, or to help to impact that region positively. They could have spoke, not like, don't just walk, speak to him. Look, we're going to let you go, but we don't want any trouble anymore. There's no need for the loss of life in that region or in any part of Nigeria, but we need your collaboration and stuff. That's it. You work with them, and then the whole thing is done. We don't need to be going through all of this nonsense. My own position is that you can always call on both sides. Nnamdi Kanu did wrong, but I think the government shouldn't go this far as to sending the guy to prison for life. I think the time he has spent is enough. I even thought the Buhari government was too harsh in the beginning with the arrest. There was no need for him to be arrested the first time. That first time, I think they made
Two more minutes, Hakim. 2 more minutes.
yeah, they made something out of nothing. The man was doing his Radio Biafra, agitating for separation of the Southeast. Like, why do you need to arrest somebody for that? Like, they even tried to arrest Sunday Igboho for what? What did Sunday Igboho do wrong that time that they went to Bogo his house for? Tried to arrest him overnight. If not, the guy was lucky to be able to escape. He probably would have been in the same situation today. So I think sometimes the government is just they're too strong-handed in the way they handle certain situations. And I was expecting Tinubu, and I was expecting the Tinubu government to have come out to have channeled a different course from the way Buhari was doing this and handling this Nnamdi Kanu matter. But to my surprise, I'm surprised that he still he let the whole case went ahead. Like, when he came in and then they dropped the Showore case, the Showore charges, and I was okay, that's good. And I thought maybe okay, Nnamdi Kanu will be next. Well, to my surprise, he allowed the whole thing to go all the way. Like, I'm not in any way in favor of this nonsense people talking about Yoruba judges, Yoruba president. It's just stupid. There's no need for this kind of conversation. Try to make it about Yoruba thing. No, it's nonsense. There's no need for it. But I understand why the president should have been able to let the guy go. There was no need for all of this. So you're going to create a situation whereby it leads to more division in the country, which you don't need. You're already dealing with a lot of international issues when it comes to Trump and all of this nonsense, you know. So
All right. Thank you, Hakim. Stay with us, Hakim. As soon as everybody has spoken, we'll open it up to a more general conversation. We'll take it in the direction of Africa next, and then enigmatic. Africa, Europe next. The Nnamdi Kanu situation. Your thoughts?
Greetings to everyone, to Niger, One Man, and everyone on the platform. One Man, again, thank you for letting me in. Nigerians, thank you for letting me in into your topic. The reason why I actually met you guys and knew about you guys, Nnamdi Kanu is one of the people that actually led, me into going online and actually getting involved in somebody to debunk some of the propaganda. I mean, me myself, I've been, with you guys like Night to Niger and in Kaiser show and One Man, because that was the platform also, to debunk some of this stuff. I mean, a freedom of speech is not freedom to incite; is an international factor. Just because you got the freedom to open a radio station and broadcast it, maybe somewhere locally, or internationally, if you're inciting certain group of people, you'll be arrested and prosecuted. It's a global factor. One man, have you remember the guy called Abu Hamza in Finsbury Park?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Did Abu Hamza physically killed anyone, or he incited people to unleash terrorism in this country?
I think it was it was an instigator, wasn't he? Well, carry
Yeah,
on.
yeah. He actually forced the British government to actually change the law to get rid of him. He's, the guy, I'm sorry to say this. I know another man terrorist is another man hero. I can hear that in the sound of my brothers from the Southeast, and I can feel their pain because, as I mentioned the other day, something need to be done, in terms of the history where you guys came from for certain people to feel like the way they are at the moment, because that's something need to be done, but that's the future. But however, you shouldn't be supporting any leader, just like how I always came out here and I spoke against, the atrocities, some of my people are causing, even though I have nothing to do with it. But as a decent human being that got a heart, you need to stand up to what's right, and it's a factor. I understand you guys are grieving over him being detained and being prosecuted, and the way it was done as well publicly. I can understand, if you see that as your leader, you're gonna feel emotional about it. There's no doubt. But what he did was clearly actually wrong. It was criminal. And if we got to start somewhere, we got to start with things like that, because also it actually have led to the Nigerian government that the guy, not only that, he's actually instigating foreign, forces, like, he's lobbying like other groups, and he's like, he always banging on about Israel, and he's always banging on about, it's very anti-British also. And he have made threat to foreign countries and embassy. That's very dangerous, man. That's really dangerous. And can you imagine if you probably would have been coming back to the UK, and with all this evidence that comes out, the UK government would basically would have been arrested. He would have been arrested if he ever was to come back, because the Nigerian government will show that evidence to the British government, and he will be arrested. So I think the sentence that he was given, I think the Nigerian government, the judiciary, talked well about it, and there wasn't that harsh. Let's be honest, 20 years, for someone that instigate, such atrocities and killed his own people, regardless whether they're Igbo, the Fulani, or the Hausa, the Yoruba. Life is life. If you instigate killing, you need to be punished for it, and that need to stop. And also, these guys are actually so-called Boko Haram, or cattle, the Fulani herders, or whatever. Whoever got captured, whoever got arrested by the Nigerian government, by the system, they should be punished on the same level. No one should get away with it. And I do commend the government for doing this. This thing, what they've done now, is actually setting a
2 more minutes now. 2 more minutes.
no problem. They're actually setting the standard of how activism should be like. If you want to be an activist, do it a different way. Look at, what's his name? I don't know him very well, but look at Sore. I might not like his style of politics, but he's an activist, and he moves with lawyers. He makes sure, even if he break the law, according to right? It's not what I mean. According to he break the law in a way where it's not going to land himself into serious problem. It's all about balance. Activism is not a problem. People who agitate to want to have their own nation or stuff like that, but you need to know how to do it. A lot of countries have achieved this by basically doing it peacefully, and some countries have achieved this by doing it with violence, and it doesn't end well. I'm not going to take all the 2 minute one man, so I'll leave it as that. Yeah, but thank you for letting me in.
Oh, all right, Bill, and that's the excellent Al, of course, a well-documented voice on this platform. Somebody in the comment section is actually referencing the Adeyinka grandson incident, who was arrested and jailed in the United Kingdom for inciting against the Southeasterners. So there's copious examples. We go on from you to enigmatic Hondi.
All right. Thank you, Maman. My regards to everyone on the platform. Finally, Nnamdi Kanu. So I consider that judgment, right? I think I mentioned it somewhere yesterday. That's an absolute miscarriage of justice. Nnamdi Kanu deserves a death sentence by stoning. They need to stone him until he breathes his last. That's what he deserves from what he did. If I mean, this is common sense, you know. Until Samuel Epa turned against them, they were supporting him. Eventually, Samuel Epa I think he got convicted. Somebody who did lesser evil, and that is Kanu's mentee, is convicted, and you want this one to walk free in Nigeria. And this has actually shown us that a lot of them were actually supporting him. They were closeted, you know, secretly supporting him. Now they are all over the place. Even the ones that claims to be highly educated among them seems to be, where they need to understand this type of country that we found ourselves, right? Because and this has been their accolades most of the time, and we keep warning them. They are so focused on other people while neglecting their own. They will be focused, pointing fingers, trying to liberate other people, but they are not liberating themselves. When you want to say the Northerners are doing this, why are we getting the short stick of the short?
Sorry, enigmatic. Sorry, enigmatic. To Niger, check private chat. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, why are we getting treated like this? Does that give you the license to do what they do? Even look at this in this way, one man. You understand the fact that until things are right, or probably until you get things right, you cannot rule your life by the projection of other people's life. You cannot walk on other people's track or shoes. For the fact that other leaders in other regions are doing that, must you go the same route, even if it is illegal? You live in diaspora. For the fact that you will see a black man and a white man commit the same crime. A white man may probably walk free. You as a black man will not walk free. Doesn't mean you are going to do the same thing that a white man does, or for the fact that white man will walk free, you have to do the same silly stuff, and then you want to complain that the system does not favor you. So this is the silly excuse that they give. At least we appreciate the fact that they are not lying that this guy did not do what he did. Their excuses in the north, they are doing this. Why are we getting this? And they want to say Igbo this, Igbo that. Did Igbo kill anybody? Did Igbo call anybody to any state apparatus, agency, or military to be killed? Even the people from that region support him. It was the people of that region that actually even handed him over to the government. We saw how Sheyi Makinde dealt and handled the situation in Oyo State the last time. It was the people that were pointing fingers to, this is their family house, this is their ancestral home. They demolish all those things. But when you have the culture of see no evil, say no evil, this is the result. And you cannot continue to hold an entire country ransom. The judge was actually that it was actually they need to appreciate the magnanimity of the judge because they all want to claim sinner climb. What that guy did in court yesterday would, if you live in the U.S., those people who live in the U.S. Would you see the light of the day if you do that in the next second? All those nonsense. You are facing a judge and you are telling the judge he doesn't know law. You face a lawyer, you tell the lawyer that God will punish you. Even your own legal team, you are slapping your legal team when I'm talking. You don't talk. Shut up in the court. Can you imagine that? No remorse, right? No remorse. He was so full of his grandiosity and this narcissism attitude. Never, that delusion of grandeur. He never learns, and they need to tap themselves out of their intellectual parody, right? The belligerent charade that they always try to, try to. The entire nation, they know the fact. You cannot say this. They cannot. You cannot continue to say the Yoruba. You don't. You did not sign any pact or any contract with Yorubas for Yorubas to love you, or Yoruba or for you to love Yoruba. The same thing with the North. So you're having problem with the North. You're having problem with the South. You have to face yourself and look at yourself. What is actually the problem? What is actually the problem? It's not about Nigeria's problem. They say Ndibo was sentenced. Are you here on the platform as an Ndibo? Were you sentenced? Did anybody sentence you yesterday? Nnamdi Kanu was sentenced. The terrorist was sentenced. If you feel you've been sentenced the same way with Nnamdi Kanu, then travel to Nigeria, buy a ticket, travel to Nigeria, and go and sleep in Kuje prison if you've been sentenced. And this is the failure of leadership from that part, right? The leaders, they even they even behave poorly, badly, even than the youth. They lie to the youth. They lie to them about their history, about how things have been. You will see somebody in our age group who did not even live to see the menace of to even witness Biafra war or all those silliness. They will be so consumed because they've been told a lot of bad stories. They've basically badly reshaped the idea about their country, and they carry it all over the place. In the next 10 years, in the next 20 years, don't be surprised that they will twist the story that Nigeria in 20 years ago or 30 years ago there was an Igbo man that the entire country did not allow to become president. When they will be twisting Peter Obi's story. In the next 40 years, they'll be twisting this Nnamdi Kanu story. That's why they twist everything and they twist it every time.
Enigmatic. You carry on, but let me drop Ola takes over. Carry on.
Yeah, it gets to a time that they need to be serious and be realistic and stop telling themselves the lies. They really need to get to. They need to take a step from that nebulous narrative, from the inanities of those fake, and then the fake outrage every time. They always want to oversimplify their own problem while trying to liberate other people. And we keep telling them, what is your problem with other people when you are not taking care of your own issues? Don't you know how many of them that is out of their region because of Nnamdi Kanu? How many of them pour into Southwest every day? How many of them pour into the North every day? Right? Nobody tells you cannot, secede from a country. I even want Yoruba, the Southwest, to completely secede from Nigeria now. But you have to do it the right way. You have leaders. There's a legal way to actually say you want to leave a country. Referendum. They'll be telling them that. Don't pretend. The northern people, they are not going to do the job of referendum for you. The Southwest, we are not going to do your job for you. Go and do it for yourself. That's why you have leaders. And when you are serious to actually say you want to leave the country, show the seriousness beyond pretending and beyond the facade of all this victimhood every time. Show the seriousness first. Can you guys leave? Can you leave if they say Biafra today now? Biafra, say Biafra today, all of you go. Will you leave Lagos State? Will you leave the entire Southwest? Will you move back to your Southeast? Would you leave the Kano State and the entire North to move back to your Southeast? And let's see you are serious. Let's see you are serious for once. Even during Christmas, you guys go home and spend one week and in an entire year, and you quickly run out of that place and go back to other regions of the country. but you are the only one who is always playing the victim. Every other region has been magnanimous to you guys. Nnamdi Kanu killed people. If you did not see anything that Nnamdi Kanu did, he killed Professor Akuyeli's husband on the street of Onitsha, live there. And you guys are playing games. If you want to play game, Nigeria will not play game with you. And Nigeria is not stopping you guys from moving away from Nigeria. But first of all, before you start saying you want to show seriousness, show the seriousness. Move away completely. Today, carry your kayak, carry everything completely from all the regions and go back to that region. Let's see how serious you are. Tell your senators. The guy was he had an opportunity. How could you are facing a terrorism charge, a capital charge. You fired all your legal representatives. Kanu Agabi, an ex Attorney General of the Federation, you fired him. Onyeshi Ikpe as one of the best prosecutors in the country. You fired him. You fired almost 6 of your sons. Aloy Ejimako and Maxwell, who are content creating lawyers. They are on your team, and they even had time to even speak for maybe 5 minutes yesterday. The two of them couldn't say anything. Shortly after that, they came to their Facebook and their Instagram, Twitter, not writing nonsense again. You put your life in the hands of those comic lawyers. You are not. This is not game. This is not a game. It's your life, and you cannot hold Nigeria accountable or Nigeria responsible for you to have made a very bad choice. Everybody supports you want to leave, but do it the right way. If the Southwest want to leave today, they will do it the right way. Nobody is going to go the way of an illiterate like Boho saying everybody. No, we will do it the right way. We'll submit referendum. We'll call the people that needs to be called. We'll organize ourselves. We submit referendum to the National Assembly, and we live easily. And we'll cut our path with Nigeria, and we will know that we are not disturbing any part of the other country. Not that all of you will stay in Lagos State. All of you will stay in Kano State. You'll be saying you want Biafra. They should come and give you Biafra. You want an Hausa person to submit your Biafra referendum for you. You want a Yoruba person to submit your Biafra referendum for you, and you are not pulling a hand. Shebi Nnamdi Kanu has been slammed now, but you said you are going to organize 2 million Nigeria will born, and we tell you guys, right? Nigeria Nigeria will keep moving on. If you like, continue to drag yourself in the mud. Nigeria will keep moving on. Nnamdi Kanu is a British citizen, and I believe with this his terrorism charge, he's going to revoke. They're going to revoke his citizenship. What he did yesterday, or what he's been doing, the silliness he's been doing over the years in the court, he wouldn't try that in the UK. He wouldn't in the UK with any of the UK court or of any of the UK judges. It is only in Nigeria that we take all those silliness, and you guys are still crying. Why are you crying particularly? Did anybody tell you not to leave Nigeria? Did anybody tell you not to leave Kano State? Did anybody tell if you leave Lagos State today, do they know if you leave? So why are you threatening the country that? And then the most silly part is all of them are coming that Tinubu is going to lose election in Southeast. Did you vote for Tinubu the last time? Did you not vote for Peter Obi 98% of the election in Southeast? Are you guys not aware that you are not relevant nationally in national presidential election in Nigeria? So why are you trying to threaten Tinubu for politics? Tinubu does not need your vote. APC does not need your vote. Tinubu is going to be re-elected. Slam dunk. He's going to be the president of 2024. Slam dunk.
Sorry, enigmatic. So I don't know. I think it's 5 minutes. Who are those people that are here to speak so that we can?
Yeah, let me round up and go.
arrange this?
They just need to stop all this threat. Even if you took your
If you
threat,
can give me 3 minutes, I really appreciate it.
you go as far as threatening Tinubu. Did Tinubu need your vote in 2023? Did you not put your vote for your guy? Is it going to stop Tinubu from vote? Tinubu had miserable 127,000 votes in the entire vote. Even your closest neighbor, the South, they gave Tinubu almost 900,000 votes. Did that stop Buhari from becoming president twice? He lost twice in the Southeast. Tinubu lost in the last election. He's going to lose again in 2027 in the Southeast, and he's still going to be re-elected. So you guys should go back home and take care of your problem. Focus on yourself and leave other regions. You don't take care of your home. You are focused trying to liberate others. And when they slam your head, you'll be crying all over the place. Okay, I'll go, I beg.
All right, thank you, enigmatic. So, who's the next on the line? Is it Dewale or
Yeah, let me just chip in just 2 minutes. I have less than 3 minutes actually.
Enigmatic,
Good morning. Huh? Just
let's Dewale speak, please?
I really appreciate it. Thank you, brother. I won't spend much time, just 3 minutes. Like I said yesterday, I'm glad that this nightmare is being put to rest. What started in 2015, actually, when it was picked up for the first time. Uh, Now, almost a decade in between, now you have a conclusion of this. Somebody suggested that they should have allowed the Britain to try him for this offense. Well, remember, he was picked up during the Buhari government. If it were to be this administration, perhaps they will have, collaborate with the British government to see how they can work together to put him to justice. But of course, he was arrested. He was even given a second chance. And after he left, he jumped bail. And somebody said, well, he did the right thing because his life was at stake. Well, remember, other charges were added, I believe, in 2016 or 2017 when he jumped bail. And since then, he's been doing acrobatic one dance or the other, trying to find, some silly excuse. One thing, at first, he accused the judge that the judge should excuse herself. And then this time around again, you have a Yoruba judge. And all these narratives, just like Enigmatic said, this guy, I don't know the rationale behind him debriefing all his legal counsel. I've never seen that. Maybe he thought this was a joke. I don't think this guy is mentally stable, to be honest. I'm not a psychiatrist, but it seems he's not stable mentally. Nobody does that, especially when you know what you've done, what your voice have done in your own line. I was watching a video this morning, and somebody was narrating a story about how his own family became a victim of this stupid guy. He is his own father. His mother was sick, and his father decided to take up their business by selling my. So he was supplying policemen. He would always go take the my to their barracks. On the day this guy, Kanu's man, strike at that police station, his father was shot to the point that he could not even recognize him anymore. And you have somebody like that to support, same person from the southeast to support this guy's movement. It's never going to be possible. How do you harm the same people you said you were liberating? Well, I'm glad this has been put to rest. So now, whatever um, political solution they are calling for, they can now begin to lobby the presidency. It's not even possible. You have somebody standing a trial, and you want the presidency to just say, you know what, by executive order, this guy should be let go. It's not done. It's not done. The trial has to be concluded. The case has to be litigated and then adjudicated. Then the government can now step and say, you know what, you are being pardoned, or your sentence is being commuted. But you see, these ethnic bias and all that always becloud people's judgment. I don't know. It won't take us anywhere. Just like Enigmatic said, a whole governor, a state governor, extinguished that fire that was burning in your state the other day when one of those hungry looking people saying they were clamoring for Yoruba Nation. Yoruba Nation to where? You have your caseman in Aso Rock. Which nation are you clamoring for? Then take your fight to his doorstep and say, now that you are there, now we want you to do this for us. And put a stop to that nonsense. But yet they couldn't do it. People cannot speak up. A whole village was ransacked in the southeast. It's unfortunate. But you know what? I don't think that, because sometimes we have to apply some wisdom. Giving him a death sentence would have um, increased this, what is going on there. I think this life sentence is good. One, the presidency, maybe through pardon or whatever, can commute or reduce it to maybe 20 years, 15 years. The comparison doesn't even align, to be honest. It doesn't. This guy, honestly, I think the government, I'm talking about the federal government through the Ministry of what do you call them? Internal Affairs. This internal affair that is overseeing the correctional centers should take him to psychiatric evaluation. They need to check him. This guy is not stable. I'm serious. No sane person who is standing a trial as huge as that trial as cases will dismiss all his legal counsels. I mean, you know how many people that have been representing this idiot for a very long time doing it pro bono or whoever is bankrolling him, and yet here we found ourselves. I'm glad he's been convicted. At least we can now to rest. At least Omotosho can move from there to another case. Okay, and that's my own contribution. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Diwali. Who is the next on the line? Who is yet to take his
I
five
think if
minutes?
we have to go by round by round, it's going to be Kenny, and after Kenny, it's going to be me. Then from there, I've forgotten how it goes. I think Arrow dig it by right. So,
Okay, if there's nobody to say anything, I have something to say.
Now let me okay, say what you say, don't worry, I'll talk later, I'll say something later, I'll just
Okay. See, the thing is this. I think as citizens of Nigeria, we need to get serious, to be honest, because I've seen people try to say we should use political solution without trying to see the situation around. And one of the situations around that we are well aware of is if Samuel Epa was committed far away outside the country. So it is only showing that even the external people, those that are external to Nigeria, they are taking our matter even more seriously than us in Nigeria. So if and we need these people if we must win our war against insecurity, because some people cannot be helping us while we refuse to help ourselves. Yes, we can't say because some idiots are trying to reform terrorists, and we now say because of that, the other terrorists, we should now find some kind of justification. It doesn't align. Our energy should rather be channeled to say to making sure that the terrorists from the north that are being pacified, that not only because left to a person like me, except maybe someone that call himself maybe terrorist or maybe some like bandits, you are just willingly submitting yourself. And even willingly submitting yourself, you should still be put under scrutiny. You understand? So when you catch a terrorist, the first thing just find a, because we need to find a special court for those people that some really that if a terrorist is caught within a week, finish his case, firing squad. Don't even waste the taxpayer money on putting a terrorist in a prison. Don't waste our money because it's going to be an insult for you to be taxing people and to be feeding some kind of terrorist in the prison. Talk less of giving them some kind of reform, and you are not saying you want to integrate them. How will you integrate killers into the society? And people are now looking at this wrong thing and they are now applying it to that of Kanu. When we've seen that kind of Adenyika, for example, just incitement, and it was jailed for that. And some people are still not seeing that. And it's unfortunate too that some people concentrate rather on how the judgment was delivered. They focus so much on the dictions, the English, the grammar, the syntax of whatever the honorable justice was using. Then why are we surprised that we are not going forward? We are not moving forward as a country. To me, what what Kanu got, I think it's fair. Yeah, personally, I was not expecting a death sentence for him because number one, he didn't carry the tools himself. If he had carried the tools himself, apart from inciting others, yes, maybe probably we'll be talking of death sentence. But he didn't carry the tools, so I think it's fair. The worst, the worst I should be expecting people to do is just to play that. Okay, maybe instead of life imprisonment, maybe they can reduce the sentencing. But sure, he has to be sentenced. So there's no point. I don't see why anybody, if you truly, if you are if you are not a sympathizer with criminals, I don't see why people should even be faulting the judgment. The best you can do is to plead for clemency and say, okay, maybe when he goes to the court of appeal, they can reduce the sentence. But saying it should have been and comparing him to Sunday Igboho, you will see since Sowore has been agitating. Did you ever hear that guy to say go and pie anybody? And you are not even saying pie. You are now saying even pie the people that are working for our security institution. You did that during the day of Obasanjo. God save you and your generation. It's just because we have some cowards in power now. That is why a terrorist could easily kill a brigade commander, and we still be talking of amnesty. By now, wherever they pie a brigade commander, that place will be moving toward be burnt into ashes. When did we lose our humanity? I can't just understand. That's all I have to say for now. Thank you. So Kenny, if you have anything to say before we move to the next person.
Yeah, move to the next person, please.
So who want to speak?
Say something.
No, it's my turn. Hold on. Tuna, come down. Tuna, it's not your turn yet. We are going to according to Kenny, didn't want to speak. It's my turn.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I've spoken before. This is a second round right now. So everybody have a privilege to speak. So I'm not gonna come here.
No, don't let us make it second round. People can interject because I don't want so.
Okay, you can ask me a question, but if I allow you to interject, you can interject. So let's make it like that. I have a privilege.
Yeah, people
to say
can
no.
interject. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me begin. I made a statement, and I told you all before that this is a political trial and it's a political action. And I give you my reasons. So I'm not going to go back and repeat that. But let me pivot to what I'm saying. I never come here and say that Nnamdi Kanu did not commit any crime. So let's put that aside. The problem I have was the application of law, which has a political connotation to it, which make the law in Nigeria very uneven. Why am I saying this? Let's take the case of Nnamdi Kanu, for example. We know we practice the common law, which we inherited from the British, and common law for felony or any kind of crime of this magnitude has to be based on precedent. Right. But in Nigerian case, judge, with previous case, for you to, you have to you have to look at the previous case similar to guide you in sentencing of any kind of crime that we have. That's where I have an issue when it comes to this Nnamdi Kanu, because justice for one is justice for all. Whatever you do for the other person, do it for the other person. You can't use Nnamdi Kanu as a president when there has been many crimes committed that you should have used as a president to sentence or judge him.
Okay, comparable file. This is the first question for you. Who are those comparable criminals? So, because you have to be specific.
Okay. What was Nnamdi Kanu committed? Terrorist, right? Based on what? Is that by carrying the action or by inciting? Can you answer that?
Okay. He incited people,
okay.
And then people were calling him back to give feedback.
I'm not saying
so
that's right.
Hold on. It was incitement, and people were feeding him back, and he was even teaching people how to make a bomb. He was teaching people, he was telling people that he wanted to air the number of police and the military pie. and someone was even reported how they've
Ola, you
already
don't have to
burned the
tell me
police
all
station.
this. You already,
Hold
you
on,
already,
hold on.
you already narrated them.
They,
So everybody
they
knows
now
about it.
hold on.
Everybody
They,
in this platform is
now some
educated.
people now
You know what
went
you
ahead
said.
to
You don't
now
have to.
wait now.
You don't have
They
to
now
really
went
get it. It's
ahead.
not necessary.
Okay, so what are you now talking about now? Give another person that incited people and that now own up to doing all those stuff. Because basically, Nnamdi Kanu was owing up to doing all those things by even coordinating. And he had there are digital footprints.
But the
So who
bottom
are
line,
other people?
let's stick with the fact, okay? Don't bring your own
No,
narrative
we are
here.
staying with the facts. We are staying with the
No,
facts. So
no,
who
just
are other people?
calm down. It's my town. You can count on me. Let's speak with the fact. The
Okay.
fact is here that Nnamdi Kanu was, was charged and sentenced to life imprisonment for inciting terrorists. You can call it bomb making or sit at home and other. They all for the same category: incitement, instigating. You can use any word. That's what you were charged. But I'm trying to give the law. I'm not a lawyer, but I have a common sense.
Man of prestige, please don't forget. Man of prestige, don't forget that I was also charged for importing without license,
All part of
telecommunications.
investigation.
So yeah, no, well that's a different charge. There's 7 different charges for which he was charged and he was found guilty of all seven.
Let me go on with my narrative, not to lose my thought. I was going somewhere, but y'all don't want to let me land. I was trying to find a precedent, and I want somebody here, even a lawyer or whatever you call yourself, to come and give me an instance where there's a precedent to this. You don't know, like I said, there's a precedent, for you to do for you to charge anybody. That's what we practice. We practice a common law, that you have to, code that you have to use a precedent for you to make any kind of judgment. And how long have we been in existence? 64 years? Are you going to tell me there's no precedent for you to use to make this kind of judgment? Tell me anybody that have incited, incited the terrorist act that was sentenced. Can anybody? I'm challenging anybody here to pull out. I'm not talking about terrorists or whatever, but incitement. Let somebody challenge me on that. I will take my word back. I'm not talking about terrorists. So let the fact takers here, everybody go to whatever you want to do, and bring it out. Then we can go from there. That is the angle I'm coming from. That this is not it's a political trial and a political action. That's the way I look at it. The judgment has to follow a precedent. Then if we have anything like this has happened, even the people that actually perpetuate, the terrorism that has the action, they are being forgiven. They are being reintegrated into the country. What have you done to them? You forgive them. Some of them you give them like 3
Okay.
years, the
Since you
most,
ask
or
a
whatever.
question,
I can
let
even
me
give you
help
an
you.
instances, about 40.
Hold on. Oh, let me help you since you asked a question. Chief Obafemi Awolowo was sentenced to life imprisonment, and incitement was part of the charges. Apart treasonable felony, incitement, so they were all part of the charges, and he was sentenced to life imprisonment. Are you okay with that?
What was it? I need to find out, just because he said it. I know he was
No,
sentenced.
okay. At least I gave you an example now. You understand? Incitement, it was part of it. Inciting the Western region House of Assembly crisis, making statements that were said to encourage rebellion, influencing supporters to take actions against the federal government and regional authorities. It's written. So when you say something, sometimes you think we don't have facts. I said there are.
I told you, teacher. I told you if you have the information, you bring it out. It's not
Yeah, do you
challenge
want me
you.
to show you? Do you want me to project it for you to see?
Yes. No, you don't have to give it to me. I have a word.
Okay, so I'll give you an example.
No.
Let's work with the example now. So
I can give
Chief Obafemi
that's
Awolowo
your
was.
problem. If you
Forget
want
that
to put it out, but I
OBJ
can do
was
my own
sentenced as
research.
well. OBJ was sentenced.
Okay?
Tia was sentenced. A lot of them were sentenced. The problem is that when people start following Nigeria 2 years ago, there is no way you will not be seeing lapses and gaps in their conversation. but they will not be calm
Look,
to
I did not mention anybody's name
election.
here, and nobody should mention my
And
name.
I'm not mentioning anybody's name as well.
So
there's no way.
let me have my platform.
And
Let me finish my
I'm not
say.
mentioning anybody's
Don't take
name.
over my time. I
It's
did not
not your
allow
show.
you to interject.
I'm talking to
Please.
Ola. You are not Ola.
Ola,
The only person I've mentioned is
moderate
Ola.
it. I don't want anybody that I don't care. I
The
want to
only
use my time.
person I've mentioned is Ola.
Anybody that I don't want to interject,
Impulse
don't want to
control. So
interject in
Ola,
my
like I was
narrative. Let
saying,
them be
right?
quiet, please, Ola.
Like I
No,
was
no,
saying.
comparable fact. Hold on.
No,
Of
Ola,
course,
like I was saying.
enigmatic can interject, please.
Ola, like I was saying,
Toby.
right? The
Yeah.
essence of having this type of conversation is for us, right, to ensure that we bridge the gap of misinformation and disinformation. When people just jump up and down without, like, there are precedents, and Nnamdi Kanu's landmark ruling yesterday. With my preamble, I said, first of all, if not for the magnanimity of the judicial system, that guy was supposed to have been slammed with a death sentence by stone him to death. But they were so magnanimous to overlook,
Look, it's an interjection. I don't want somebody to take my own privilege. If that's how you want to laugh, if that's how you want to narrate this, I just get out of here.
overlook those cocky charade throughout
Okay. Sorry, enigmatic.
Okay.
You don't need to get out. Let him just let him just spend 2 minutes to give his this, and then you continue. We are just trying to discuss, so we don't need to use emotion to.
It's a platform that everybody listens to.
That's not fair. I can do the same thing.
It's a platform that everybody listens to, and I'm addressing the moderator once again. Don't forget that the reason why this has taken, because another excuse is that the federal government or Nigerian government, right? They kept Nnamdi Kanu for 10. Don't forget, it is Nnamdi Kanu's orchestration himself. That have you taken time to follow? He has filed a lot of frivolous injunctions just to stretch the entire period of the. I don't know what tactics. The big question is, what was the reason? Why did they fire all the sons? And he chose to.
Why are we going to this area again? Somebody has already said that.
I'm talking to Ola again.
My point. Where we already getting what somebody already said? It doesn't make any sense.
I'm not talking.
Comparable fact. I gave him 2 minutes. Let him spend his 2 minutes now.
I'm having a matured conversation with Ola. So the fact is that for those who are listening, who are not Nigerians, and they've taken time to follow the case, they should know that this guy had the privilege to present his case, to get represented by the most senior and very intelligent lawyers in the country. One of them, Kanu Agabi, the former Attorney General of the Federation. Another one, Onyinyechi Ikpeazu, one of the best prosecutors the country can afford, was on Nnamdi Kanu's team. All of a sudden, he fired all of them, and you could see the attitude in the court. Babaola, you are in Canada. Even with that charade yesterday, the way he was calling out the lawyers, he was disrespecting the court. That's a content. They didn't even in the judgment, I was expecting to give him maybe 10 years of contempt of court. They didn't do that. That is part of the magnanimity we're talking about. We have to be serious. So for some people who want to overlook or oversimplify the thing, and they just want to jump on this straw man argument about did not do this, for the fact that your neighbor's child is a thief and he's going scot-free every time for stealing, does it mean that you are supposed to be training your child to be a thief or be stealing like the other person? That is not an excuse. Thank you, Ola, for that conversation.
Yeah. Thank you, enigmatic.
Okay,
So,
I'm going to counter you. You came here and you tried to bring, before I proceed, I want you to show the whole platform where you got your point, because I have my own evidence, and I'm going to read to you before you bring yours, if you want to, or you want to bring your evidence, because we are talking about president, about incitement and everything, and you come here and said that is the reason why Awolowo was given life sentence. He was never given life sentence. To be precisely, Awolowo was given 10 years imprisonment for trying to overthrow the government. The incitement and instigation was part of it, but that's secondary to what he was charged. He was charged because of the violence that was going on in the Southwest, for trying to overthrow the government. So he an incitement or instigation only. That part of it was secondary. But you come here and say that he was given a life sentence. You need to go ahead and review your research, okay? He was given 10 years and he served 10 years before he was released. So in that area, you are wrong. And let anybody here
no, comparable facts. Awolowo was given life imprisonment.
No,
so
he was
I
not.
know what I'm saying. Then hold
No,
on,
you don't.
just hold on. You will continue. Hold
may
on.
know what you said. I'm not here trying to argue about your intelligence.
Okay.
The information
Hold on.
The information that I have is different from your
let me give you another thing. You continue. Another thing is this: that's why we have appeal courts, and this thing can go up to Supreme Court. So if you are not happy with life imprisonment, then you can go to the appeal court.
That's
but
not
now,
even the part. You are shifting the goalpost. Let's stick
I'm
with
not
what you just brought up here.
I'm not shifting. I'm not shifting the goalpost.
You're not
I'm
talking
not
about
shifting.
if I'm not happy. It's not
No,
about me being happy.
I'm not
happy
shifting.
about the incomparable of
That
justice
is why.
in Nigeria, the way law is being applied.
That's why we have level.
There's no precedent about
that is why we have level of
that receive a life sentence, and you argue with me that I was wrong, and you try to pin your own fact, but your own fact is incorrect, judging from my own investigation. So that's where we are right now.
Okay.
And I will give you about Nigerian common law, what he said on everything.
Baba just gave an example too now. Baba just gave an example now that Obasanjo was sentenced for incitement. So what about that?
Do what? I said that. Go and bring it out. Bring it where that, and let everybody here go and fact check what I said about Awolowo. Less people here. Everybody has their own search engine or any means to go and fact check what I said. Whether Awolowo was sentenced to 10 years.
So comparable fact. Are you saying Nnamdi Kanu should be working free? Let me just know where you
I didn't say that. So don't.
So what are you fighting for? Why are you fighting for?
Fighting for that the law, the way the sentence was applied, the trial was a political trial, and the action, which was the sentence, was political. That's what I'm saying.
Why should that be of paramount interest? Now, you agree that you agree that someone committed a crime. You understand? And there are means of addressing this issue. So why are you angry that the criminal was convicted?
I will tell you why I'm angry. Because the law in Nigeria is not even. The political...
But it should not be your business.
Hold on. This is a political, this is a political action and a political sentence. This is... What are you saying?
That a criminal was convicted should not be your business. It should be the business of the criminals and his lawyers and the judiciary.
No. This was done deliberately. That's why I call it political. Because the whole thing, the idea was to entrap the whole Southeast into a violence which has subsided in the last 2 years.
How can you entrap a whole people? How can you entrap wait.
Genocide all over the country.
Man of prestige.
Unknown government in the Southeast with sting operation.
Man of prestige. Can I ask you a question, please? Man of prestige, there are no less than 30-something million people in the Southeast. How can you entrap 30-something million people because of the action of one man? Can you please expand it?
What do you want me? How do you want me to elaborate that? I just told you. What do you mean? It doesn't matter what number of people.
So are you telling me that the destiny? Are you telling me that the destiny of all the Southeasterners is tied to the personality of Nnamdi Kanu? Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you're trying to tell us on this platform? No. What you said is that the government is attempting to entrap the Southeast. Yes. So the judgment is entrapment, which you've just referred. You're just rephrased.
That was going on in the study that already subsided.
So the judgment is an entrapment, is what you just rephrased. But I'm telling you, how are you claiming? Man of prestige, you're a man from the Southeast. You propose that you are intelligent. So I'm putting it to you now. Are you telling me that the destiny of 30 million plus Southeasterners who live within the Southeast and outside the Southeast are tied to the personality and the person of Nnamdi Kanu?
This was a deliberate political action.
So how is that an entrapment?
Not one man. I mean, the way you phrase it, I'm not buying the way you phrase it because you are taking it a different angle. You are shifting the goalpost.
Oh, well, you said it's entrapment.
Yes, I said it, and I'll repeat it again.
So that would mean to say that the destiny of the people of the Southeast is tied to the person of Nnamdi Kanu. At this point in time, on this day, I believe today is the 21st of November, 2025, and going forward. Is that what you mean to tell me?
And I give you a scenario why I made that comment in reference to in my entrapment is to revitalize the violence that was in the Southeast about three years ago, the unknown government and everything that was happening. If you look at the situation right now,
so the destiny, okay.
Since Buhari left, the violence, the unknown government has drastically subsided. There's no more prison break, all that kind of thing. And that was perpetuated by the genocide of Buhari. The funding was there no more. So you can say what you want, but that's why I say.
Is there any evidence of that?
I don't have. The fact is there. I don't. What evidence do you want me to do? You want me to give you? What evidence do you want me to give?
Is there any evidence that Buhari was behind it?
What evidence do you want me to give you?
You're making a big allegation. That's all I'm asking. If you make a big statement like that,
I'm making it categorical, and I will repeat it. Buhari was a genocider. He operated a sting operation in the Southeast to exterminate the people he called dot in the circle. He was a genocider in Nigeria to begin with, but he has a hatred. He has a hatred,
Okay, comparable facts. Oh, who is that?
This Kenny.
Okay.
Yes, do you not see the reason why we are saying
why
all of them are in cahoots with they think alike like Nnamdi Kanu?
If you look at and I can give you a lot of examples. Even the sponsors of Boko Haram, about 40 people recently that was sponsored for Boko Haram, they were only sentenced to 10 to 30 years.
So
But I think the behavior of Nnamdi Kanu in court as well made this case very.
I've never supported the behavior. I didn't even watch it. I didn't watch it, but I'm taking everybody's word that his behavior was irrational. You know how irrational he can be.
I know. Comparable facts.
Yes.
Do you know what you are doing? What you are doing is tantamount to giving your support. You understand? Because what I know even about lawyers. Hold on. What a lawyer told me said, even a lawyer in the court will not defend a criminal. They will just make sure that the justice is done. Because what we are basically doing now is hold on.
The uneven justice that was
what you are doing here now is
that's your opinion, but I'm
you are
speaking with
indirectly.
So you can clarify.
Ola, the problem, like I told you, right, is that, and this is very, this is very dangerous for them, because every time they want to narrow down a conversation to personalities. When you talk about politics and you are focusing on, for instance, when you are focusing on Peter Obi, right, they will generalize it that you are talking about Southeast. Now we are talking about Nnamdi Kanu, a terrorist that has been convicted, right? Now they are generalizing it that it is an entire Southeast, and then they said an entire Southeast has been convicted, right? And then when you want to have this conversation and you want to basically audit the intellectual faculty of people you are having this conversation with, and then they will pivot to marginalization. And then when you really want to go to the root of that marginalization, because everything comes to this victim thing. When you talk about only one person, they will generalize it to be a conversation about an entire region. When Igboho was doing his craziness and madness, and when Seyi Makinde had to step up as a governor, he had executive power, he had the security power at the subnational level. He went to their houses, he leveled the houses, he demolished the houses, he did everything he could do, even before getting to Mr. President. He did what he could do at his own level. Igboho was singled out as Igboho, right? The person who wants to commit some criminal crimes, some criminal activities. Not that Igboho is an entire Yoruba person, or not that what is his name, Gumi is an entire Hausa Fulani person. Why is it that Nnamdi Kanu all of a sudden becomes an entire region? They are the one who will drag their entire region into every silly conversation, and by the time they are helping them to drag their region in the mud, they will be crying that they will be the one to project bigotry, tribalism. How has Nnamdi Kanu's conversation, how is it equivalent to you talking about an entire region? Does it mean that everybody in the region is a criminal like Nnamdi Kanu or a terrorist like Nnamdi Kanu has committed the crime Nnamdi Kanu committed? Did you not see the charges? Look at the charging file. Look at the charging instrument. Everything was almost 149 pages, almost 6 hours of the judgment. Everything was read. It's something that we all knew that he did. Look at what he did was it 2020? Everything was there on phone. I mean, on all over the place. So what is it that when you talk about only one, you will talk about Peter Obi, they will say you hate an entire region. You will talk about Nnamdi Kanu, they will say you hate an entire region. A lawyer who was speaking on national TV, right, was telling everybody that 90% of the entire region support Nnamdi Kanu. A lawyer Jimako who couldn't defend his client in court, but we come to out of the court to start defending the client on Facebook and Twitter, was telling you that Ndigbo has been convicted, and you want sane people to have such conversation, and people who have had the opportunity to even live in sane countries. From what you saw yesterday, even if you are following the case for the first time yesterday, and you saw that gory tales of an unstable moronic buffoon of a vagabond on that TV yesterday, telling a judge who is sitting on your case, even every activity that the guy does in court almost every time, it precludes any reasonable person to say they want to even open a political conversation on behalf of this guy. It precludes anything that could say, okay, let's have a political arrangement to this. And like I said again, except you don't want to be fair, that judgment was fair enough. That was the most magnanimous judgment you could have. This guy killed people. Why is an entire region sitting at home every Monday? Why? In the region of almost 6 regions in the country, it is only one region that is sitting at home every Monday. Every Monday. On whose order? Because of this guy. And if you do not follow that to the letter, it was played yesterday. He said you are even if you open your shop at 12 noon, you are going to get burnt in that shop. So what are they talking about? What is the What is the crux of the matter? Why is he crying?
I think at the crux of it right now is that at least the one that I would say any Southeasterner will have a kind of case to make is to ask why the federal government has not sought a way to resolve this issue politically somehow.
Look,
but we don't need a political solution to Nigeria. It would only cause more problem down the road.
Hold on, bro. To Nigeria, if you
South one didn't lead to problem, did it?
To Nigeria,
but it did. If that's what brought us over here to Nigeria, we can't keep doing this.
If you be following this case, right?
My point is that we have a case. If you did it with other people, and we are talking about repentant Boko Haram and all the rest.
Hold on, to Nigeria, this is the case, right? To Nigeria,
they have a case.
To Nigeria, this is the thing, right? I and Ogbeni, we've come here maybe over a year ago. For you to secure a pardon or an amnesty, there must be a conviction first. Even in America here, go and look at all the people that Donald Trump has pardoned or probably given amnesty. They've been convicted, they've been sentenced, they're already in jail or in prison. Then he will use his presidential power, right? You cannot even file a nulli prosecute, right, at the level of Nnamdi Kanu's case.
I understand that part.
But this is the time now that there should be. This is the time now. No, this is the time now that there should be a political arrangement conversation for Nnamdi Kanu. But those people are supposed to be looking towards having that conversation. Instead of having that conversation in a diplomatic manner, they are threatening everybody. They are
Yes,
threatening.
threats is not advice.
How do
It's
you want to?
terrible idea.
How do you want to keep threatening people? Because you are supposed to go into a diplomatic arrangement and conversation. You are threatening. Does Tinubu need your vote? They came and said Tinubu is going to lose out his. Did he not lose out his woefully the last time? So this is the point. Now he has been convicted. Now let's move to the next chapter. What is the next chapter? Let's secure a political.
The Nigerian government took
release.
forever to convict. I didn't even know that they were going to convict so soon. They took so long. I don't know why it took so long.
And then look, why the case was so bad for Nnamdi Kanu was because already the global world is watching. Somebody who committed a lesser crime with your mentee in Finland has been convicted. So how would you walk free? And this is the reason why the guy was throwing everything to the wall. He does not want to. I mean, to Niger, how would you fire your? First of all, I want to know the rationalization behind that. What is the justification for you firing most of the most brilliant prosecutors in the country?
I think from his point of view, he believes that this is a political problem. That's why.
Do they not have people who can talk to him? Because it seems that they are all scared of him. No, do they not have people who can tell him these are the implications and the consequences of your action?
I just told you he doesn't care about that. What he has done, he has made up his mind that's the direction he wants to walk.
Then they should let him face his fate instead of holding the entire nation and trying to. Now, okay, to Nigeria, now this is a phase of negotiation. You want to negotiate with the government to say, okay, give him a pardon, right? Or amnesty. And it's not going to happen quickly. At least it's going to be there for maybe, I don't see him being pardoned in the next 10 years, if it's going to happen at all. So when
he can be pardoned any time if he decides to renounce violence.
A lot of moving parts is involved. First of all, he will have to show the remorse first. He will have to understand that he has done wrong. Instead of his people to start working on him psychologically, guy, you need to.
Ola, can I come in, please,
let's have this conversation. Let's have the next phase of dialogue.
Let me come in. It can't be just people. If it is open conversation.
Please, no, you can interject.
Okay, let me interject then.
Hold on. Let me land.
I was fine when people are speaking.
So comparing fact, let him land and you now respond after.
Ola, now that he has been convicted, now there's a conviction. What is the next action? The next action is let's engage the government for pardon. Right? How are we going to prosecute? How are we going to approach that? How are we going to go through that? Who are those prominent individuals that will be involved? Do we have to engage some prominent Nigerians from other regions of the country who can move some mountains because this is a treasonable offense. It's a capital offense. It takes a lot of conversation for you to say you are going to be, and you have to look at you have to weigh the political consequences as well. You cannot just say because and then all of a sudden within 24 hours everybody you are threatening the government. Did you not see how he was threatening a sitting judge? Were you blind? He was threatening a sitting judge. As he was walking out, he turned back and faced that lawyer. Imagine you were the one who was the lawyer sitting right there, and the guy faced you and said, "God punish you." And he was walking out.
I think we get it now. We get it that but I think they too. It doesn't mean they don't have.
Nobody will say Nnamdi Kanu has been convicted. The entire region is not convicted. Only one person has been convicted. If you want to be convicted with Nnamdi Kanu, that's your own pot of cup.
Okay, thank you, enigmatic. So comparable facts. Let's say.
Ola, this is specifically to you. You came here and bring what I consider to be an erroneous, narrative, and I have to debunk that. And you have no part to back, stop to substantiate what you said. But having said that, somebody came here, and make a statement that everybody that has been convicted or sentenced, let me rephrase what I'm saying. Everybody that has been pardoned was already convicted and sentenced before their pardon. That can never be far from being lied. As a matter of fact, not every Nigerian terrorist is convicted before being pardoned or rehabilitated. The fact is there. Significant number of those suspected in Nigeria has been pardoned, rehabilitated, released without formal conviction. So when we come here, we think we are very refined, whatever. whatever is whatever you want to call yourself, and you come and make a false statement like everybody has been. That's not correct. That's not fact. The only one that I know that has been convicted and pardoned. One of them is Kabiru Sokoto, Charles Oka, Mustafa Omar. That's similar to Nnamdi Kanu, but you say that everybody, before they pardon you, they have to convict you. That's a bluntly lie, and I call it how I say it.
So, Ola, under the law, for there to be a conversation or an arrangement, right, once again, for a pardon, there must have been a conviction under the law. So, once again, and if you want to live your life, right, by the dictate of other people's lives, if you are living, for instance, like I've used all of us who live abroad, because a white man is doing something and they are looking the other way, and you want to do it, good luck to you. If you believe the northerners, right, they are doing their own thing, right, pardoning their own people, and for that reason you want to do that in the south, if God will help you. So if you want to keep
All right.
doing whataboutism, it's all on you. Once again, for there to be a pardon at all, there must be a conviction. After the conviction, then they will look at the options. Let's say amnesty, let's say pardon, and then you can walk free.
Okay, let me chime in 2 seconds, please. A lot of people have spoken well. When it comes to the issue of Southeast, I think enigmatic is getting down to the last penny, so to speak. His submission is well accepted. Earlier, Kenny also was great, and some other people, and I accept all of that. But on the issue of rather prestige, comparable facts, right? Um, I see his grievance, and I know where he's coming from, and I see everything that Nnamdi Kanu got is deserving, and also the judge also smart judge obviously, because it didn't convict him of a death sentence because of he was cognizant of the global or international perception of doing that, and people would have capitalized on that. That tells you he's a smart judge. Okay, really. So that was good. Maybe Nnamdi Kanu deservedly, given all the enumeration of what one man played earlier, was guilty of even death sentence. He did a lot of horrible things, right? But on the issue of, I think maybe rational, not rational man, but Prestige would say it's an unequal application of the law. Me, I see this as an unfair or unequal treatment of the same kind of crime, which is terrorism. And I think that's what Prestige is talking about. See, I don't believe. I mean, I like to be corrected, of course. I don't believe the Northerners or the terrorists that mainly from the north are being treated in a serious manner, at which Nnamdi Kanu's case took the front page. Of course, it's a loud mouth. It's a loud mouth. We know that. But but my point here is that I don't think the terrorism that goes on in the north, which is against the state and the people of Nigeria, the perpetrators, I don't think they get a seriousness in the media. And the reason being because, I said it before, that we are afraid of the northerners. The strong arm of Nnamdi Kanu cannot be used against the northerner. There's no doubt about that. We can dispute that, but that's fine. Also, just like Enigmatic said earlier, the southeasterner also they hold us as a ransom. I can't remember the word he used. Always trying to guilt trip us for being mistreated in that country. So the southeasterner and the northerners, they kind of call us. They have us in the middle. They have us in the middle. But at the end of the day, really, I want the Northerners got us by the truth, so to speak. They are not being punished for that criminality, that crimes and terrorism the Islamists are doing. They're not being punished to the level at which we have this Nnamdi Kanu issue on our head. And Nnamdi Kanu is a bad guy. He did a lot of killings. He did a lot of bad things.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me? Prince Daddy. Yes, I agree that this pardoning bullshit of wrongdoers, whether north, south, anywhere, is wrong. But let me correct something though. Those foot soldiers or the terrorists, those kind of things, I think those are the people that the government are kind of giving rehabilitation and pardoning. And they're doing the same with the Nnamdi Kanu situation because a lot of his foot soldiers as well, right? Like for example, a guy named George Oyinbe, so many of them that were IPOB, they were arrested by the government. The government pardoned them. You understand? So what the government, I don't think I've done, is pardon the mastermind, like the actual kind of like Abu Bakr Shekau kind of caliber or Nnamdi Kanu. Those are the people that actually created the whole thing. I don't know if they've captured someone of that caliber from the north, like maybe like I said, Abu Bakr Shekau or someone that actually created the whole disaster and then pardon him. I don't think that's been the case in the north. I may be wrong, I don't know. But if we're saying, oh, they're pardoning some foot soldier bandit that they arrested in the north or something like that, and then they prosecuting Nnamdi Kanu, it's not the same situation because they're doing the same with Nnamdi Kanu. A lot of IPOB members that they've arrested, they've let them free. Some of them didn't even try them. So like Jojo Imbe, he was the one actually broadcasting for Nnamdi Kanu, which he later renounced, and when they arrested him, he renounced and denounced and refused to, agreed to turn against the IPOB movement, and they released him. Today, he's the one broadcasting or doing YouTube channel talking about IPOB and Nnamdi Kanu today. So they've definitely done the same for them. You understand? So this idea of they always the scientists is treated different. No, there's no one that's done the crime worse than Nnamdi. What's his name? Ojukwu. 3 million. Ojukwu actually had 3 million deaths, and Ojukwu didn't even show remorse or even admit that he did anything wrong or even denounce Biafra, and he was pardoned. Till today, till he died, the guy still stand on what he did, that he did the right thing. And till today, even brainwash the next generation to see him as someone that did the right thing. And he lived in Nigeria. Nigeria rewarded him till he died. And he created disaster we are dealing with today. And I can guarantee you, Nnamdi Kanu can be possibly out as early as 2027. If Obi win that election or any opposition win that election, the guy will be released without even showing anything, renouncing or denouncing anything he has done. They will release him just for votes. And that's the same thing I believe they pardoned Ojukwu for. Because of the 1983 election, they wanted to win the Southeast vote. That's why they pardoned him. So this politician will do any stupid shit for votes. I'm telling you, if any opposition, the day any opposition will come to power, Nnamdi Kanu is free. And they won't even need to make any deal with him or to tell him to renounce or denounce. And the guy, when he's free, is the same cycle. He will brainwash, even if he doesn't continue, he's going to brainwash the next guy that will take over from him. And we will repeat the same cycle. So Nigeria is the same thing over and over. If history repeats itself, that's what we're going to deal with. The next thing I'm going to
before you come in, so sorry, Mike, there's Mike, right? 1 second, guys. Mike,
because I have my own fight,
Mike,
please.
are you saying that the leaders, the terrorist leaders in the north are being punished accordingly? Is that what you're saying? That
I don't know one that they've arrested, like a terrorist leader that have arrested.
Yeah,
Maybe someone knows
that's
that. No,
my point. I'm not talking about the foot soldiers. I'm not talking about the foot soldiers.
Mike, that was one given 20
but
years.
the point is that they are afraid. We know the Nigerian state is afraid of being aggressive the way they were aggressive against Nnamdi Kanu when it comes to the terrorists, the real terrorists in the northern part of the country.
So, so all the bombing that they do in the north, all the bombing, like, who are they bombing? They're just bombing grass? That's not aggression?
Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised.
Hold on. Do you know how many? I can show you a video of Nigerian soldier beheading. Sorry, I don't want to use the word. So removing the head of captured Boko Haram suspect. Do you know the kind of atrocity the Nigerian army have committed against even the innocent northerners in the name of they are going after the terrorists in the north?
Yes.
To the point where Amnesty International had to charge Nigeria for war crime. Are you guys kidding me? Talking about they're not aggressive? What are you? Are you following the propaganda of these guys?
What about their leaders? How many of their leaders are they paroled? Hold on. How many of the leaders are they paroled that we know about? Are they doing it in secret?
Which one are they captured? That's the question. Which one are they captured?
Mike, hold on. Comparable fact, I think. Okay, you. I know that you were talking of Awolowo and all those stuff.
No,
Okay,
no, no, no. I already
never
finished
mind.
what I want to say.
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
Yeah.
on. Please hold on, hold on, hold on. Apologies, that was a wrong information. But let me tell you one thing. I have example of those people that got life imprisonment here. Ibrahim Alaji, convicted life imprisonment for 2013 bombing. Then Kolu Haruna, convicted for membership and recruitment, just recruitment into Boko Haram, life imprisonment. Mohammed Kabiru Umar, aka Kabiru Sokoto, mastermind of Mandala church bombing, life imprisonment. So there are a lot of them that are that were sentenced to life imprisonment. You may Google. Then Nnamdi Kanu was guilty, was accused of guilty of 7 counts of 7 terrorism related charges. I think that thing is key. So the court found him guilty on 7 terrorism related charges, including, you understand, that incitement is including incitement, enforcing stay at home orders, teaching bomb making, and being involved with the banned group Indigenous People of Biafra. So see, so we should be very careful. The prosecutor has sought death penalty because as a matter of fact, they were seeking death penalty for him, but the judge opted for life imprisonment. You understand? It was actually death penalty that the prosecution were looking for, but he got life imprisonment. And here we want to bring hell down to the earth. What are we defending?
Do you know that life imprisonment was what Nnamdi Kanu was praying for and his lawyer? That's what they were fighting for. But they know that life imprisonment means the guy will free later. They know that. They were trying to avoid it.
That's now, but they don't understand. And even
that's what they were fighting for.
Breaking news. A lot breaking news. Now he has been terrorist. Nnamdi Kanu is going to serve his life sentence in Sokoto maximum prison. They've moved him to Sokoto. So people, whoever is crying here can go to Sokoto and visit.
Sokoto is a hot place too. And I can survive that weather.
Let me come in, please, I need to counter Mike. Let me counter Mike. And maybe he can counter me. Let me counter Mike, please. So Mike came here and said that like the Northerners were doing, they are pardoning them, rehabilitate them into the country, and that applied to IPOB. That's factually incorrect, because in November 2024, a federal high court in Abuja discharged and acquitted 50 alleged IPOB members on terrorist charge ruling.
So this guy na IPOB on this platform, we don't know.
They acquitted them because there's no evidence. So that's different than say pardoning or whatever. They were acquitted because there's no evidence. And on April 12 members, were held in 2021 in a body prison.
I mean, which other IPOB people do we have on
They
this
were all acquitted.
I gave you a name. I gave you
no evidence. It's not like they pardoned them or whatever. So that's a lie.
Bros, they pardoned almost the ones that most of them have charged. Even hold on. I just give you one example now. I just gave one example. I just gave you a name. I gave you
evidence to justify,
Bros.
The terrorists linking to them as
you can shout on it. Your shouting doesn't mean you're winning the argument.
Don't come here, and cajole people. Let people in the platform believe.
Just go and do your research. Go and do your research.
Not when people come here and pay.
Go and do your research. I'm not going to say I'm arguing with you. I give you a name. I'm going to do your research. There's so many of them. Caught in the act. Even George Oyimbesi today admit he's a member. He was a member. He said I'm a former member. And he talked about his experience in DSS custody. See today, he don't deny it. George Oyimbesi, he's an open, he's right. He was a member of the cabinet of IPOB. He's a clear member. They pardoned him. And today he's grateful to DSS, to the point they now join Nigeria in attacking, campaigning against IPOB. George Oyimbesi. See today,
let me ask a comparable fact.
The IPOB member has been released from
comparable fact. Can you please answer this question? Do you believe? Hold on, comparable fact. Do you believe that Kanu is a terrorist? Do you believe that? Do you believe that Kanu is a terrorist?
Yeah, if the judge, prescribe what he did as a terrorist act,
No,
yes, it's a terrorist act.
you as a person, do you believe that Kanu is a terrorist?
I mean, judging by the whole thing and the whole video, like I said, I didn't follow him. So recently, I began to see some picture. I'm pumping out about the incitement and everything.
Yes, he's a
Yeah,
terrorist.
that,
Simple
he comes to
answer. Yes,
Nigeria,
he's a
yeah,
terrorist.
that. But
Yes, he's a terrorist.
that's not even
So,
my problem.
no. In affirmative, you believe that Kanu is a terrorist, right?
Yes, yes.
The act that he
So,
permitted is a terrorist. It's an incitement. Yes.
no. I don't want
What are you asking
semantic.
me? What do you want me to say?
I don't want semantic. In affirmative, you believe that Kanu is a terrorist.
What do you want to hear? Yes or no?
Yes or no?
Yes. What are we
So
asking about?
when you believe that, okay, well, no. So what's the penalty? What's the penalty for someone that is a terrorist under the particular act?
I'm giving you my own point of view. I see it, that the application of law when it comes to him is uneven. The way it was, the way they sentenced him is not, it's not comparable to what.
No, I've just told you that terrorists like him, like Abiru Sokoto, hold on. Terrorists, hold on. I just told you that a terrorist like him, like hold on now. Hold on. I just told you that a terrorist like him, like Kabiru Sokoto, is in life imprisonment. So are you saying if Kabiru Sokoto is in life imprisonment, so
what did he do? Is it an incitement or is it an action?
No, I asked you whether you believe
was an incitement. There's no president.
I asked you.
Incitement part of terrorism.
Sorry. Ola, tonight, Jamano Prestige. I'll see you later. Yeah, goodbye. Take care, guys.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I mean, you can like what I'm saying or you don't like it. That's that's your
so
opinion.
I asked you a simple question. Which you answer in affirmative.
Okay, what do you want again?
You said Kanu is a terrorist. So as a terrorist,
yes,
okay,
but they are different terrorists. He's inside a terrorist. The people that actually do the act.
They are different terrorists.
Allow me, I come in, please. Comparative fact.
Yeah.
You won't believe where I am right now. I'm in my washroom. I just took my bath. I just came on because I think you don't have enough information on your hand of what went down in the Southeast and the personality known as Nnamdi Kanu. If you know half of the story, I don't think you'll be talking like this. Just calm down, let me tell you. Not only Nnamdi Kanu was incarcerated, like Mike said, most of his war commanders, including the judge, they were all incarcerated for a long time. And one by one, as they cooperate and give enough evidence, they were let go quietly. And those people till today, I can't vouch for them, but they are not involved in anything hideous or heinous in the Southeast. And they were even against Kanu. They didn't just kick the insurgency out of their mind, but they're now speaking against it. See, there are victims in the Southeast, a lot of them, but out of fear, they are keeping quiet. I want to tell you one thing. In a matter of more months to come, there will be a lot of grief, hidden grief, that will be unrooted, that will be dug, and you will see a lot of bones coming out. They did one, I think, about 2 years ago. You understand? They did one about 2 years ago. More will be coming. You understand? Let this rest. Honestly, let it just rest at its way. Look what happened in court throughout. In the US, where most of us stay, do you think Nnamdi Kanu would talk to a US judge, just even circle judge like that? He will not be wrestled down by FBI. I'm double chained. They do that even to senators, not in court. How much more an accused person in court? It's unsightly. It's disrespect, utter disrespect to the nation called Nigeria, no matter what opinion you have about a judiciary. Honestly, I think the life sentence is fair. It gives room for every other thing to be done politically. But there is no place you can say a president can pardon an accused person. The best a president can do is to direct the AG, the Attorney General, to file a motion of nolli prosecute, to say, okay, we're dropping the charge. But in an ongoing case, in a judiciary, an arm of government, to now say the president will now say, I pardon him. What are you pardoning him for? The man is still, he has not committed an offense in the eyes of the law until the judgment. So what are you going to pardon? So that's why this has to go to its logical conclusion, which it did yesterday. But let's not compare to say what happened in the West or in the Southeast. Honestly, let's treat everything in their proper perspective. There are lots of victims. They still cry in the Southeast.
Yeah.
All these politicians coming forward, Abaribe and all the rest, they are playing politics of 2027. They don't love Kanu or they like what he did. They curse him in their head. But it's politically convenient for them to now poo-poo whatever is happening in the courts because of 2027, building on the emotions of those howling, H-O-W-L, on the internet. They're a minority. They may be the loudest. So I want you to look at this properly, ask more questions, investigate more, burrow deep. Nnamdi Kanu was bad for the Southeast. Thank you, Allah, for the opportunity.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Baba. Let me chime in. So,
Uh,
I think
thank you,
we need
Baba.
to take terrorism serious in that country. I don't believe that. I mean, it will be really appalling for another um government to come in and release Nnamdi Kanu. That shows the level of unseriousness in that country. We're not taking terrorism seriously. We are not. So I hope Nnamdi Kanu really serves his time. I hope he does. And all those other terrorists, I hope they're not trying to give. If they give amnesty to freaking what do you call it? A pardon or
Prince
commute
Dandy.
Nnamdi Kanu's 1 second commute Nnamdi Kanu's sentence. Then, Allah, the people you're mentioning, what about them? Are they not going to do the same reform? I mean, so it shows our commitment to really stymie terrorism in that country.
Prince Dandy.
No, Prince Daddy. Some people, some terrorists, they bag a life sentence, and some were pie in the act. Some of
Ola,
the
Prince Daddy. Do you know that? Do you know that there's no opposition that can defeat APC without the Southeast? It's like an impossible thing. There's the opposition that will defeat APC has to win the Southeast. Now, how is he going to win the Southeast without doing what they want? These guys are so hungry for power, they'll do anything. So he doesn't have a choice. Even the moment he wins, if he wants to win the second term, he has to do what they ask him to do, and they will tell him to release their son, and he has no choice. That's Nigeria for you. That's what Nigeria is. I'm telling you, man.
Well, then that'd be terrible.
Mike,
So all those
but
lives,
that's
all those
dangerous.
properties that be
That's what's gonna
destroyed.
happen. That's what's gonna happen. I'm
See,
telling you.
that's dangerous because the reason they're saying that is dangerous is this. What we are doing is we are building a monster in this country. We don't want a country, we don't
Very
want a nation.
unfortunate.
It's
We use
because what is
politics
going
to
to
destroy
happen is this. There's people in the north who are going to look at that. And down the line, what do you think they're going to say? Nnamdi Kanu was pardoned.
Exactly to my
So
point.
when they do arrest the leader of ISWAP, because they will arrest him or they will fire him, when they arrest the leaders of ISWAP in this country, when they arrest the people financing Boko Haram, what do you think is going to happen on that day?
You know, honestly, I'm beginning to think the military it was very as far as I get the military, I'm telling you, because military dictatorship, you know, the dictator doesn't have anything to. He has no one to
My brother, please don't go that way.
to
Don't go
pander.
that.
No, I don't pray. I don't pray for military. I don't. But I'm just saying, like, as much as the democracy is great, there's so many problems that comes with it. Like this perpetual doing the wrong thing. I mean, like in the name of politics, winning an election is very bad for the country, man. You know, like a military ruler now, he doesn't have. Like when Babangida, when they were there, they don't look anybody high. Say I go lose votes here, anything. They just carry out whatever is in their head, the judgment. You know, like they're not looking for votes.
And that's
You
why they
understand?
plunder us into this situation that we are in. See,
I
there's
know,
always
yeah,
this
but
nostalgic, admiration of the military rule. The
no.
military is
I'm not.
like 10 times
No.
worse than
There's nothing else good about the military. There's nothing else good. There's nothing else that was good. Nothing else. But I'm just saying the only good side of it was just that this matter, this kind of situation, we're dealing with anyone. You understand? Without all this bullshit we have to deal with. Even the 1983, if it was still a military that was the Ojukwu would never have came back. There's no military head of state that would have pardoned Ojukwu. It was Shagari in the name of winning an election. And Ojukwu is the one that created this monster we are dealing with today. This Nnamdi Kanu, he's the one that raised them. Because he went to the Southeast and turned himself to the Incan of the Southeast, the ruler. He created the generation of leaders of the Southeast. All pro Biafra. He go look
No. But although Mike, you can accuse Ojukwu of his actions that led to the war, okay? But you cannot accuse him of the same level of incitement.
No, but Ojukwu renounced Biafra. It's on record. He renounced Biafra. He said Biafra is dead.
He's dead. And even came back and he contested. He came back and he contested multiple elections.
Go and look at his interview about what happened. He didn't admit that he did anything wrong. He justified his action, the Biafran thing. So of course,
but that's just the pride of a man. That's the pride of a man.
Calm down. The guy never directly renounced or condemned or Biafra. He is just we say, we. In fact, whenever he said it, it's almost like he's saying we as a country we make mistake or something. But he never directly renounced Biafra. He never. I don't know why we are the one.
No, Mike. He said Biafra is dead. I can look for the clip. He said,
but that's not renouncing Biafra. Dead. The war is over. That's not renouncing it. That's not renouncing.
He said He said Biafra is dead.
What do you mean? If somebody said Biafra is dead, that's not renouncing it. Do you know what dead means?
Hold on, calm down. When he lost a wait. Anybody can read that the way they want to read it. If you lost a war, you can't come back to fight that war, right? Of course, I can say, oh, okay, he's dead. So that's not me renouncing it. You understand?
Is it Mike Olawale?
Calm down. Don't worry what it is. It doesn't matter. You want to change it to coming after the.
It looks like your microphone is fighting you. What's going on now?
No. I'm in a car. That's why I'm driving. That's why. So, Baba, let's stop helping people to.
You know, Mike is a military man. You know, Mike is a military man. I think Mike is guarding his.
He's not even close to a military man. What is he talking about?
Okay, guys, leave me alone. Let's focus on what we are talking about. Let's not make it about me. Now, let's stop helping people to interpret what they are saying. Saying, oh, Biafra is dead. It can be interpreted in different ways. Someone can say it as, okay, the war is over. Someone can interpret it as my Biafra agitation is over because I've lost the war. And somebody can now, like the pastor can say, okay, it means that we're no longer agitating. He never said we're no longer agitating or we should not do it again. He never said that. Or so in fact, if that was the case, there was a time I put a picture of him who was really in a picture with Biafran flag. I think soon as I can remember, you can remember.
Can you put me at the back? I will come back. I don't want to get out. I will come back. I run some errand. Can you put me at the back?
Okay, sir.
Mr. Ola, can we refocus on Nnamdi Kanu's conviction and refocus on the matter of the political solution? Because that is the one thing that's upsetting me so greatly right now. because it seems like there's so much pressure. Because for me, I want a country that works. I've spent,
like I was saying, sorry. You can go online, see where Nnamdi, sorry, Wazirike, Ojukwu, they were in events. Biafran flag right there. The Ojukwu was in the background, breeding the next generation of agitators. Nnamdi Kanu, why do you think this thing was? The guy was breeding them. They were still doing Biafra in the background. And the moment the guy died, they took, they pick it up, right? Wazirike started it. Ojukwu didn't come out to go after Wazirike. He didn't do it, he didn't say anything. So what are you guys talking about? Ojukwu, the announced Biafra. Today, when the Southeasterners are talking, they will tell you what Ojukwu say. Ojukwu this, they quote all these guys because they're the one that gave them stories, propaganda, brainwash them to keep the Biafra movement going.
Mike, let's move past that. Okay, let's move past that.
And that's the problem. You guys move past the
no.
And you never saw it.
I want to move past that.
Let's move past it. They will say,
let us take this.
Let's release him.
No. We're not. Let's take this. Mike, what I'm arguing is let's take this opportunity. I've spent too many years of my life living in another man's country. However, I will not live in a Nigeria where there's no rule of law. And I will not live in a Nigeria where criminals get pardoned because of political expediency. And this is the opportunity for a federal government and into the future for us to decide that a criminal is a criminal. That individuals amongst us, an individual who decides to commit crime within our midst will be sentenced according to the law and will be punished, and there will be repercussions for crime, irrespective of elections.
I don't get it, but you know how much money they pay for campaign?
In that case, we do not want a nation. We do not want a society, and in that case, we will perish. We will perish in that. We will perish if that's the standard we want to uphold. We will perish as a people. We will not make any progress as a society, and that's the reality. And that is what is pissing me the heck off. I'm very upset right now.
One thing I can guarantee you guys is if Tinubu doesn't win 2027, Nnamdi Kanu is out in 2027.
So okay. Anyway, whatever happened in 2007 or 2027, we can hear you, Kenny Mighty.
See, Aro, let me assure you, and Mike, and everybody that listen to me, yeah, Tinubu will not pardon that guy for he will not pardon him at all. Anybody that thinks Ashwaju will pardon him, that person is having a laugh at his own head.
How did you know?
See, I'm telling you, you don't know the person you are dealing with.
I agree with Kenny. I don't think Tinubu will pardon. Tinubu will risk losing votes in the north, so he's not going to risk that northern vote. But what's his name? Who's that? Is that Kenny? Kenny. But what about the opposition?
Yes.
If the opposition wins. Yeah?
There's no opposition now. Who is there in the opposition?
No, opposition of 2027. Hold on, listen. If the opposition wins 2027 election, what do you think will happen?
They can never win. I think we think about it.
Yeah? No, actually, let's have. Come on, man. We are not gone now. We don't know.
It's not impossible that Tinubu could decide to release him if he feels politically.
But that would be a mistake.
But that would be to Nigeria. Don't we appreciate the reality and the consequence of that? What is going to happen if Tinubu makes that terrible mistake?
It's not necessarily a mistake. It depends on the circumstances. Like I said,
no, there's no circumstance. The circumstances you encourage criminality.
Not necessarily. If the person that champions an idea comes and renounces the idea from the point of view of the toxic part of it and says
part of it.
You can renounce it while in prison. You can renounce it in prison while you're serving your time.
Exactly.
Stan Tuki Williams committed a crime according to the law in California. He was put to death. However, I read Stan Tuki Williams' book called Redemption. For the individuals who don't know who Stan Tuki Williams is the individual is credited for establishing the Crips gang in California, United States of America. There are several other individuals, George Washington. These are individuals who have committed their life to
Let me
reform
ask you that guy a question.
and
So
to
that,
helping young people from becoming gang members. These people actually they found redemption, but it does not mean that they were pardoned, because part of the consequence of their crime is that they are going to do the time. Let him find the redemption he needs while in prison. That's what he needs.
If Nnamdi Kanu comes out, what do you think he'll be doing?
If he comes out, they will not release him just like that. He will have to come out with the idea that whatever he's going to do, he's going to seek to do it politically and peacefully. And if he wants,
the agitation, he will do the agitation peacefully.
Yes, he will have to do that peacefully.
So in the background, because he has followers, he has people that worship him. Yes. Now, this guy has so much power. So in the background, what do you think he'll be doing with those people that worship him? You know, they look up to him. How do you think he's going to mentor them?
I think that is something he will have to convince them. You think he will not just say, "Oh, I've renounced this sin." No, they are.
But you guys are not discussing all these things now. You're not discussing all these factors. You guys are just saying that's the problem. We don't learn from our mistakes.
You're not listening. You will have to convince them that he is serious about what he's saying, because it's not like the first time this has happened in Nigeria. It's happened before, where we settle things politically. Yeah, it can happen. It's not impossible. And I think
when do we solve anything politically? Give me an example.
With Niger Delta, it happened.
Well, that's not resolved. There's still poverty in the Niger Delta. There's still house village in the Niger Delta. The Niger Delta people still suffer great misfortune. And in fact, possibly the Niger Deltans are the most.
Just arguing, but it led to the derivation, changes, and everything that they made to placate.
It led to nothing. It just led to the Niger Deltans. They are still getting cheated.
Yeah, they are still getting cheated.
As we speak, they are still getting cheated. So what do you mean by what solution is that?
They did negotiate something. And they came to an agreement, and
he made Topolo and Asari Dokubo very wealthy. He made Boylof very wealthy. He made the Hilks of them very wealthy. He's rendered the Niger Deltans, the remaining people there, even more impoverished, because the federal government will turn around and say, "Look, we gave you a lot of money." But look, they didn't give them a lot of money. Look, they gave a bunch of. Why do we encourage criminality in our country? Why don't we like fairness for the common man?
Accurate.
We don't like fairness for the common man. That's what we don't like, universal justice.
So now they didn't solve the Niger Delta problem.
They didn't sort it out.
I think first of all, with Niger Delta, what was the thing that needs to be solved? I think
more income from their revenue.
Yeah, so they give them money. To me, I think Niger Delta situation was more of you destroying the environment,
economic freedom, and environmental problem.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. I think they kind of started fixing that problem.
This is exactly what they did, Mike. They let Tompolo go, fluted that security outfit, so all the payment they get, this thing. Tompolo is the bad man. Tompolo is the bad man. That's why you are experiencing that quiet at the moment.
But Baba, what's the reality for the average young boy, young girl in the Niger Delta as we speak? 2015, after Goodluck Jonathan finished his presidential bid in term in 2015, he went back to Bayelsa, and there was no running water in his village.
Okay,
what is the reality for the young boy and young girl in the future?
The reality there. And please, I don't want any Niger Deltan to think I'm not in support of them. I'm a supporter of Niger Delta because I've seen those things in their raw form. But the truth actually is there are lots of money being distributed. But they are the traditional rulers, the chief, the high chiefs, the low chiefs, and the thugs are the people sharing this money. Apart from even the oil company directly, out of their own profit, they give 3% of it to the Niger Deltans, community to community, where they are exploring or digging oil. 3% they give. It's not enough, in my considered opinion. It's not enough because of the degradation that's going on. But that they are not doing something, no, that's not true. They are doing something. They think it's enough. I think it's not enough. They need more. But even if they pour the more, by example of what they are receiving now, will it still trickle down to the common person in the village on the creek? That's the big question.
Yeah, it doesn't not necessarily trickle down to everybody. That's true. But the Niger Delta gets more funds allocated to them than any other states put together in this in any region. That said, my point is that Nigerian government have the ability to reach political solution. Even the first Niger Delta secession movement by Ajigandagaboro, he was later on released. So it's not entirely impossible to see that of things happen. It happens in Nigeria frequently. In the northerners, they are giving them this in Boko Haram, former Boko Haram, they are giving them training and all the rest. So I really think this is where a big deficit in the context of Nigeria that the Nigerian government themselves they have not been seen to approach the Southeast in similar manner. That is a factual thing. And I don't think just when you are also accusing some Southeasterners of saying Nnamdi Kanu, they are pretending as if Nnamdi Kanu didn't do anything and they are burying their head in the sand. You too shouldn't be burying your head in the sand from the idea that the Nigerian government has not approached the Southeast to try to reach a common ground. And given all the history behind it, you can see why that is actually important. It's a national security threat. You can't just ignore it and pretend as if it doesn't exist. And to be fair, the Nigerian leaders, they are actually bring insecurity in the country.
What do you mean? What do you mean approach the southeast to reach common? What common ground are you reaching with
The
southeast?
kind of common ground we are talking about here is if people are discussing this in separation, Biafra, you say, okay, now if you want to do this, let's discuss how you're going to go about it.
Yeah,
Let's come
but
together. Let's
government cannot be engaging people or on social media if you say they have legitimate claim. It should be coming from the mainstream. So how is government going to go to social media and start say, okay, let's come and discuss?
No,
No,
I'm not saying social
they
media. I'm
have
saying
they have government representatives. They have
arrested
government
him.
representatives.
They
They
arrested
have
him.
governors. They have senators. They have House of Rep
We know
members. Not
that.
a single
And they didn't
one.
approach them. They didn't approach them.
Not a single one have come out to say we want our own nation. Okay, until that time, government cannot. Who is government going to negotiate with?
We all know a lot of them, they are a segment of that society that believes in it. You have to
Let them
if
come
you
out.
bury your head in
Let
the
them come
sand,
out.
it's not going to help. And the government, based on the fact that Abigail Dabere has still got her job, it tells you that they too are bigoted in some ways. Because you can't
I said,
you
look,
can see their behavior.
I said this many years ago when Nnamdi Kanu started. I said, look, if you want to do this, okay, form a political party and dominate the region. And then if you form a political party and you dominate that region, you have most of the House of Assembly members, you have most of the senators, you have most of the governors, then it is then easy to push your agenda through those elective representatives. Why not do that? Why, I don't like this idea that you want to go there. If you have that popularity, form a political party in that region and call it whatever you want to call it, and then feature candidates. When they win elective position, use that elective position to push your agenda. Is that not what SNP? Is that not what SNP did in Scotland?
Yes, I think this is what I mean by sometimes when I look at people like Nnamdi Kanu and how they operate, Simon Ekpa, Boko Haram, all of them, all the people trying to destabilize Nigeria. I just feel like to an extent they have been empowered by people that want to cause chaos in Nigeria because their approach just seems to be counterproductive. If you want to approach that kind of stuff, there are peaceful ways to do it that many Nigerians to be sympathetic with. As a matter of fact, at this time, based on some of the things Nnamdi Kanu was saying about the herdsmen, the northerners, and all the rest of it, he would have gained a lot of supporters if he was approaching it in a peaceful manner. So, for the life of me, I feel like they are aware of this, but they chose the wrong side. They always choose. They pretend as if they don't know, just like our leaders choose the wrong guy.
Yes, too, Nigeria history supports what you are saying. Have you forgotten IRA, Irish Republican Army? What didn't
Yeah,
they do? They even killed royalty. They bombed
yeah,
everywhere. At the end of the day, it was the Good Friday Accord that sorted
exactly.
everything on a round table. We have to talk.
Yeah. Yeah, and the fact that the Nigerian government has not even attempted that for such a long time is quite disturbing because other areas they do reach out to try to because they've been trying to talk to Boko Haram for a long time. Right from the earliest days, they were trying to talk to Boko Haram. Boko Haram, they will have an agreement with Boko Haram. Boko Haram will like, who had an agreement with you? I didn't. Who did you have an agreement with? And Boko Haram will disagree with it. I've never seen that, anything like that. The Nigerian government will be so proud to reach an agreement with Boko Haram, and Boko Haram will just go around like, no, I didn't agree with you. God forbid. So that's how pathetic it is. And yet, the Nigerian government haven't found it in themselves to go to the southeast. So this is where a lot of South Indians will come out and say, you know what? There is an element of
So wait. Let's clarify this. What do you mean by the Nigerian government has not found time to go to the southeast to discuss what exactly? Do
Biafra.
we turn? Do we turn over the treasury to the southeast?
No.
Or
So
what do we do exactly? Because can you expatiate what exactly the thing is? Or is it simply a matter of presidency? Do we anti every single Nigerian and say that only a Southeasterner can contest? What exactly is it?
Hold on. What are the Southeasterners inviting the government to come and talk about? What exactly?
Now, if I was the government, I would go to the south.
Okay.
No, we're not asking you that. You be straightforward. Something all these political
That's what I'm
correctness.
doing. Let me answer.
No. What did they ask? What have they asked? Okay, Nnamdi Kanu, for example, you're speaking for them. What is he asking the government to come and discuss with them? That Niger Delta, your territory.
You don't want to get the answer.
You go to them.
You want. You don't want to get the answer.
No. You won't give me answer. You answer my question. You start talking about something.
I'm answering your question, but you want me to put it in a way.
Okay, go ahead. Answer it. I wanted to complete the question. So, what
I wanted the government, what the government should have done was go to that region and say, you know what, let's have a conversation about this, or send a representative. Let's have a conversation about it. What is your true grievance? What is it you want? And they will name 1, 2, 3, 4. And even if some of them include leaving the country, they'll say, okay, if you want to pursue that, what is your plan for it? Do you plan on the vote, every Nigerian taking part, or only your region taking part, or every other region? And what is the modality? How do you want to go about it?
Yes,
so
to Nigeria, remember, Jonathan went to the creek to talk to his people. Professor Oshibaju even went to the creek to talk to them too. That peace didn't come at the cheap. The vice presidents went, Jonathan went, Oshibaju went to the creek to talk to them.
So I really think they should go to the south.
But who are they going to meet in the southeast to talk to? Who?
They are legislators. To me, they are legislators in the National Assembly.
Baba. But they are meeting in Abuja already. Why are they
2 days ago?
Of the whole thing.
2 days ago, the legislators wrote politics. 2 days ago, the legislators.
Baba, they are representatives. They are there in Senate floor every day.
58 House of Rep and 15 senators. They have totally.
Why can't they present their grievances right there on the floor? So
they are the ones saying, don't leave Nnamdi Kanu. You don't know what this is like. They are double-faced. They are Janus, Janus. They are double-faced.
I think that it doesn't have to be the only representative.
So Tinubu should drive to the southeast.
Okay. To Niger, give me 1 second. I know I've spoken a lot. There's this gentleman, I can't remember this elderly statesman's name. Is the leader of the Patriots, that group, the Patriots, or whatever they call themselves, that went to see Tinubu some time ago.
Our Chief
Yes. So are you going to tell me that Chief Emeka Anyaoku is not a leader of thought in Nigeria, but most importantly, the southeast?
He is, of course.
So are you telling?
And he has tentacles both in the southwest and the southeast. So he stands in a better position.
I've even read that his wife. I think I read his wife is Yoruba or something.
Of 60 years is Yoruba.
Now tell me, and I think I heard that he lives along bodyline or Ikoyi as well. So it's
I don't want to tell you where he lives. I know where he lives.
Yes, but I've been told. Now tell me this. Are you telling me that this man who has actually, his group has been to see Tinubu more than twice? His group has access to Tinubu, and his group has actually put together a document proposing amendments to our constitution, and in fact, drawing a new constitution. So his group are actually about, and he's the leader of that group. Are you telling me? Are you trying to put to me that an individual who has a position so strongly about our constitution, who is moving together with a bunch of other individuals like mine across Nigeria, to actually put forward a new constitution and pushing for that? Are you telling me that he doesn't have that Tinubu doesn't have the capacity to reach out to him and understand what exactly are the displeasures of the Southeasterners?
Yeah, well, Aaron, the mistake Chief Anyoku made is that he should have made his team very, very lean, maybe just about 7 people, because many of those in the crowd he pulled to visit the president, they are negative people. Let me just put it that way. They are negative people. And the president, and it's not in their good books, and they are not in the president's good book. That's my observation.
I feel like if it doesn't, you can even speak to Nnamdi Kanu and the ECPAs directly if you want to. It doesn't matter. The point is that you are talking to the people that truly have the hot grievances, and you want to dial it down. And there are ways to do this if you have the will. It's not exactly that complicated. Nigeria has a history of doing it. So I don't understand why they have not done it with the Southeast. But when I say I don't understand, but we should. Because just this year, we saw Abike Damiri tweeted for a fellow Nigerian that she represents, she retweeted when they were calling them monkeys. So you can see that the government is bigoted in some sense. She still got her job, hasn't she? Has she apologized for that? I'm not sure. So you can see that this is why you don't have peace in Nigeria. Because some people out of heart.
Sorry, let me ask you this question. Are you sure the Southeasterners really wanted to leave Nigeria, or they are just using this agitation of secession?
They know they're not fit leave.
See, they may not
hold on tonight. I think Baba gave us one statistic like 3 days ago.
I was going to refer to that. I'm glad you pay attention every time, Ola, because it's something I would call it's not secret, but kind of quiet survey we did. It's not scientific. You understand? But it covered the whole of Lagos and covers the whole strata of the Igbos, all the markets, the streets, the Okada riders, the artisans. That do they want Biafra? 87% said enthusiastically they will embrace Biafra. Then the question arises that, will you go back to Biafra to stay? 71% respondents say no, they would rather remain in Lagos, which translates to Southwest. That's the result of that survey.
Are you surprised by that? It's not surprising to
So,
see that.
so how can you have your cake and eat it? Where is that? Where does that make sense? In what world does that make sense? You have your cake and you eat it. What nonsense is that?
It even makes more sense.
The concept of 1 second, please. Hold on. The concept of Biafra is it's a reality. Let me talk to Simba.
No,
the concept of Biafra is
Simba.
It's a reality in the mind of a lot of Southeasterners. So, yes, regardless. But just like many times, just like it says in the Bible, sometimes you want to build a house, but you don't have a plan to determine the number of blocks or sand that you need or gravel to build a house. The aspiration for Biafra is absolutely there. There's no doubt about it. What percentage of the Southeasterners that believe in it, I don't know. But they talk about it. Of course, the people do business in Lagos. They know the importance of places like Lagos and Kanu. So they don't want to go back. But the people that feel disenfranchised, living in the Southeast, think they've been marginalized. Trust me, they want Biafra because they live there. To them, they think it's a reality that they want to pursue. So let's not minimize it. And when it comes to the issue of grievance, listen, grievance can be legitimate or rather imaginary. So just Mike said, what are they grieving about? We don't know, but perhaps maybe the government can find a way, to try to uh, gather some information and determine what truly. Because I don't think overall, as a people, Southeasterners, I don't think they've ironed out what their grievances are. They have so many,
Please, Daddy, let me ask
grievances
you this
left and
I've asked
right.
them before. I've asked them
Let me ask you
before.
this question.
It
Please,
comes
Daddy.
down to just good
You
governance.
said the South is actually marginalized. Is that not?
I never use that word. I never use that
You
word.
said you said they are marginalized.
I never use that word.
What did
I
you
said
use?
they have grievances. It could be legitimate or imaginary. So because somebody thinks something is right, or it doesn't mean they are right.
Are
Okay.
you
So when you
surprised?
hire
See,
things
man,
out, if you get information and make a presentation, you can determine that they themselves can realize that, hey, we are actually benefited from Nigeria as a country than being separate. They don't know that. They don't know that. A lot of them don't know
the
that.
only
So
language
it's
Simba understand is good language. That's why I couldn't understand what you were saying. You see how confused he is. He come here immediately start getting you wrong. Simba, how did you manage to get him wrong?
You don't miss me.
It's so
You
clear.
don't miss me.
Only good language is all.
Okay, the question I want to throw into the house is this. Now, it's like many people here, they love pardoning terrorists, they love cutting deal with terrorists, using the taxpayer money for everyone that spend their life to school to do well for themselves. You want to be paying taxes and use that to feed terrorists. So the question is this now. See what just happened in Niger State, even after the one that happened in the Maka and after the one that happened in the Eruku. Now, another some students were kidnapped from Niger State again. So, here we keep using political solution to pacify terrorists, how do we send the right signal to exterminate all these terrorists from our society? Should we continue that way?
No, you have to both start up your security forces now. We haven't done that. That's the problem. Tinubu promised to do it at Chatham House, but he didn't do it. That's the only thing Tinubu has promised that he never did. The only thing to recruit into our security forces, he didn't do that. Everything
Yeah.
else is
So, okay, hold on. Are you saying
well,
even if you have 2 million, if you have two
things
million
take
soldiers now,
time.
are you saying it's going to solve the problem? No. Just hold on.
yes.
I want to ask him. So, okay, now, what happened to a situation whereby you plan to attack a terrorist at a particular location, and before you got there, they've already ambushed? So,
They've
how is
already
that
ambushed.
a precedent?
You see, when you have 2 million, you will take over the land. You are everywhere. They don't have space to occupy anymore. That's my point. You have to take the whole space. In other words, when they show up, they are in a net. They show up, they will find it hard to escape because everywhere there are security forces. The only space they will have is from outside the country. They come in and they
And
try
why is
to
he not doing it to Niger? If it's to his own benefit, to secure his government, why do you think he's not doing it yet or at
because
all?
because they are scared. They are afraid that if they change the Nigerian security posture, that their so-called paymasters will be scared that Nigeria is about to break out of their control. Nigeria is a very, very stable country.
Okay,
By
okay.
by
Now,
way of information, have you all heard that some students were abducted in Niger State overnight? Have you
So,
exactly,
seen
that's
so,
what
it?
I
so,
just
so,
said.
Papa, at this point in time, the question is how
You are
many?
saying
How
Tinubu
many?
has done everything. You
They
say
are still
Tinubu has done
taking
everything he
count as
promised,
of
and
the
nobody.
last time I heard
Yeah,
about
it should
it.
be the question be how many and when is the next one going to happen?
Everything they promise he has done,
And
other
then,
than the security
sorry,
painting.
Naija, another question we have to ask ourselves: since they have been adopting students, why are they only adopting female?
So,
Because
so
they
the,
want to
the
marry them.
governor, this is the problem. This is the problem. The governor said the soldier left the school before the abduction. They don't know why the soldiers left. So you can see that
That was the one of
this,
MAGA
you
in
can see
Taraba.
that, okay, that one you can see that. Well, this is why I always say when these things are happening, because I've seen this happen even like in Edo State when there was one young boy in my area. So when I left after some years, I heard the story. This guy he became a big kidnapper, right? So what you find out that was that the police knew him very well, but because they were making money off him, they were giving him intelligence, right? And it was making the guy became multi-millionaire, rich, have houses, transport company, and stuff like that. Until one day he went to kidnap a Lebanese guy, and that was too much, so they have to fish him out. And you can see that our intelligence, our military men, they are all compromised. All of them, majority, like many of them, are compromised. We've heard a lot of stories like the one that happened in the other community where they say the soldier came and took all their weapons from the locals, and the next day the invaders came and invade all of them.
Yeah,
So
that's equality.
This is
yeah,
terrible narrative. Hold on, hold
so
on.
we
This is
Well,
terrible
so we
the
cannot
terrorists or the
continue.
bandits that have the temerity to go invade Nigerian Defense Academy, you think they don't have intelligence or the military is not compromised? It's all a joke.
Let me
No,
explain.
no,
I
no,
think
no, no.
this narrative is wrong. Can I
They go
just say something?
inside
Let me
that.
just
They go inside there because the system was compromised.
we
If the
should really
system was
stop.
not compromised, they
Can we
wouldn't go there.
hold on? We really need to stop this narrative that we keep perpetuating or perpetuating by saying that the Nigerian military is compromised. Many of them, or even all of them, sometimes people use that language. You try to use that language and you try
So
to
Nigeria, give us the reason why they left the school now. Give us the reason why they left
Nobody
the
said
school.
all of them.
let me
Nobody
finish my
said all of
point.
them.
This is quite important because I feel like this is a tactics that ensures that we never do the right thing to fix the problem, which is the security forces that you need. When you keep maligning them, how are you going to recruit more?
So you tell us why did they leave the school before these guys went to kidnap the
Why they
students?
left the
Why
school?
did they leave the school?
You could easily think about it if you think again. Just think.
Yeah.
The terrorists.
Why did they leave the
Let
school
me finish
premises? Why
now.
they were there to guide the school? Why did they leave?
Just listen.
I don't want you to carry me to where I don't know. Speak, just
I'm
answer the
not
question.
going long. I'm not going long. I just said, think again. What if the terrorists were monitoring the school until the soldiers left?
Yeah, but why did they leave? Why there was no reason for them to leave. This is a governor came out and said he didn't know why they left.
You know that people are incompetent. When they think nobody's watching, they might think, let's just go into town and have fun.
They don't know that the terrorists is watching
Incompetence is there as well. You have to think about it.
The bandits are so secure than the Nigerian military. They have intelligence. They have air assault. They have everything. But
if you are protecting a school, if you are protecting a school, you don't necessarily know your school is in target. Is the net target? So when you leave, because you've been there every day, everything is fine. When you leave, who told you that? How do you know a terrorist?
Why would you leave? Do you have order to leave? You are a military man. Who gave you order?
Incompetence in a country where there's incompetence.
Exactly. They always have reasons why they leave.
Who gave you order to leave?
Yeah, but it's different from saying they are compromised.
But their CEO is not there now.
Where is the intelligence? Where is the intelligence?
There are two examples I can give you. What happened to Bolaige? When they keep Bolaige,
yes.
But that's assassination now. Everybody knows that one.
It was like a plan. This now, the securities they left him.
Yeah, they left. Now they left. They went to eat.
So why did
they went to eat food? They went to eat food suddenly.
Okay,
all of them.
Let me tell you this.
Have they never gone to eat food before?
No, they were never all meant to. To Nigeria, I know the story very well because I know the family. They were never all meant to eat food at the same time.
Yes,
but all of them decided to go and eat food at the same time.
Why would all the soldiers
that would constitute a security lapse? They don't do that. It's quite obvious if that was the case.
Yeah, no, that Bolaige one, just forget about that Bolaige one. Just don't let us talk about it on here. Just forget about it.
Yeah, so it was
it loves the military so much. We want to make an excuse at any point in time for the military.
No.
Listen clearly.
What I don't like is that.
Listen. Hold on. See, when we say the military is compromised, not the foot soldiers. It's like the ring of circles.
Oh my God!
They are the outside of the ring. They don't have a clue what is going on. They listen to orders. That's what they do.
See, if somebody tells you that a plate of food has got something bad in it, and then somebody goes and eats more than half of the plate, but they are fine. Then the rest part, they go and eat it, they fall ill. It doesn't mean all the plate was bad. So, like in Nigeria now, if you go to Nigeria, are you going to say you have zero security? No, you can't, because if you had, the plane will not be able to land. There is security. So
making that argument.
But that's the argument you're making by making. No. Hold on. That is the argument you are making by making you keep saying these things without saying the other side. You say only one side all the time.
So
There's
which one
compromise,
side?
there's compromise, there's compromise in security forces. You don't
so
say
so
that the security
so
force by and large is still
when you
intact.
say the system is compromised, what does that mean? Can you first of all tell me your understanding of
No,
that
because
word? When you
it's
say
wrong.
system is
If you want to say the system is compromised, you can say yes. We have fifth columns inside the military. That's the right term to use.
so
Or you can say some officers are compromised, but don't compromise the entire security force.
No, Tunaja, you are trying to speak English. Well, are you trying to speak English? You have fifth column.
No, I'm saying some.
Yeah,
I use the
you're trying
term
to speak.
some.
What kind of nonsense?
I'm saying some
talking?
because you know what that does. You know what that does.
Hold on, Tunaya, you're talking too much. When we say the military is compromised, no one is talking in absolutism. You're
Actually,
deceiving
that's
yourself.
what it comes across as. You don't know.
No, well,
You may not know that that's the message you're
I think
sending
you're the
there.
only one that understood it that way. If you ask everybody on the panel, I don't think everybody
Actually,
understood that
no.
100%.
Why do you think whenever I say they should recruit more, people use this excuse? Because people like you keep repeating it one way all the time. That's why people don't want security forces. They think they're all compromised. Why should you recruit more?
They had soldiers. Why did they left? You are talking about recruit more. If you put 1,000 and the 1,000 left, what's the point of the 1,000 you left?
1,000 is not going to leave because if the terrorists do not have enough space to operate.
So the ones that are there, why did they leave?
Because they have to move sometime. What you are hearing, you don't know the real story on the ground.
Yeah, so what makes you believe if you have 1,000, then the same 1,000 will not have the same reason to leave?
No, because in the moment they start operating, you can quench it too. You see, it's not only the ability for them to attack, it's also the ability to escape and how long they are able to operate.
I'm saying to you, there were soldiers in that school. Why did those soldiers leave? You are giving me reasons why they left. I'm saying, so if we have numbers, if we had 1,000 there,
is a sympathizer for incompetency.
Now you ask a question. Let me answer that question again. You said if they have 1,000 there and they left. My point, I just made it when I answered the question that I said, even if they are able to attack, they will not be able to get away. Because when the incident starts,
we're not talking about whether they
security
attack
forces are all around the area.
Tunaja, even if we have 2 soldiers there, right? Even if we had just 2 bodies there to repel an attack, you know that you have somebody there. They're not just going to walk into the school without any form of defense line. Okay, at least even while that defense is going on, that can even give some of these students time to even escape through other routes. Okay, but you had nobody there. So
yes,
what is your excuse? Like there was nobody there to stop anybody.
I agree with you on that, but listen to what I also said. Even when you attack like a bank now in the West, there's no security in the bank apart from layman security. If you go and attack that bank, within 5 minutes, 10 minutes, you will see security forces around you. That is my point. Even when they attack, they can't operate freely.
Okay, listen, Tunaja. I'm saying to you now, even so, we know that the numbers is not enough, okay? But I still don't believe that the fight that we are fighting today, right, that we need to continue to build, even if we want to build our military force, it shouldn't be for a situation like this. Just create state police and let us forget about this nonsense. If the governor put police officers in that school, they not born their way, may they come up for that school that day. Even if they leave, the head of the police in that state will be held accountable by the governor.
Governors that don't pay their staff
will be held accountable by the governor.
Governors that don't pay their staff is the one you are talking about. Governors that broke down House of Assembly houses. Governors are very responsible in the country so far.
So if they are playing politics with themselves, means that we should then use that as a yardstick for us to protect the life of our people.
No. I'm saying that if it's not making state police is not a solution. It's not necessarily a solution.
It is a solution. It is a solution that will work.
The number is what you need. It's not just the.
No, it's accountability. Who holds them accountable? Who are they accountable to?
Hold on. You can't hold a soldier that is meant to defend 1,000 people accountable. It's an impossible job.
Listen. It's a no. Listen to me,
gentlemen. Look. Let us look at this.
There is no insecurity.
Midwest man.
One second, please.
Just give me 1 minute, I beg.
I know. Let me quickly land on this. Please. Insecurity is not everywhere, every corner, every single area, every meter, every centimeter of Nigeria. No, they are concentrated in certain areas. So when they are concentrated in certain area, you can also concentrate your manpower in those areas as well.
Yeah.
Okay,
You
that's
can
me. You
also
want to make the
you can
military a
also
rolling
concentrate
stock.
your
Look,
manpower in those areas as well. But if you
listen.
don't
Let's
have
look at
it,
it. Let's look at the numbers. What is I stand by this president even unto tomorrow, but on security, I'm disappointed. I'm really, really disappointed. You see, in terms of the urgency of now demands that we have more troops. The urgency of now. So what he will have done, or I expect him to do, is to recall all policemen doing guide duty with all these politicians. Because some of them have 4, 5, 6 policemen. By the numbers, we have only 360,000 serving policemen. Half of them are serving politicians. Recall all, leaving them one each. 2, all the military serving officers, the soldiers, serving politicians and retired generals or senior officers should be recalled. Leave them with one. This is emergency because you need to saturate some areas with troops because the numbers alone would drive fear or
But
slow
it's not
down the
enough.
enemies.
It's not enough people
So,
now. And what if
Baba,
those
so
VIPs they
when
start
you have
killing them
hold on
too?
tonight, Jack. When you have a smart person like Tinubu not doing what you're recommending, what do you think the problem is? Keep in mind also, all these people, with all these 4, 5 police officers as security guards, they are his constituents one way or the other. Okay, so why do you think Tinubu's not doing it if it's so obvious?
You answered already, politics, because there is constituents. It's politics.
I don't think
we
it's
should have
local. I
less
don't
of
think it's a local
politics.
politics. I think it's geopolitics. This is
We
why
should have
no
less of
African leader has
politics
done
this
it. I
time
don't we
around.
should see, Baba, we need to understand this. This is not local politics. It's not local politics. It's geopolitics that is causing this. There's a reason why Ghana, Niger, Cameroon, all of them don't have proper security posture. This is something bigger, and they are scared. Our African leaders, let's face it, they don't have the stomach for it. They don't want to change our security posture to become a proper sovereign nation because they know if they did, those are people that they answer to will come knocking.
They don't want to cause offense.
They don't. And
But we don't need to. We don't. Okay.
That's why I need younger people. Younger people take more risk.
But state police is not a security posture now. State police is not a foreign affairs posture.
But then you don't have state police overnight. There are a lot of structures that have to be put in place.
I know, Baba.
We are
I've
talking
argued
about
with
the
that.
urgency of now.
Baba, I've argued that last week.
To those people, it's a security posture because they know that
So, Tunaja, I want to quickly read you something so that you see it. Look, they say Governor Nasser Idris of Kebbi State has demanded explanation from military authorities over the withdrawal of troops from government guest comprehensive secondary school Maga shortly before the adoption of students and staff while receiving the president of Nigeria. So you see, it was an order for them to leave the school.
Yeah, but they didn't know that the school was going to be attacked.
Yeah, they knew. They knew.
Come on, how can you just assume that?
Let me explain. Can I explain? Just hold on. Let me explain to Niger.
What if they were going out? You don't know. You don't know. There are so many reasons why it could have happened.
To Niger, can you listen? Just 1 minute. 2 days prior, the information was flowing around from DSS to Army formation. Half a kilometer from that school, they have a military checkpoint, a kind of camp. On the day, they asked those people to come to the school premises to stand guide on orders. Midnight, the order was reversed. And as soon as they left, less than 2 hours, the people came and stormed the place. So who gave that order for that soldiers to stand down? That is the question that has not been answered.
Yes. See, do you know how many orders goes out every day where nothing happens? So let's not jump to conclusion and we just jump. There are so many options. It could be that the bandits did something somewhere else that distracted them, that they went there as a diversion and they came back. You don't know. I like why people just jump to conclusion.
So let them tell us that now. Why are they not? Let them talk
Exactly.
to us.
Let
Yeah,
them
they
tell
might.
us that.
But if they tell you
No,
that,
listen.
if they tell you that, it's gonna
Even
be
if
like you're
hold
screaming.
on. Even because for them to be there, they have to be some level of intelligence, right? So even if you want to, why do you withdraw everybody?
Exactly. So that's a question you can ask, but don't assume that there's no legitimate answer to it. Because these people are
Yeah,
dying
but
in
why
the
would you
line of
withdraw
duty.
everybody? This is the governor of the state now asking, demanding answers. A governor of the state is demanding
I
answer for
think
the
he's
military.
he's
Why they
posturing
withdraw?
because they have failed their own people. They have not done what they need to do. How see, no
What
matter
is
how you
what
put
would
it,
he doesn't have the command of the military. He does not command the military. He's
let
a
me see.
governor.
Even if you command the military, if you don't have enough people, are they spirits? These
To
people are
Niger,
not spirits.
they had people there, they left.
They went somewhere else. Did they go home to
Where?
sleep? Find
Where
out.
did they go to?
Maybe they went somewhere else to check some security situation.
Maybe this, maybe that, maybe
But you
this, maybe
don't
that,
know
maybe
that. You
what?
don't know that, and you're just making allegations. All you know is that they left.
What we know now is that they left a few hours before their abduction. That we know that for
Exactly.
fact.
You are treating them
So,
as if they are the abductors themselves. That
so
leaving the site is not the
how
criminal offense.
how are you sure they are not the abductor themselves? How are you sure they are not?
Exactly. If you are not sure, then why are you talking as if you are sure? That is the
Yeah, but
problem.
they say the witch flies at night and the child dies in the morning. What do you
Oh,
think
yeah,
happened?
exactly. And you are one of those people that believe that the witch killed the child. They don't, isn't it?
Yeah,
You
but
see,
like
he just
what
gave
is
an
the
To
solution?
analogy.
Niger,
What is the
to
solution
Niger,
going
while
to be?
arguing this, take into consideration those 4 soldiers that were displaced a couple of days back, what they said.
Yeah. What did they say?
They were out
They were
on a
told to
mission.
stand down, don't shoot, stand down,
They
stand
don't
down.
shoot, stand down.
Yes, that is also possible. The question you have to ask yourself, ask that person that gave that order why. Find out why before you just assume.
No, because they were on that mission against the terrorist group they encountered. They were gaining upper hand because they have enough ammunition, and the commander asked them to stop shooting. That's
Yes,
what they claimed, those 4 soldiers.
exactly. They will come and tell you that.
And they didn't
What we are
stop.
not hearing is from the commander. We never hear from the other side. We never hear from the other side.
Yeah, because they
Their
will never tell
reasoning.
us anything. So we assume by what we've heard that that's what that's the correct
Exactly.
narrative.
So that is the question you should be asking yourself. Why is the government forces not coming out to actually spell out these things? Because they know full well the more they talk, the more they reveal themselves that they are not doing what they're
Okay,
supposed to do for their
progressive.
people.
What exactly are you arguing? Are you saying there are no
No,
moles in the
I
military, or the military is not
no, I say
compromised?
the
Is that what you're
system is.
arguing?
I'm saying the system is compromised. I'm saying the system
Yeah,
is
I
compromised.
agree.
I'm saying
I
these
agree.
military chiefs are making money. They are making money from this whole thing that is happening. Some of them are making because don't forget the government is going to pay. The government is going to
Oshiomhole
pay.
accused our military.
The government is
The
going to pay
military
heavy
will make
Uh,
ransom
money
for those
whether
girls
there's
to come
war
back.
or not. They will make money anyway. I don't know why you think they.
Wait,
Commodore,
the government is going to pay heavy
Olayemi, or what's the
ransom,
name of that guy?
for those girls to be returned back.
The military, all the least will
Ola,
make
if I
money.
tell you something now, you and Simba, you will open your mouth, you can't close it. Nigeria
They are
has
not
been
the only two.
rotten for
They are
a
not the
very
only two
long
people here
time.
now.
During the war,
Okay.
the commanders, because when they started the war, they were paying them on the ground, their salaries and allowances. They paid them on war fronts, and they send their monies home to their beneficiaries. Do you know what the commanders were doing? They were giving, they allowed their people to be ambushed and killed so that the commanders can take their money and put in their pockets.
Okay, now you see the wickedness
During
of
the
fellow
war,
Nigerians.
until Gowon now reverse it, I will all reverse it rather, and every soldier have to provide bank account or give a name of somebody that will go to pay and record office, zonal pay and record office, to collect their husband's or their son's salary, and give them only tokens on the war front. So it's a long time, this Nigerian thing.
Listen,
I don't like this idea of just maligning the security forces. I really don't like it. It's a dangerous idea.
If we pass state police law today, I guarantee you, in 5 years' time, that country will be rid of insecurity. In 5 years, not 20 years, in 5 years, that country will be rid of
Yeah,
insecurity.
right.
Yeah, but
The reason why we don't have enough
okay.
numbers. It's not the state police that is
Okay,
doing strong. We don't have enough
the progressive.
numbers.
Hold on, the progressive. Now look at it this way. Now, this is the problem with the politicians. Now, if you give them state police now, I bet you the people in the northeast and the northwest, they will use that police on elections day. Except you have a way of withdrawing the state police on election days. They will tell everybody there. Okay,
All of them will use them. All of them
hold on.
without exception.
Exactly. Now, the state police will now be doing the let's see who we vote for. Yeah, print here,
So are they not using the federal
print
police
here.
now?
No,
Are they
I'm
not
just
using
telling
the
you.
federal police now?
I'm just telling you that what the police may, the
Yeah, but
politician may be thinking.
are they not using the federal police now for
Hold
election rigging?
on, just hold on. I say I'm telling you what a politician may be thinking of, because I'm beginning to think what is stopping the state police, if not because of election. What is stopping them? You understand? What is stopping them? It simply means that all this northern one, you understand, they will rig. You understand? If they are going to rig, then get some kind of mitigation. And the mitigation will have to be electronics.
Okay, so if that's the case, look, if that's the case, right? You pass the law, they have state police. Election day, there will be no state police anywhere in an election. On election, they use federal police for election conduct. That's all. What's wrong with that? We can do that. You on election day, you pass the law should state that state police should not be involved in any elections. So federal police will handle everything to do with elections.
Let me tell you.
See, it doesn't matter what structure you have. All structures can work. You just need enough of them, and you just need the will to do the right thing. That's all.
The human being behind the structure too, we have to be responsible. We've already known that some leaders are very, very irresponsible. In fact, if there's another word, they are to manage this thing. You understand? We are talking of the country where your leaders went to import foreign militia just to chase Jonathan away. That's irresponsible. In fact, that is criminal.
And you can also argue that I've always said this, even if I'm from the South region, I always say that Jonathan was irresponsible with what he did. Because by the time I left Nigeria, the government was supposed to rotate from north to south, and he occupied that position for far too long. He should not have run for the last time.
Don't go there. That is unfair to him. Now,
this is very fair. He shouldn't have.
No,
he shouldn't have done
hold
that. That's what may have led to this problem we're having now.
No, you can't use that as an excuse. That's
nobody has held him accountable. This is strange. I'm surprised Nigeria didn't hold him accountable.
What are you talking about? Hold on, to Nigeria. You made your point, right? These guys to start with, until some groups stood up, these northern people, they didn't want to follow the constitution. He was the vice president of someone, and the vice president died. So what happened?
But he didn't need to run in 2011. He didn't need to run in 2011, and he didn't need to force the primaries of the party in 2015, because one of the things that really caused the fallout. Hey, Mr. Let me say this. One of the things that caused the fallout of PDP, and there's continued to cause them to be in the situation they have now, is the actions of Jonathan in 2015. Because that was when Sharaki and Saraki and the NPDP. Let me finish now, Mr. Let me finish. That was when Saraki and the NPDP walked out. That's when they walked out of the convention, remember? So if Jonathan had not used the manipulation of being a sitting president to manipulate the primaries of the PDP in going to the 2015 elections, PDP would not be in the situation where it is right now as a political party. Because from that time, that is when the party leadership problems and all that stuff has really begun in PDP. And I can blame Jonathan and apportion some blame, not all blame, some blame to him, especially for 24 primaries.
Let's hold it there. You are supporting illegality. It's just as it's okay. If someone had planned coup that time and overthrew
Ola, you are getting it mixed up. You are getting it mixed up. What they are saying is this, right? Hold on. Let me explain.
I'm not getting it mixed up.
You are getting it mixed up because you just said now that they are supporting illegality, but it means that you don't understand the whole conversation. What they are saying is that Everybody supported Jonathan being given that position when Yaradua died. Everybody stand for the bet. As soon as that term finishes in 2011, Jonathan should have stepped down. That is the truth. He should not have gone for that 2011 election.
Yeah, he shouldn't have, exactly. He shouldn't have gone again for an extra one. And even when he got that, he want to go for another one again. Jeez.
No, even forget he already messed the whole thing up as soon as he contested that 2011. He should have stepped down. Let Norton have finished that.
Guys, hold on, please.
Yeah, but after he won that 2011 one, he could have just said, "I'm not going to run."
Guys, hold on. Let someone speak. Abba.
What I'm saying now, I just very, very short sitting. I was just trying to say that if he had just said after he won that 2011 one that he wasn't going to run again, that would have helped too.
Let someone speak. Let someone speak. Boko Haram started 2002. Even though they were running, they were doing their violence starting from there. How was that supposed to be? How was that supposed to be Jonathan's problem? How was this supposed to be Jonathan's problem? Now, even Atiku didn't even want Obasanjo to contest the second time. It took a lot of prevailing. So why were they not obeying that? And again, was PDP the only political party?
That is not true. Again, that is not true.
Whether it is true or not true, let me give my point first.
It's not Atiku that didn't want Obasanjo to contest second term. It was them James Ibori, them Lucky Gbenedion, all the PDP governors. They were the one that was the forces behind Obasanjo not contesting second term, and they wanted Atiku to take over from Obasanjo. They almost if Atiku was very, very greedy at that time, Obasanjo would have been out. It's not like they did it. He would have been gone.
You shall let me speak. You shall let me speak. Atiku was already bribing these guys. And you are telling me that it was the governors. You set some people up and you showed them their ambitions and they were not supporting you. And all of a sudden, you are not saying the governor. What are you talking about? Are the governors out of my magnanimity, they were just supporting Atiku just because they love Atiku so much? That's not the issue.
So why did Obasanjo then contest second term?
If not because of the ex-military leaders that prevailed, you think Atiku didn't want to go?
So why did he go and prostrate for someone that is younger than him?
Leave all those kind of story. Let's stay with the substance. The substance is Atiku was impatient. That's the substance. Forget about whatever drama that happened. So now the thing is this: even look at when they were even rotating the team in 2023 elections. It's just because of Atiku that PDP is crumbling now. Okay, assuming Jonathan was wrong in 2011. So was Jonathan there in 2023? But
Mr. Ola, the problem is you are putting all this.
Just don't you all of you are just excusing criminality.
No. I think you're the one.
Hold on. Whatever you are talking about rotational presidency, it's just a conventional convention. It was not our written constitution.
Exactly, which is what we are saying. As well.
Forget about that morality. Whatever Jonathan did, he didn't do
it. He had a right to do it. Yes, he had the constitutional right to do it.
Now, because of that one, you now run terrorism against him. What are you?
We are not justifying that. No. We are not talking about the terrorism. We are just no. See, I think we need to separate what we are talking about.
This is why Ola did not understand. Ola did not understand the conversation.
What we are saying is this: we're not. In fact, I'm not even talking about terrorism or not. What I'm talking about is Jonathan's participation in what I see as the ultimate downfall of PDP and where PDP is right now. And I see, not even less so the 2011 elections, which he contested, but more so his actions in trying to force his way in the 2014 primaries of the PDP. Because it was at that state, it was at that particular moment that the new PDP, the NPDP of Sharaki and Co. walked out. Remember that incident at the convention. It was when he tried to force his way into the power of the incumbency. that the new PDP walked out of the PDP, and from that time, the PDP has really just gone down south.
Was Jonathan contesting in 2009?
No, I'm talking about 2014 now. We're not talking about 2011.
Now,
we're talking about 2014, 2015 elections.
Okay, whatever you are saying now, whatever you want to see, you want to use to excuse.
We are not. No. We are not. I'm not talking about the actions of APC to counteract Jonathan. I'm talking about Jonathan's actions. I'm talking about Jonathan's actions in the downfall of PDP and where PDP is now as a political party that lacks leadership, that lacks cohesion, that doesn't have a position, and is felt as a main opposition to APC as we speak in 2025. And Jonathan has a part in that, and that is what I am addressing right now. I know I'm a bit deviating from what you were talking about, but I want us to address that particular matter because I think Naija brought it up, and I think we do not apportion enough blame to Jonathan in the fact that he tried to use the power of the incumbency to an extreme level then. Jonathan was not a gentleman. And I want us to Jonathan was not a gentleman because he used the DSS, he used the power of the incumbency, and he did a lot of underlying dealings at the time.
I got you. You said your point. Whatever you are saying here, the only persecution that Jonathan was facing was just because they were seeing him as lightweight. Someone was planning to even replace Jonathan as the vice president. It was at that bad. You understand? Anything could have happened. You should have recognized that whatever you are doing, that arrangement was for PDP. It wasn't for APC. It wasn't for other party. It was only for PDP. What are we talking about? So just because arrangement that was for PDP, suddenly it should not be bad. So the thing should not cut across. What are we talking about? We have constitution to judge us, and we are now blaming Jonathan for terrorism just because he exercised his own rights. I don't get it. To be honest, I don't get it. So what is different between what we are saying and those people campaigning amnesty?
Let me try to explain it to you. See, if you have a situation whereby power is supposed to rotate, a southerner had already run the country for 8 solid years, no northerner. Then a northerner came in, barely 2 years, gone. Then the southerner went on to finish the term, then run for 1 term, then won and finished the term. Then instead of him, when he first won that term, so now it's got 6 years already. He should have said, when I finish this term, I'm not going to run again. That would have created an air of say, okay, some other person is going to take over. But instead, he went on to want to run again and still be in office. So that period led to that would have meant 1, he would have been the longest serving president of Nigeria. 2, after democracy came on the scene. After democracy came on the scene, for almost 15 years, the Northerners ruled for only 2 years.
He has a lane inside. Yeah.
So that is horrible. What the president he set the stage for a very, very serious tension in the country, and he didn't have to do that. He really didn't have to, just for his own personal aggrandizement.
You see what I do not appreciate in this type of argument is this. Something that never happened in the history of that country. Someone coming from a minority that they never expected that whoever become the president of that country happened for the first time. And some people, just because they have this mentality that they are born to rule, even some stupid one among them even put in part of the logo, but born to rule, to tell you the mentality of these people. This thing did not just start today. And a person like Jonathan was there, and it was so difficult to support. If you know you didn't like Jonathan, you should have go and team up, team up with the opposition to make sure that you vote against him and get your convention, because you have your constitutional convention, go and get into the other party. Why didn't you move instead to go and support your Buhari and win that time? So running terrorism against Jonathan to you is a problem. They were lucky that we don't have some kind of leaders that have a very serious mind. If you've done that kind of thing to a like of Abacha, they will be discussing this kind of things inside their grave today. What are we talking about here? If you try this kind of thing with a leader like IBB, they will be discussing all this kind of thing on that 6 foot. What are we talking about? We are talking that some people they went into terrorism just because they want to get power, and we are not saying we are not blaming someone.
I think yes, they may be wrong to do that. Nobody's saying that they are right, but the environment was created by such a kind of
Allah, can I
capturing
come in now, please?
power.
I've been not speaking yet.
You can come in. You know, everybody has been pushing each other aside, so you can come in.
Yeah, I have a comment to make. You know, I don't want anybody to interrupt me, please.
That one not go happen. It depends.
Wait, can I go ahead?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know where you're at. I've not been listening, but I just came in. But you know, just because I'm only going to speak about the latest development about kind of being transferred, you know, to Sokoto. You see, this confirm my narrative that the whole idea, you know, is an entrapment to the Southeast into a violence, which we saw during the Buhari silent genocidal period. For you transferring Nnamdi Kanu, you know, to Sokoto. Why Sokoto? Can anybody here tell me? But before you can, you know, make your own, give your own reason why they transfer me. I have my own reason. I look at this, you know, they want him to be distanced from home. That's one. To limit family and lawyers' access. You know, that's perceived as a punishment. Another one that's what I consider to be cultural or geographical different. Seems like it's symbolic hostel, you know, for the way they place him there. So he can, you know, so he can suffer that placement. And there's a, you know, I mean, you can come here. Some people will make that excuse here. You know, I know some people is going to counter me, telling me about their security rationale why they're sending him there, in order to prevent unrest and protect him. That's nonsense. That's garbage, in my own opinion. You know, I viewed politically, you know, I view from political perception. I mean, a lot of people have spoken to a friend of mine recently, 2 of them already, you know, before I came back. You know, like I said, it's like Igbo as, you know, as a punitive to them. It's an entrapment. This is why they did this again, trying to cause trouble, you know. So from human right point of view, this race question about his right to proximity, you know, to his family, this is completely a punishment. So everybody can come here and speak whatever they want. Nothing is going to happen. Tinubu is a lame dunk. He's not going to do nothing. He's not going to do a jack. He wants to win. He wants a Miloko. He wants to rule the next 4 years. So he's going to cut at the North Kaba or whatever, you know, people directing whatever is happening about Nnamdi Kanu, you know, situation. I'm not here to indicate whether you know.
So are you saying Tinubu should be interfering in the judicial process? Is that what you are saying?
You know, the adjudication of the sentence and all this nonsense going on. You can say whatever you want. There's an agenda in what is happening in Nigeria, and I don't. It doesn't go away for Nigeria. Right. We are suffering from international terrorism.
Why are you so fixated in campaigning for a terrorist?
Not utter a statement about what's killing in Nigeria, but America is defining.
No. Comparable facts. Can you hear me?
On you, Nigerian people.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Why when did you become an activist and human rights fighter for the right of a terrorist? I don't get it. And are you saying Tinubu should go and interfere in judicial process? Is that what you are saying?
No, I'm putting the whole thing in context, from terrorism, from the way your country is being, you know, run. You know, I mean, nothing is going on in your country. I mean, your country has become an international conversation. Nothing, not just this thing. I mean, Nigeria is like a boiling.
So, man of prestige, you know, what is are you saying they should release him?
I already stated here
that perhaps a house arrest.
I already stated here the act of inciting terrorists is in the act that he committed, incitement and instigation, is part of terrorism. I never said, you know, he didn't commit any terrorist act.
Also, he was sentenced according to the act. So what's the problem
that he have in that country?
Wait,
you know,
did you know what the judgment?
Let him land, Aro. Let him land.
Yeah, the uneven justice, you know, that's been perpetuated in the country. Every rule, every sentence, you know, has a political connotation. Nigerian law is not uneven. You know, there's no precedent for the kind of justice that was made to this guy. Could he be sentenced or whatever? Yeah, but the way it was handled and all this caricature, you know, that happened in that court yesterday, I didn't watch it. and I have not watched it, and I have no interest of watching it because Nigeria has become a garbage country.
So you have chosen to be ignorant. You have chosen to be ignorant, and now you're in a public forum. An educated man, an educated man like yourself, at the age you are, you have chosen to be ignorant. No, I'm not insulting you by saying you are ignorant. I'm just saying.
Arrow, please wait. Let me ask
you chose not to watch it. You chose not to watch it, so you are ignorant of the fact. So now you're on a platform, an educated man, making it publicly known that you are ignorant of the fact, but you are making an argument about it. So don't talk about something you are ignorant about. Don't make a public comment so effusively about something you don't know about.
I'm insulting you, but I'm
not insulting. I'm not insulting you. I'm not insulting you. I'm not going to start talking about AI, knowing that I'm ignorant about artificial intelligence to an extent, and start talking about AI as though I'm some subject matter expert. It's just a general context. You are entitled to your opinion in some way.
You know what transpired yesterday? All I do, I can get the fact. I can get far from news media.
Wait, what facts are you talking about? Calm down, comparative. Wait. I hear you talk about precedent, and they've given you examples of precedents about incitement. But let me give you another one, where even there is no precedence. I stood on the streets, let's say in Enugu, by somebody, roast the person, and start eating that person. I don't think there's a precedence for that. So because of there is no precedence, they will not deal with me legally, lawfully. Is that what you are saying?
I said the sentence has no precedent. That's what I said.
And that's what I'm giving you an example that what I just told you now has no precedence. Calm down. Whatever it is you are hearing or that is influencing you, I'm putting a perspective to it. Because you're talking about precedence. They've given you examples of precedence, and you still put blind eye on that. So I'm giving you a fresh one. Calm down now. This is not about anger or anything. This is not about anger or anything. So just calm down. I'm giving you a perspective.
I'm not mad. Why would I be mad for this?
You are because you are not allowing me to put my perspective to you. You are just short-circuiting me. Because you talk about precedence, and I'm telling you that, okay, well, the scenario I painted to you has no precedence. I've not read it anywhere. I've not heard it anywhere. I've not watched it anywhere. So when I performed that act on the street of Enugu, so because they searched the law books or they made look at the reference, nothing like that. So they will say, oh, go, nobody has committed this kind of offense before. So you can go in peace. Is that what you say? Hello?
Baba, he's saying that because there's no precedence, therefore the punishment is too extreme. That's what he's trying to suggest.
But that is not true, Prince Daddy. We've already made that very clear that is not true. He's not the first individual to be sentenced for terrorism and incitement in Nigeria, and he's not the first person to receive the life sentence or the death penalty.
OBJ was sentenced for incitement.
Yeah, that's why I said he's ignorant. He's selectively ignorant, and he's making it very publicly known, like he has said with his mouth today, just less than 5 minutes ago, that he's ignorant of the fact. So why is he so particular about something that he's ignorant about?
Honestly, we are here to reason together, and we should listen to ourselves, because that's the way of peace. Because all this whipping up of emotions and not in putting things in their proper perspective will cause further this rancor and discord in our society. You know, I shrink or when I hear people say, oh, the country, a Nigerian say the country is a baggage because you have what I call flag of convenience that is carrying a passport of another country, of which we are all immigrants, is documented there. The moment you present that to the immigration, they know you're an immigrant. You are not a US born. And because of that, you speak on your country. You know, wait, let me finish, Prince Daddy. Do you know why Nnamdi Kanu was fighting so hard so that he will not be convicted? Because he knows he will lose his British immigrant status, citizenship by immigration. And it will extend to the wife and children too. That's why he's fighting so hard.
How you know for that particular point you just made? How you know?
I know for a fact. Go and search your books. Go and search. Look, you have a tool in your hand. Which, listen, oh dear, you have a tool in your hand. It's for knowledge. Search the tool. What I'm telling you, Nnamdi Kanu will be stripped of his British citizenship, which he
Most
acquired.
Most likely he will. He will. It's been happening lately. Man of prestige. We live over here, so we know the reality. See, the Tories have left. Since the Tories, they've been stripping individuals who have been everybody that traveled to Syria to go and fight in Syria,
convicted of terrorism, they will now
has been stripped. They've been stripped of their citizenship and deported.
All those who fought outside.
There's a case of a girl that married someone that was a fighter. She was 16 when she left, and she was misled. She was 16. She was stripped. She was born in the UK.
Tool in your hand.
Remember, she wasn't a naturalized citizen. She was born in the UK, and she was stripped of citizenship. Tunaja knows of the case. I can't remember the girl's name. She was 16.
I remember that case very well.
When she ran away from home. This is the reality in the UK these days, especially with the immigration rhetoric.
When it concerns terrorism, they don't do.
Yes, and also you need to understand that Keir Starmer is a centre-right. He's a centre-right politician. He's not centre-left.
In Nnamdi Kanu's case, it's not necessarily against the British state, so they may look at it slightly differently. It's not.
He made that broadcast from UK. The last the famous or infamous
but
broadcast.
It's not against the UK. It's not far gone.
Have you wondered why the UK government is not interfering openly?
Because the Nigerian citizen too. It's not the
don't worry.
The UK did not send it. They didn't send a single. The UK did not send a single representative from their embassy to go and witness the sentencing.
I'm not even sure Nnamdi cares about that. Anyway, Nnamdi Kanu doesn't care about that.
Oh, he cared. He cared for his family. He cared so much. I can tell you for a fact. That's one of the reasons he's pressing so hard. Why do you think he's just fighting? Like a blind man in an alley.
If he cared about those things. I don't
Sorry, Tunaja, can I let me lay my voice? When you listen to the judgment yesterday, from the judgment, the judge said there was a time he was inciting people to go and attack the British embassy and the American embassy. That's the reason why they call him an international terrorist. Look, when he finishes his term, then go to deport him to Nigeria. That's it. It's final. That's the truth.
They may do that, they may not. It's up to them to decide.
Well, he can go to Israel. He can go to Israel. I think the Israelis favor him. The Israelis are very favorable to him, so he might go to Israel.
Brought him to a country that is already.
And that's not helpful for Nigeria.
I mean, everybody here already like a clear-cut situation, or like Nnamdi Kanu has insinuated on that. Yes, in context, British can do that, but it's not a clear-cut, demarcation.
Yeah,
they can do it.
It's not 100%.
Many processes. They want to do it. They can do it.
But to Nigeria, for real?
That's why.
No, that's my thinking. I don't think it's 100%.
He was sentenced for terrorism. Terrorism is like money laundering is an international offense. Everybody frowns out. Every government frowns at international terrorism and money laundering. It is nobody wants to hear about.
The head of Al Qaeda is
to Nigeria for sure. But let me tell you one thing: what Canada and UK comparable for done. Canada and UK, they are very similar in that thing. Once you are engaged, Canada always even worse. Even if you are caught fighting for maybe anybody that is opposing the government, or you are on the side of terrorists, you don't need to be convicted. As you are getting to that border of that Canada, you're already you're
on the plane already being deported.
They won't even take you to the court too. That is where you are going to lose your citizenship and get back to where you are coming from. So all those when you are saying that it doesn't matter, you understand? You will soon find out.
Exactly. We see within 6 months all this.
It's not about whether he's going to be deported, but my quarrel is the insinuation from Baba, and that was the only reason why he was fighting for it.
I think
what do I have with that narrative?
I say one of the reasons. Look at my sentences. Listen carefully, the nuance. One of the reasons, there are several reasons. This is one. Let's calm down and listen
How we
carefully.
think
Pay
that his
attention.
life is more paramount than
Comparable fact.
that deportation or
Man of
You are being
prestige.
too emotional. You understand?
Man of
I'm not
prestige.
surprised. It's within your right. You get my points. But when your points are mute, have that understanding. Nnamdi Kanu is gone. Is gone. There's nothing anybody can do about
What
it.
do you What do
There
you
are
mean it's
victims
gone?
in the east. There are
What do you mean
victims
it's
in the
gone?
east.
It's not
There
gone.
are
It's there.
victims in the east that will cost anybody out that is supporting him, who lost family people. When they start digging unfolding mass graves very soon, maybe you will have change of mind. That he didn't touch you doesn't mean that it did not happen.
It's not in my
I
family.
think man of prestige is not. It's not conversant. Sorry, man of prestige. I think you are not conversant with Nigerian
Whatever you believe, that's the narrative.
No. Man of prestige. Man of prestige, please. I know you're an elderly person, maybe an adult, whatever. I think the problem we guys are having. No. Listen, just listen first. You have been talking. Calm down, please. Please calm down. Please calm down. What I want to say is this: when I listened to the judgment yesterday, I was even willing to learn, and I know that a lot of Nigeria don't even know about Nigerian constitution very well. A mere incitement about terrorism is death penalty. You can hear the judge. Listen, go and check out the constitution. It's not about emotion here. And if you are talking about emotion here, as you are in Nigeria, I'm also in Nigeria. Do you think all of us are happy that the way they are finding people in the southeast? Do you think we are happy? We might not come from that place, but a lot of people suffer losses. Maybe you do not suffer a loss. You don't care because you like this guy. Fine. But the way this guy have gone about this kind of agitation, that is not good. It's not good. It's not good at all. Everybody knows the truth, unless you are just being emotional about it. And no matter what you say here, or no matter how you fight, or how you try to put a lot of things across, the judgment has been handed that to him. And whether they are going to release him in the future, first we have to serve some jail sentences, whether you like it or not. If he's more remorseful, and by the time they release him in future, if they are going to release him, I hope it's more remorseful. And even if you still want to go about this thing, maybe it's going to be another way around. It doesn't want the life of people being quiet all over there. It's not good.
It's cost that region a lot.
It cost a lot of the property.
What happened in that region?
Money,
it affected the south, it affected the southeast, it affected
Remy, folks, do you know why I'm happy yesterday? If there were no TV coverage, they would be spinning a different story today. But that was a masterstroke from the judge. They spoke to the whole world so that there will be point of reference. 144 pages of legal script. That's the judgment. 144 pages. So you can listen and listen and listen again. So they can't spin anything.
Another question we can have people like comparative values is that, are you happy with the sentences of Simon Ekpa in Finland? If you are happy with that one, so what's the problem with Nnamdi Kanu? You can answer the question.
Are you asking me a question?
Yes, I'm asking you a question. It's a very simple question.
Yeah. I mean, I said it unequivocally. I was one of the first person that was jubilating. If there's anything like jubilating.
So if you are happy about
let me learn. So don't truncate my answer. Yes, I said I'm happy.
So why are you not happy about Kanu? Is it not
because of the way he was sentenced? That's where I have an issue. It's an uneven law in Nigeria.
I asked you know,
I'm not saying he shouldn't go to jail.
You know what?
But the act that he committed doesn't warrant
you would have come here.
I don't have any issue on that.
Did you listen? Did you watch the judgment?
You should have,
Did you watch the judgment?
You should have, because the whole judgment, the whole trial, and the whole action was an entrapment to the Southeast in order to perpetrate another violence. That's what I said.
What? Why would that necessarily be the case? I really think that
I don't think that the majority of the people in Southeast will be happy. That is what I think.
To Niger, I know you like drama. If I were Kanu yesterday, to Niger, when they talk after conviction and they ask for allocutors, I will ask the judge to give me 1 hour for my allocutors. And I will use that opportunity. The things I will say, Allah, I will address the whole world passionately and end up telling the judge, you've convicted me. Don't send me to the gas chamber. Nail me to the cross. And I'll cry. I will shed tears. And they lack intelligence, honestly.
Oh my God, what do you mean they lack intelligence? You are really troublemaker.
What I will have done with my 1 hour locutors, the world will shake. But they didn't seize that opportunity. Talking about crumbs. When you have the meat in your hand, they say they are intelligent. I just look at those lawyers. That these are midgets.
Personally, the way I look at it is that some people sabotaging the Southeast.
Like people like Remy talking about emotional and Baba talking about intelligence. I'm not gaslighting you. That's the truth. Who is gaslighting? You're not an adult. Why should I gaslight you? Come on, man. You have been shouting on your voice for the last 30 or 45 minutes. You went away, you came back again, still continue to fight. The deed has been done. You cannot undo it.
Look, we are discussing to learn. If you listen to their locutors, listen, their locutors during the Clinton's trial, when that black girl lawyer was making a submission, when I think I can't remember the name of the lawyer who they now asked the little girl. By the time he ended, the whole world was silent. He said, look, David did this, did that, and he was punished by God. But God did not remove David as a king. The whole world shook and started clapping. That yes, Bill Clinton did this, he did that. But can you remove him as president? No. And he was not removed as president. That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about it. I'm looking at the intellectual aspect of what they did not do yesterday. I get excited about anything intellectual. 1 hour I will have addressed. You should go and read the late Castro. Go and read Savimbi. Go and read Mandela. And you will know exactly the points to grab the world attention.
Baba, you are assuming that he's larger than life. This is the issue I've always had with Nnamdi Kanu. His vision has always been too small, and it's damaged the Southeast and the South together.
I'm happy you see my point.
We have to say Nnamdi Kanu was extremely lucky the judge was Yoruba, because if the judge was from the north or from the south, and he was behaving like that in front of them, they would have lost their temper. And they would have given him death sentence.
Yes.
But because Yorubas, they always they have this emotional intelligence. After their behavior, the judge was still saying, I will have mercy. I'm like, this guy is nice. No. Like the guy,
emotional intelligence.
You telling me the South judge, the guy will be in front of you like that? The South people are just as crazy as Igbos. Or the North, they go yamu to go to their mind. Yoruba Moluabi, we are too gentle and everything. That's why just Omotosho standard mass was even quoting Bible. Like,
is that why Abikebere is still in office? Because you have common sense.
Yeah, Yoruba people are too nice to you guys. We guys never appreciate them. I don't know why.
Abikebere is being very nice.
Will you leave Abike, please?
Is that because you're very intelligent?
I've had you talk about Abike now over and over and over.
Abikebere needs to resign. If she doesn't resign, he's telling us that the government is bigoted.
Omotosho, they are here still crying.
If she doesn't resign, he tells her that this government is bigoted.
What is so big? What are you talking about?
She went and tweeted that Southeasterners are monkeys. That is what she did, and she's still in office.
Wait.
Why you just hear me sing for me?
No, somebody said it, and she put an emoji laughing. That's what she did.
By retweeting
The guy didn't even say Southeasterners are monkeys.
What did he say then?
He didn't say Southeasterners are monkeys. I think there was some reaction to something.
It was
and
to Igbo people.
no, he didn't
I think
claim
they
all
say they are
Igbo people.
behaving like monkeys. That's what he said.
He said some people that
No,
no,
somebody wrote that tweet and she put a laugh emoji.
yeah, and
That's
the
what
man,
happened.
the individual didn't even address Igbos. He addressed individuals that were spazzing out about. So I think it had to do with it was something in the international scenes anyway that Abike was
No,
addressing.
the reference to Nigeria is making is exactly what I've said. Somebody called Igbos monkeys and she was laughing. That's it.
The only thing, the only thing I've seen Abike does is when a lot of Igbos always go to DM to insult her all the time, and sometimes she will respond to the individual that insult her. And then whenever she responds, people
she is bigoted. She made a lot of bigoted statements.
No, Abike, why you guys are stupid? Why don't you guys address the people that are insulting her as well? Like, the one thing I hate about you is this: like, whenever Igbo people attack Yoruba person, and the Yoruba person respond, you go after that Yoruba person, and you even done it to me when you were on Dr. you were hosting. When the Igbo guys are attacking me, like, they respond, and then you kick me out. You guys think Yoruba people are? I mean, we're supposed to be.
Oh, they're all in cahoots now. You know, they're all in cahoots. All these Southern people are in cahoots. They're all in cahoots. They're all in cahoots. They have a despicable. They all have a despicable jealousy and hatred of the Yoruba people. They can't. Some of them can't even hide it.
They believe people have right to behave the way they like. But Yoruba
It's not even about Igbo people. All of them despise Yoruba people.
You're
They
still
despise
going on
us.
about this, Mike. After how
Two
many
Niger,
years?
man, don't bother yourself, man. Don't bother yourself.
Wow.
The most of them they despise you as a Yoruba person. They think we are loud. Yeah. They think we're excessive, and they think we've gotten too much of a good deal in Nigeria. That's the way they see it. And the whole Lagos thing just rubs all of them the wrong way. So that's just the reality of it.
When he was addressing the thing that happened in Lagos with the election, he would just talk about the Yorubas. Oh, they attack the Igbos. He would never mention anything the Igbos did. Like
you know my comfort. You know my comfort in all of this.
Did I not calling Nnamdi Kanu out? What are you going on about? If you're I'm
talking about the way you come after my people.
No. I call Abike did something wrong. Abike did something wrong, and she's still in office.
Look, folks, you know my comfort zone in this. You know my comfort zone in all of this.
Why is she representing Nigeria?
Why I'm not bothered.
Respond to some morons.
Wait, I will be a little bit vulgar in this. I'll be vulgar.
You are defending nonsense too.
Wait. My position. Wait, Mike. My position is this.
They didn't attack her when she did that. They didn't attack her when she did that. You attack me all the time, and you don't see me attacking you back.
You know why I'm not bothered about all of this? I will make a vulgar analogy. You understand? If a landlord fucks the wife of a tenant go. If tenant fuck the wife of landlord, tenant go. Landlord na landlord. That's my point.
Either way, she should resign. Because how can a Nigerian, somebody representing the entire Nigeria, repeat something like that? And she's
doing a fantastic job. Who are you going to propose for the job?
There's 1,000 of what she's not doing a fantastic job. What are you talking about?
She's doing a fantastic job.
What fantastic job? That our people are dying everywhere.
Tunaja, have you ever addressed the level of hatred and bigotry and insult the Igbo spirit of Tinubu and his Abike Dabiri? Have you ever addressed it?
About the Yoruba people in general, why are you talking about Tinubu? Who cares about
Tinubu? They not get them, all of them. Only you get
the moment the Yoruba person hitch or do any kind of response,
those people are not in office. How many Igbo people that are in office? Those Igbo people are not in office. We can't reply to everybody. She's in office. She's representing the whole Nigeria.
Who is in office? You out of your mind, man.
To Nigeria's point, you attain a certain position or occupy a certain position, and you are not a commoner anymore. I totally agree that regardless of what the Southeasterners or Igbo say about her on the platform or whatnot, she cannot do what she did if that was true. Acknowledging or supporting any
calling fellow Nigerians monkeys
about Southeasterners. No, that's totally uncalled for. Regardless, she has an official position. she's a government official and she has a unique position. It doesn't work that way. She's not a commoner. As much as people like to be, we are all the same.
Exactly.
Your position
Which
sometimes in
law
life
in
doesn't make you a
Nigeria?
commoner.
Barry there and his fellow co-traveler. What's that other
See,
idiot that
now
was
they want to start
former
making
FRSC
excuses.
guy?
These are the people that are talking
He
about
makes
rule of
silly
law a moment
statements.
ago.
He makes silly
Now they want to
statements
start
as
making
well.
excuses.
Tell me
This
the
is
law.
not
Tell
rule
me
of
the
law.
rule
This
of
is
Nigerian
morality.
book
This is not rule of law. This is
that
morality.
they
So
broke. Exactly.
It
They
is
want to
still,
fix
It's
morality.
it
morality.
is
There's
still,
no rule of law over here.
no,
It's
because
morality. It's simple about it.
it's
The
tied
only
to
thing they
rule
should
of
have done is
law
you should
because it's
break the
tied to
law.
fairness.
Don't come and be
There's no
preaching
rule of
moral
law.
bullshit,
This is
okay?
simple. This is
You
morality.
can
Okay.
say
This it's
it is
not even
hate
ethics.
speech.
It's not even
This is
ethics.
this is more than hate speech.
You can't even call it professional
Hold on.
ethical standards. It's just morality. Simple
Hold
morality.
on. This is hate speech then. If somebody did something like that in the UK, you will lose your job. If you do that in the UK, you will
No,
lose your
you
job.
won't. No, Donald Trump
If
said
you go
things
and
about
tweet
Mexicans.
It
that
depends
some
on who
part
your
of the UK
employer
they are
is.
monkeys, you will lose your job.
It depends on who
Donald
your
Trump said
employer
things about
is.
Mexicans. He said things. He said some things that people consider racist. Then why is he removed from office? That's his
No,
political
how
position.
many of
What are
them?
you
How many
talking
of them?
about?
Bros, listen. Politicians, they insult their oppositions. That's the fact all over the world.
No,
Now,
not like that. Not like that. Not in a national, not their ethnicity. You don't insult their ethnicity. That is what she did. He insulted their ethnicity.
Go and listen to what Donald Trump said about
Mike,
or
even wait.
And
That
did
is far
anybody
away.
congratulate him for that?
That
Did
is
they
far away.
congratulate him for it?
Mike, chill out.
People condemn
Mike,
Trump for that. You are busy defending
let
somebody
me
that did the
silence
same
him.
thing.
Let me silence to Nigeria.
Silence me.
Suella Brahman spent all her time as a cabinet minister doing
Yes.
exactly what? And did she have to resign?
No. She didn't call people monkeys.
What? Suella Brahman did worse.
Tell me the
She
worst
called
thing.
she called people all forms of names.
No. Tell me now. Hold on. Tell me the worst things about Bremerman said.
Hold on.
Abike never wrote in her hand that anybody's monkey. No, that's not true.
The Igbos are not immigrants in Nigeria.
You.
So
She
if Trump
only
talks
put
about
a laughing emoji to the person who said that.
It's a kind of laugh.
That's what they call retweeting it now.
So
in a post.
She did not retweet it. She only laughed. Laughing emoji. That's what she put.
Let me tell you, you can't have it both ways and slice and dice it. Hold on, Arrow, please. You can't slice and dice it and have your cake and eat it at the same time. If you endorse, if you emoji like for such a tweet, that means you're endorsing that tweet, which really means that you yourself could have tweeted that
No. Number one, I'm not. Wait. Please, Daddy, I know you want to come after me. Number one, I will not tweet that kind of nonsense. Number two, I'm not on Twitter. I got off Twitter because of the poisonous and some of the statements people make. I don't make such statements. Wait. Please, Daddy, I've been on this forum. I've been on this forum for a long time. No. You said I would make that kind of statement. I support it. I've never on this statement made any statement to that effect.
You want to happy to hear that? You can hear that all you want.
It's because I called you a zealot yesterday that you are making it personal. You're making it personal because I called you a zealot yesterday. Don't take it personal.
Let me repeat myself. You know the sense of attraction. When I'm not talking about you.
I called you a zealot yesterday, and that's why you think you can come back at me.
No. Fuck, dude, no. It's what on the bridge. I know it's all play yesterday. But I made a point. My point was that if she had endorsed by liking that tweet, right? She herself may have, assumed to have written that tweet. She endorsed it. And that's
okay, she endorsed it. So are you saying she should leave one piece for that?
Okay. What if I told you it was just a tease? By
come on now.
The laughing emoji.
Let's stop that. Let's stop that.
No, Prince Daddy, I'm trying to your position. Prince Daddy, I understand you.
Hold on, you occupy a certain position, which makes you not a commoner anymore. Let's not pretend that we are all equal.
Okay, Prince Daddy, let me ask you.
We are placed in a position in life that sets us apart. That's just the reality. Abike Dabiri is not an ordinary Nigerian for that reason.
Okay, Prince Daddy, let me ask you.
Southeasterners are not immigrants. Trump can talk about Mexican immigrants or Cameroonians, whatever she decides to, but Nigerians have to know
are you kidding
Nigerians.
Me? Mexican Americans are not Americans? What the hell are you talking about? And What are you talking about?
You didn't talk about Mexican American. You didn't talk about. You talk about.
Are
You
you
talk about
agreeing with
Mexican. You didn't talk about Mexican
Are you agreeing?
Americans. You might talk about Mexicans, and that's where you're wrong because you don't know yourself that you're talking. Okay. You talk about Mexican. You talk about Hispanics. You talk about other people, but you didn't talk about Jewish American, Mexican American, or Black American. No. That's your conclusion of the matter, which you're incorrect.
Anyway, I know when we mentioned Trump, you start shaking. Calm down. Let's leave Trump alone. Let's focus on what we are talking about here. Are you agreeing with Nigeria that Abike Dabiri should leave the office because of that? Are you agreeing with that?
I didn't say she should leave the office. Now, if you guys listen to my logic, I'm always logical in saying I'm trying to make a point that what she did was she should not be tolerated or be accepted in an official capacity. Now, does that tantamount to her losing a job? I don't know about that. If they can make a good case for that, well, that is fine. But I don't think that's up to that level. What she should have done is come out and make an official apology for the tweet and to whomever she offended. Yeah. That's not too much.
Chicken.
I mean, okay, of course, she's smoking whatever.
She retweeted it. She didn't write it herself, but she retweeted it. They didn't just stop at monkeys. They said other things.
No.
Very, very horrible.
Okay, let her resign. Let her resign. That's not a big problem. Let her resign. She's just one person. She can resign.
Because do you know if she had resigned, like when Trump was saying that he wants to attack Nigeria or certain things, people will understand more that, okay, yeah, it's our nation, at least people are standing by us too. But when you see your officials discriminating against your group and you see what's happening to Nnamdi Kanu, are you surprised that some people want Trump to attack Nigeria? This type of stuff, that's what leads to national security threats, because you are alienating people.
So are you calling the Easterners national security threats? Is that what you're calling them now? Is that what you're suggesting?
They are unwittingly becoming.
You are suggesting. What does a nation? What does a serious nation do? What does a serious nation do about national security threats?
You're not listening. What I'm saying is that people have created a national security situation, because if you are being abused constantly, what do you think you are going to do? People like that, people like Abike Dabiri are the ones creating the situation. They are creating division on the ground. Are you suggesting
like Nnamdi Kanu did to support her?
That'd be a stretch. That'd be a stretch.
Wait, let him bury himself. I'm about to give him a big shovel.
He's trying to say that the Southeasterners are the national security threat, but you're not holding the person that
I didn't say that. You said that. You suggested it, and I'm about to give you a big shovel. Hold out your hand. Hold out your hand. I'm about to give you a big shovel. Hold out your hand. I'm going to give you a big shovel. You can dig a grave for one
shovel. Go ahead.
Are you suggesting that the Southeasterners are a national security threat in Nigeria?
Okay. I'm suggesting that Abike Dabiri is a bigger national security threat for doing what she did.
No.
You don't like the answer, You don't like the answer?
No. You did tell me. You said someone is making a national security threat. So if
I said they are creating a situation that will lead to a national security threat.
Let us call Abike Dabiri the instigator. But so
actually, she is the originator.
So we can call her the instigator. But you know the fact of the reality is this.
Look at that. You see how you're playing it down? After you say Southeasterners are playing Nnamdi Kanu's phone down. When it comes to your own side, Nigerians, you are liars.
What do you mean by the own side?
When it comes to people on your own side, you are defending her now.
I'm not saying
defending her now.
Did you not just hear me say that we can punish the instigator? We can punish the instigator. Yes.
Okay, then what? Okay, go ahead. What is the other side?
After you punish the instigator, what do you do about the national security threat that is now existent?
After you punish the instigator, let me finish. After you punish the instigator, the national security threat goes away. That is why I want her to resign.
You are deceiving yourself.
Are you deaf? That's why I wanted her to resign. She is part of the problem.
There's no problem. There's really no problem. She can resign. So
you have to get rid of her. Anybody that makes like that, you get rid of them.
You have a social media platform. Go and advocate for resignation.
Well, she should apologize. If she has not apologized, that's just the bottom line. It's not about resigning. I'm not saying. I mean, I don't. National security. I don't know.
I think she has overstayed that position.
Hold on, to Nigeria. If I heard it correctly, were you saying that a British citizen can be denaturalized and make
Yes, not just
stateless
not
and make
just
stateless?
not.
How does
Yeah,
that
she.
work?
Well, it was very odd. She went to court. It went all the way to the Supreme Court. It went very far, and in the end, it was what it was. It was very hard. It was the first time.
It went to the European court too.
Yeah, it was the first time it's ever happened. It was the first time it's ever happened. In fact, it was a very peculiar case. She was a very young girl. She was 16 when she did it.
So then what country does she belong to? She becomes stateless. I mean, so what country would she belong to?
I don't even know. I don't know what
she's originally from Syria or something like that.
Yeah, our parents are from there. From Syria or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, she wasn't born in this. She wasn't born there, but she went there. She went there. So I think the rationale is she went there when there was a war. So it is considered then that she has taken up citizenship.
And you know what is worse about that? You know what is worse about that? When she went there, she was underage. She was
under 16. She was 16. She was. Some people
that is why that case was very, very
I like to explore this a little bit further. I mean, I'm just assuming. Say if I've been so where did the British people come from? If a British person can trace his route back to Germany, for example, and went to Syria and fight or Croatia or whatever, how would they treat such a person?
If the person is European, they are likely not to do the same thing. That is the
truth.
It was just the tourists. It was just the tourists doing crazy stuff. It was just the tourists doing crazy stuff. The tourists are just crazy.
Some groups are being marginalized in the UK too now. You didn't know. There's marginalization there too now. Point is that Abikadabere will be a good signal that this government actually means to bring the nation together, because you can't have this in 2 years before an election. You're already seeing people retweeting very terrible this thing about fellow Nigerians. If you want your country to be secure, first of all, you want to start making them feel like they are part of the nation. You can't be having leaders that separate the people all the time. The leadership, I've never seen this set of leadership that we have in Nigeria. They are the worst I've ever seen. I've never seen.
Really? To Nigeria, you're saying that with the bold face?
No, the reason why I say that in terms of national cohesion. Hold on. I'm saying in terms of national cohesion, they are the worst. They don't try to bring the people together.
Hold on, John.
Every time they just want to create more division.
We are being dishonest here. See, if in every country, you understand, you have the way you flow socially. Now, for example, if you see two Nigeria now shouting, arguing, you understand. Now, a Canadian would think, oh, are they fighting? Because it happened to us once, sometimes ago, that the normal way we normally shout whenever we are talking. So one white guy there was saying, where are they fighting? So one guy just you said, no, they are Nigerian. That's just the way they behave. Oh, the guy was saying, really? I thought they were fighting. So the thing is this: in every country, there's a way you behave socially. Now, when something happened in Nigeria and suddenly you are now bringing the standard in the UK or in Canada, in America, then that means that you are being sincere, you are being dishonest, because you have to consider the social context. So when Abike Dabiri was responding to someone with an emoji, and all of a sudden, you now twisted everything just for political gain. So that means that
I'm saying it has nothing to do with national, this international.
No. See, you can't lose your cultural background.
If you support divisive statements,
because you want to be politically correct. I listen to what President said. You understand?
It's the right thing to do.
Hold on. I listened to what Prince Daddy said. I cannot blame Prince Daddy so much, because Prince Daddy is more or less an American. But as a Nigerian, okay, you talk to me. I say, I be wearing any. You understand? If I say that in Nigeria, we say it's not an abuse. Baba wearing. Get out there. Nigeria, we know that those things are normal way we flow socially. But you can't tell
go that.
You understand? But
I can't believe you are sitting there defending this. I really can't believe you are sitting there.
But what you are not getting it.
I get what he's saying, but by Nigeria,
if I hadn't correct you,
yes,
you said Abike made that statement. I was the one who corrected that. No, she only put a laughing emoji. You are stamping it on her.
No, it's not just a laughing emoji. She retweeted it, so it appeared on her page. That is the reason why she took it out of her timeline now.
But
So
she's not the originator. What you said here, you put it as if she is the originator.
No. Okay, fine. If that's how it came across, that's wrong. But the point is that it makes no
Okay,
difference.
thank you. I
She
like
saw a
that.
horrible
Thank you.
statement and
Hey,
she
hey, hey,
retweeted
Baba,
it.
Baba, did
She
you follow
shouldn't have been
this
treated. She
story
shouldn't
about
have
Carrie?
put that emoji. It was inappropriate.
Okay,
She
there
shouldn't
you
Not
have.
go.
just
Now
emoji,
we
she
get an admission.
retweeted it.
There we go. That's the point
I
all
wouldn't
along.
do that. I wouldn't do that personally.
Horrible.
I'm very circumspect about what I do online. She shouldn't have. She shouldn't have. Done. She shouldn't have. She shouldn't have responded to it.
Arogiliba, if your Nigerianness just took over you that time, you would do it. But
That
if
I was
maybe
on social media and
Why
I
did
was
you
always
ascribe so many
very. I
no,
was
no, no,
qualifications
no,
to
no,
always
no.
very, very
Nigerianness?
careful.
There are some things. Let me tell you one thing. Because you are leader, sometimes it doesn't stop you from being a Nigerian. But the only thing that if you now something, if you are not being careful again and you look at it, maybe you may say you want to move away. But deep down inside Abike Dabiri, was he going to say that? No. But if a person like Donald Trump now that just talk anyhow, talk to you, you understand? In an American society, you don't talk that way. Or maybe the Prime Minister of Britain now say something that an average British citizen will not say. Then you know that the person really
Oh
means
no.
means
I
that
think
thing.
I think I think
No,
one. See, hold on now. This thing you are saying, Trump, if he
you will
retweeted,
never be
let me finish
pacified.
let me respond what I'm saying. What Trump, if Trump retweeted what Abike Dabiri did about Black Americans, there will be controversy, big one about it. At the same
I know.
time, hold on. Then when you use the term, which I find very, very quite unsettling, that Nigeria, this is how Nigeria is. It is wrong. Nigerians have a very, very rich culture of respecting each other. This is not Nigeria, the way you are making it sound. When somebody behaves like this, you are supposed to be reprimanded. I think somebody earlier on said the Southwesterners have a very, very this is reserved and understanding culture. But this one deviates from it, and you are trying to say that is part of it. No, I disagree. This is not the
I
nature
think
of
you
how
are just an
Southwesterners carry
alarmist.
themselves.
You are just an
I
alarmist,
think
and you are
Tunanja,
just
I want you to also
No,
think
it
of
is
this
serious.
fact.
It has
Tunanja,
consequences.
think
So
of this. Think of this. Think of this.
you are not looking at the people that she's targeting with that
Tunanja,
statement.
look at this as well. Now, I'm not absolving her of what she did, but look at this
It has
perspective. She has been
consequences.
assaulted. She has been assaulted for years by this particular piece. And I think also it might just be a situation where someone else makes it passes some insults to them, and she takes amusement from
Tell
it,
me
and
why
that is what you saw.
Tell me why she was assaulted. Tell me.
Because they've been targeting her unfairly, and accusing her of being unkind, and she's been. I mean, this woman is breaking her
Why?
bones.
Why?
I don't know,
she has
because
been
we see on
making
this
this kind
forum
of
that some people are
statements.
just unreasonable. It's
See, do
possible
you
that
want
some
me to
people
try
are
to pull out
unreasonable.
some of her statements? She has made so many incendiary statements.
Sorry. If you are talking about Abike Dabiri, to be frank, she has done a wonderful job. And when she came to China, I met her, okay? So she has helped tons of Nigeria, hundreds of Nigeria in difficulties. And sometimes as the Nido, he's the coordinator of Nigeria in the diaspora or something like that. Even if she make a simple statement or maybe a small mistake, you to Nigeria, you have been an alarmist about it. You have been on this case for more than 1 year now. You continue to repeat it. What are you going to gain from it? It's not easy to be a public servant. No, let me finish. It's not easy to be a public servant. You know, this woman travel. Let me give you an example. As a Nigerian, if you go to some countries and you see your fellow Nigerians in jails because of various crime or something like that, and you are there for their help, to help them out, she's human. The job she's doing is even more difficult to me because some Nigerians don't know the law of that country, and some of our guys too, they are committing various crimes all around the world. She's in charge. Never
Maybe you're
rest.
taking us a different route. Nobody disputing
No.
a
I
great
know
work.
what I'm trying to say.
Hold on, her work
What
is well
I'm trying to
documented.
say.
She does very well.
What
Nobody's
I'm trying to
disputing that.
say. Let me finish. I'll finish and then you talk. What I'm trying to say is that if she did something wrong by the emoji you guys are talking about, or she uttered a single statement and it's not good enough, I think it does not warrant you to be fixated on it for so long. she can, the worst she can do is to resign or maybe tell her an apology. But you cannot take away all the good job she has been doing over the years. I rest my case here. Thank you.
To Niger, should I even explain
Okay.
where the offense came with Abike? It came up when I think she traveled to Southeast Asia, and we all on this platform cannot deny the reality of the excesses of some people in Southeast Asia, other parts of Asia. And there's an unfortunate demographic pattern to it. And I think she was trying to address that, and that caused offense to individuals who were sensitive to that. But it does not. But the fact of this is that she's the one addressing it. It is a serious matter. When there was a serious incident, a serious pattern
Okay, because she
in
named
Europe,
names, right?
yes, when there was a pattern in Europe, in some parts of Europe, Italy, maybe Germany, some parts of Europe, with some of our brethren from the South, the Oba himself came out and addressed it. Governors in that area, leaders addressed it, and they said, stop sending your daughters abroad to people and this and that. Sometimes we need as a people to take ownership of a problem that has a particular tendency, that has a particular, a slant to it. If a great majority of our people are committing a type of crime or engaged in a type of some types of activities that are unbecoming, we should address it and take ownership of it.
Okay, I hear what you're saying.
If elders are committing crimes, Fulani people should take ownership of it. If Yoruba people are committing crimes, frauds, or whatever, our people should take ownership of it and resolve it. And an individual that highlights the problem should not become our enemy because we want to be defensive and protective. It helps nobody. It will not help the several people in the Southeast Asian jails who are facing death sentence.
Mike.
So that's just the reality.
Let me say this. Hold on. Let me finish one. Let me respond. Let me respond, Jare. Let me respond to what he just said. Let me respond to what he just said. See, what you are saying that she should call out a group within the country. If you want to do that, there is a way.
No. I did not say that. I didn't say that. I'm not talking about Abike Dabiri. But because what she did wasn't itself wrong morally at the time. Essentially, by saying there's a tendency, there's a particular
unfortunate. Me again, I started talking again.
Sorry. Apologies. Go on.
So my point is that she goes out, and the way she responds to issues that involve people from other groups, and she tries to highlight them as they are the problem in the country. When if you look at the data, which is also wrong. If you look at the data, like Hush Puppy now, I don't know whether he's from the Southeast. I don't know. I don't think he is. Most of the so-called. Hold on. Let me finish now. Calm down. See, my point is that you have to be objective in this life, and even when you are, because remember, you are representing the nation. Technically, you should be the representative of the nation. Every group, whatever because there has to be a group that is a little bit more overrepresented in certain areas, but you don't keep flagging them up as if they are the only problem in the country. I've never seen her do the same thing with any other group where they have some problems. If you go to this thing now, Libya, you're going to see things that the Nigerians are going through. And when people say she's performing very well, all I see her performance is that she is so proud how well Nigerians are doing overseas. She's not that proud to bring them back.
You don't know anything. This forefather, you don't know anything.
I'm telling you, she's basically Madam Tinubu that sells our people overseas.
You never step out of England.
To Niger, when Abike started, in fact, she was very particular about young girls being trafficked to Europe. And she dedicated so much of her effort to resolving that, and she continues to do that, especially young girls being trafficked to other parts of West Africa. And that takes a lot of her effort.
But she had cooperation of the region involved, or the people involved, and they bought into remedy. And today, I think that program is a success.
Yeah, you know the thing I hate most about just agree that she shouldn't have done that, and she should have resigned. And I think she's held that position for far too long. Anyway, why is she the face of Nigeria for how many decades? That she's going to 2 decades.
So now you just say hate that woman. So now you just say you want to do
No, she only got the job. She only got the job post 2015 now to Nigeria. She only got the job post 2015.
That is 10 years now in a row. Now that's one.
So one decade. Maybe it's time for us to go.
Yeah.
No. I said post 2015. I didn't say 2015. I said post 2015.
It's around 2015.
Because
she
only got the job after Tinubu, after Buhari got in government. So
okay, to Nigeria, you are just talking about your problem now. Your problem is not even the statement. Your problem is the length of time she has stayed.
No, all of them. She should go one because her mentality. One of the biggest. See, one of the biggest issue I have with her at first was she appears to be so proud of Nigerians doing well overseas. She doesn't have the instinct of saying, "Hey, come home. We have to bring you. We have to create a strategy to be bringing them back home or transferring resources back to Nigeria." She's not doing that. All she cares about is them. She does that. She does that about 10% of the time. She does that 10% of the time. 90% is happy with them.
I think you need to pick it right now. Let's write it up, man. I think you may not like her personally, but I think you need to pick it right now. You know, we agree that she should apologize, and that's it. You know, I think
she's not going to apologize. She has to be doing a good
job over the years, and it's not.
She should just resign. She should resign.
Tunaja, I know your problem is. Tunaja, it's not like something you say.
Why you put defending her? Why you put defending her? You are here defending Nnamdi Kanu. We are here defending her.
No, my problem with you is
she didn't slaughter someone. She didn't advocate for slaughtering people.
Hold on now.
There's a big difference.
Mike, you want to come and start crying again?
Hold on, let me
don't say I did something to you now again.
I know very well. You go on that woman's page. You see the kind of bombarding insult, the kind of names they call that woman. Like men calling a woman, ashawo, stupid woman, foolish woman. I read that woman's page. One Southeast every day they bombard that woman with insults. Now, tonight I want to address what she did wrong by maybe throwing insult back. I get that, but address both sides now. Why can't you
see,
you don't do that. That's my problem with you.
Hold on. They are
the way they are
individuals. They are not government workers.
Men, ego men, go and south men like you. You go on a page through insulting to mass, like saying all kinds of nasty things to this woman every day.
Yes, but that is now, the purpose of you being in office.
But calm down.
Well, your office means you should absorb insults.
Well, you are giving
no, I'm not saying you should insult her. I'm saying she shouldn't have done what she did.
Hold on.
But they were insulting her before she even did what she did. Before she did that,
Do you know? If she had just said, all people that are insulting me, you are all idiots and morons. That is not that bad.
You are hypocrite, man.
She made an ethnic slur.
If that was your mother that insulted like that, would you be talking like this?
Michael, hold on. See, one voice at a time. To Nigeria, let Michael put his position, then you respond. That is aware how the audience can benefit.
Okay, thank you. Let me put it. So Nigeria, let's say your mother was her position.
You cannot use this mother as an example.
No. Hold on now. Why would I not do that? I want to see how you what he will say. No. Let's say that was his mom, right? I'm not insulting his mother. And then wait. Dude, calm down. I have to. There's not. Dude, chill out, man. I'm not saying to insult his mother. I just want to see what. Let me talk, man. Calm down.
To say let's this your mom. No, there's no need for it.
I'm not insulting his mom. Can you let me land? You see what I'm saying?
Insulting his mom, but there was no need to bring his mom into the conversation.
I'm not.
Well, his mom is human now. Viketu is human now. I don't know about women.
If the guy allow me land, you see the context of what I'm trying to say. I'm saying if that, let's say his mom appointed as the minister of and I get this position, those guys think
is it me or I can't hear him?
Mike, your voice is breaking.
And if you would have came here today to address the question, the way you addressed it.
Mike, your voice is breaking. So we can't hear you. Maybe I don't use gas.
No, it's still breaking.
Okay, we can hear you better now. We can hear you better.
Hold on.
We can
It's still breaking, though. It's still breaking. It's breaking. It's breaking. Just go and come back.
This is what you guys
No,
do.
no,
You just
two
murder into
Naija,
the picture. This is
two
what you're gonna
Naija
get.
joke apart. No, two Naija joke apart. What did you do? Because how come that immediately started and
I don't know. Maybe,
You don't bring two Nigerian murder into
the heavens
thing.
are on my side on this morning.
Tonight, go and drink cold water now. Are you not tired of talking for
no, this man called himself forefathers. Two Naija called himself forefathers, and immediately there was an argument.
Ola, 1 second, please. So I wanted to say something. I was going to say, is it a coincidence that when people already stopped complaining about this Tinubu economy and cost of food, all of a sudden we see a huge spike in insecurity? Do you think this is just this is a coincidence, or do you think there's something behind it?
Of course.
No, they want to bring the government down now. They want to bring the government down.
I
That's
think
all
it always gets like when people. I was saying it the last time you were saying insecurity has reduced. I said towards the election it's going to increase again, and the pattern is the same. It's not changed. And you know,
I'm beginning to suspect two Nigerian ourselves. What do you know? What do you know that we don't know? Tell us.
Oh my God! All I know is you have to follow the pattern. The pattern has been repeating itself every election cycle. Towards an election, tension increases, division increases because our leaders make sure it happens. Then insecurity also increases because they want to influence.
But why should young children pay the price? Why should young girls that go to school pay the price? I mean, why are we so?
That is what happens now. Because Nigerians are wicked liars. That's what Nigerians are.
Better, Mike. We can hear you better.
So did they go after the politicians that have police officers and army guarding them, or the vulnerable little girls? Tell me which one.
Of course, the vulnerable. Why?
Okay, there you go. Well, it's horrible. I agree.
They need wives now. It's not like terrorists are very good at toasting women, so they have to go out.
I was putting a question to you. I want you to answer that question.
I think the expectation was that the economy will not get better anytime soon.
We can hear you, Mike. We can hear you.
So I want you to answer this question. If I think Abikadabi was your mom, right? I said that was your mom, right? And then you go on a social media page and you see a bunch of men, Igbo men, calling out nasty, all sort of names. Like, I don't want to repeat those things, right? And then she responded the way she responded. If you would have came here today the same we came to address the situation, would you address the same way you're addressing it, the way you address it today? How will you address it? You'll be telling your mom.
Mike,
you'll be addressing your mom. You won't address. Hold on. You'll be addressing your mom. You won't address those people that call your mom what kinds of nasty name. Is that what you're telling us?
Now, let me say this. One, there's a reason why doctors are not allowed to operate on their family members. Do you know why? Because they are compromised. You are not objective anymore. That's one. But I would say this: if my mom is doing a job where they are insulting her like that, I would say maybe if there's something she's not doing right, I'll say correct it. And if they insult her, I will still say you are a public figure, you are above that, they are children, just ignore them. Let them carry on and you do your job.
To Naija, I have an example.
So you are just going to jump in and go and start insulting them. I don't think
I have an example for you. Are you not an Edo man? To Naija, you're an Edo man. To Naija, you're an Edo man. Okay.
See, people insult me all the time. People insult me all the time. You see me insult them back. So why would you think I would do any different with my parents? I would do the same thing. I would say, just ignore them. They are where they are. But if you do the right thing, enough of them will start backing you too.
It's one Anyoma is Delta Igbo.
Oh, look at that.
No. Two Nigerians from Edo, and they were vibrating. It was vibrating with all of them. It was vibrating the other time that some people were. It was vibrating with them the other day that they were insulting the Omonoba. You were not vibrating that day. Did you not open the show that day? And all of you were vibrating that they insulted the Yoba Benin.
I'm in Nigeria. Didn't you hear me? I'm from every tribe. You know I'm Yoruba.
No, you were vibrating. You were vibrating passionately. I can remember very well. I beg you.
He say we are Nigerians. We have a culture. We have a culture respecting one another. Sooner just sit on all these Pakistan shows where they are insulting other tribes all day long.
Wow.
You never see anything wrong with it. I've never seen you say you guys cannot say this about this other ethnic group.
I say that all the time. What are you talking
the
about?
only
I say
time
that
you
all
have
the time.
problem is when
Oh my God, Mike is still crying. Ah, jeez.
That's the only time you see something wrong with Nigeria insulting on each other.
Mike's question is like religion. When people insult Jesus Christ, I can care less, but not so much for other religions. If you insult their prophet or their religion, they'll pie you. We have
This
example of that.
I think you are also a religious
Yeah,
person.
that's wrong now. And I called it. See,
Prince Dad is a zealot
a
now.
show.
Why is wondering?
There was a live stream that I did about. There was a live stream I did about Northerners they have to call out some of these extreme groups a lot more because there's a big problem going on in Nigeria. One, yes, Northerners and Muslims are being killed and Christians are being killed, but the people doing the killing are Muslims. And the mumu thing about it is that because they are the bandits now. How many Christian bandits have you seen?
Can you say a recent video that goes viral recently, maybe 2 or 3 days ago, that some people dressed like Fulani and they are not Fulani people?
Okay, if you can share the video, that would be useful to have too.
Why should I share it? Are you not?
Who is this guy? Who is this? This is Remy, isn't he? Troublemaker. I wish he was Simba, but it's okay. We can't be perfect. It's all right. You wouldn't even share video. You claim to have evidence of something. No evidence. You can't even share.
I've seen that video as well. It's a bit suspect.
Exactly. It's a suspect video. That's why he's not showing it now.
No, it's suspect because those guys are evidently not Fulani now.
Or they have not done any major
I
stuff.
think that's probably a ruse. That's a distraction. I don't believe that unless we can officially identify that those people, those terrorists, were not Fulanis or from the north.
So there are just a bunch of lads. There were a bunch of lads in some bush. They had their face fully covered, which is unusual. And then they were speaking Hausa. They were speaking Hausa, and the tone was just. It was just like
Which event are you discussing? Which event are you?
It's one video. It's actually I came across it this morning.
Right?
No, not in Kwara. No, not in Kwara. It was just some like 4 boys. They were in some bush.
They didn't catch those guys.
There's just 4 boys. They were videoing themselves speaking Hausa, saying that they are going to go and fire Christians and just making incendiary, evidently intentionally incendiary statements. But what is much more present is actually the fact that you can tell that they're evil guys. It's just like it's just evident, they were, they were just. They might just catching cruise, to be frank, but it is what it is.
Okay, I didn't see that video, but I can expect a whole sort of shenanigans to happen online and people trying to deceive.
Round around their neck, heavy machine guns like this, something like that. Obviously, they might be banditry or terrorism, just want to cause division. But what I'm trying to say is that don't ever think that terrorism in Nigeria is being carried out by Fulani alone. I mean, maybe
of course not. Boko Haram is hardly Fulani even, so he's coming. But the point is that they are Muslims.
No, Remy. No. Let's hear Remy very well because see, Remy, this is one of those things some of us do that I don't like. We try to diffuse something. Now, what terrorism?
He's probably Muslim.
Hold on.
Let's find out. Is Remy Muslim?
Wait. We know that terrorism in Borno, they are Kanuri.
Yes.
Then we know that we know the banditry. You understand? In the other part of the northwest, northeast, are majorly Fulani. We know the one that are happening in Benue. Hold on. Wait to. We know that the one that's happening in Benue, Taraba, and Plateau are Fulanis. So what exactly are you trying to
let me break it down for you so that we don't talk too much. I don't like talking for a long time. For example, look at the governor of Anambra State. Soludo said all the kidnapping, all the whatever that is taking place in that place are majorly 90% of those people are from the south.
Then you mention go to southeast. Don't just I don't want you to confuse. You have this skill of confusing everything. You know why I won't take this into from
So
you,
do you want me to
because
talk on
we are
what?
speaking now, and we have international communities that are trying to help us with whatever they want to help us with. I'm not talking of Trump this time around. It's not good to confuse this thing.
I'm
We
not
know.
confusing
Hold
anything.
on, hold on. We know that those people creating problem in
Are
certain
you a
regions.
village headmaster or a principal?
No. Because sometimes we will be talking of kidnapping, and we
Somebody
say,
needs to
maybe
teach
we have something from
Remy a
some from
lesson.
Agriculture. I don't want all those kind of wrong narratives.
Because you
But
know, do you listen to what I said? You just jump on me like that.
we are just diverting. I don't want you to use your
Okay.
emphasis to
We can move
divert
ahead.
the
No
issue.
problem. So you can bring another topic.
Mr. Ola,
So,
can I address that? Can I address that then? If
Some
Mr.
people
Remy
don't
wouldn't.
want to. Some people don't want to
So,
question why
Mr. Ola,
Northerners
let
are
me
quiet.
address this with facts. So
okay, let me listen to Arogidigba. Oh, yeah, please go
So,
ahead.
in recent months, we know of Kogi Nasarawa aspect to this kidnapping, especially in that axis. And that is spilling over to other parts of the North Central. So, for instance, some Igalas from Kogi have been cited in this enterprise, because really this is an economic enterprise now. We also have some individuals from Nasarawa, indigenous of Nasarawa, who are not Fulani, who are involved in business. Some incidents in Ekiti and Ondo, some locals, Yorubas as well, have been seen to be providing logistical support to the kidnappers, and they are actually active participants in the enterprise. Some months ago, there was at least a number of individuals who are caught transporting logistical support, firearms, ammunition. There was a guy caught transporting food and whatnot for bandits and kidnappers. Well, the name would suggest that it's from the southeast. So to be frank, now the vast majority of the kidnappers and bandits, the guys doing the deeds, I would say are absolutely Fulani. But the reality of it is, I don't think many of them can really do the jobs they are doing without the tacit support of individuals who are interested in making money. We shouldn't forget the reality of it. The reason those girls were kidnapped.
Okay, I got your point. See,
But they
let me
have
tell you.
changed the topic though. The point I
No,
was making, they completely related it.
hold on, bros.
It's a money-making enterprise, and everybody's involved.
Hold on. I don't think there's anybody here that didn't pass through statistics. Now, you have two things. How to lie
Remy
without
didn't. What are you talking about?
Hold on.
It's very
We have how
obvious
to
Remy didn't.
hold on now. We have how to lie with statistics, and now to tell the truth in statistics to take a critical decision. If you want to lie with statistics, sometimes you concentrate on the outliers and you start emphasizing on outliers. Everybody knows that when you want to tackle an issue, you face the major distribution. That once it's at least 66% upward, you look at it that because something that is very significant. If Fulanis are more than 66% of those people contributing this thing, you don't have business in focusing on the minors. When you want to focus on the minors, then you are causing distortion. That's exactly what we do.
But all of them are terrorists now. All of them should buy now.
Just hold on. We know there was a time they were kidnapping in the south, a fact. We know there was a time they were kidnapping in the southeast, fact. You understand? We are looking at what is happening currently. Who are those people creating problem in northeast, in northwest, in north central? You understand? Who are those people? Is it a reverend from Ekiti that is creating that problem in Sokoto? I mean, also, you want to tell me that it's someone from Southeast that went and carried 25 girls from Emaka? Are you telling me they are the one that went to the Niger to carry children? Come on, let us focus on the
So let me answer that question. Let me answer that question in a proper manner.
No. You've already
Let me
spoken.
just give one statement. I'll just give a quick praise.
No. You've already had your
I won't
say.
dwell.
No.
I won't dwell on it. I won't dwell on it.
No, let me speak. Let me speak. Because you've spoken. Let's try to do turn by turn. See, I think I have to give you credit for putting a cogent argument forward for actually focusing on the trust of the statements that were made, because sometimes when people try to address minor points, around the major thrust of the argument. They are trying to minimize it. That's the whole point. The point I was making was that Northerners, by and large, they have a little bit of explanation for what is going on in the country. And we have to also admit that Muslims have been a kind of in the forward foot in the country. They seem to be thinking that they are dominating the country. And this is where Trump's statement, I find it as a silver lining, even if I'm against intervention in any way. But the silver lining is at least somebody is speaking on behalf of Christians that the Christian leaders and pastors are not doing. And we've heard of cases where, Christian women and men have been attacked and beheaded, all kinds of nonsense go on without the people doing it, getting away with it. And now we have a country where Muslims are at the helms of affairs through almost in the major top these positions. Then you also have like in Sudan now, they are killing black Africans because they are not Arabs. They are Muslims. So,
Are you
but they're
saying
killing them
Tinubu
because,
is favoring Muslims?
hold on. Let me finish my point. See, they are killing black Africans because they are not Muslim. They are not Arabs. Those black Africans they are killing, they are already Muslims.
That's not true. The two generals that are fighting each other, they are both Arabs, man. Come on.
Yeah, hold on, but they are killing. You are not hearing what I'm saying. While they are fighting this war, they are killing black Africans. The reason why they are doing this is because they are not Arabs. There's a genocide going there. It's been going on for a long, long time. And
how
because
can you
of
say
that,
through fighting, they are killing because
let me finish what I'm saying.
So that's Northern Sudan, no, not Sudan. Now, there's, there's Southern Sudan and there's Sudan.
Yes, South Sudan. This is not Sudan. I'm saying that country was once 100% African. Today is 70% Arab. I'm sharing it so that you truly understand what is actually
Sudan
going
or South
on.
Sudan? Those are two different countries now.
Sudan, not South Sudan. Sudan.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Sudan was once 100% African.
But they only split. They only split
so
like not long
there
ago.
are still some black African left in North Sudan.
Of course. They
didn't go with the South Sudan.
Yes. Let me say this. Yeah, because they are black Africans. You forgot. See, my point is that
Sudan, as we know it, is mainly Christian.
Yes, South Sudan. But
that was the nation of Garang.
See, let me try to get this information through because I think there's a little bit of confusion, especially. See, North Sudan was 100% African. But the genocide, yes, you didn't know. They were mostly Africans. So over time, they eroded them so much that they are now 70% Arabs. And even these little Africans that are remaining, they are still killing them as we speak. And they are Muslims. Killing Muslims because they are not Arabs. The message
they are not Arabs. Why are you calling these people? They are bloody Tuaregs now. Why are you calling Tuaregs Arabs?
They are Arabs.
When the Tuaregs become Arabs.
Oh my God, they call themselves Arabs.
They're not Arabs. They're not Arabs.
Oh my God, you are telling
them
what they are
now. When the Tuaregs become Arabs, the Tuaregs are Arabs.
Are you telling me
Tuaregs are Arabs? When the Tuaregs become Arabs,
are you telling me the Janjaweeds are Tuaregs or Arabs?
They're black.
When the Tuaregs become Arabs,
oh my God, they call themselves Arabs, so you can't tell them what they are.
But they call themselves Arabs. They are black people. They are black people tonight.
If genetically, how about North Africans? North Africans, they say they are Arabs. Are you going to force them? They are
Tuaregs are not. You know, Tuaregs are not like Egyptians. You think they're like Moroccans?
See, they've not even allowed me get to the real point that I'm making. Because they keep interrupting.
Calm down now.
I'm trying to get to the point.
I'm asking you a question so we can understand you. Let me ask you. So the Arabians, are you saying that those mixed people, like the two generals that are fighting right now, those guys, are they the ones you're calling Arab because they call themselves those mixed race people? Okay, so that's what I'm trying to understand because some people are thinking you're talking about the Arab of the one with the complexion of the Libyans and the Tunisians. You understand? Because those ones are pure Arabs, right? They are not
those ones are going to come.
These are Tuaregs now. They are not Africans now.
Hold on, but then you have the one in North Sudan, which like those two generals are fighting right now. They are mixed race, but they call themselves Arabs. Just like the lot of Somalis who call themselves Arabs. So that's why I'm trying to make it clarify.
And they are killing fellow Muslims in the name of Arabs. And that is the point you have to understand here. They are killing Muslims, not Christians, Muslims, because they are not Arabs. And what I see there is that because they have a border with Chad, and they are coming south. Africans are losing their space. They've taken North Africa already. They are moving further south. And we have Christians in Nigeria. No, I mean Arabs, these Muslims in Nigeria that are pretending as if they can't see that, and they are killing
Ah,
fellow
to
Nigerians.
Naija, you can
Hold
spin the
on,
web, eh?
hold on, no, because this is important. This is real. This is not joke.
Tonight is
They are
somewhat
right
right
there.
though,
Spinning web.
to some degree.
Stop inciting
They are
people and
right
spinning
there.
the web, Oga.
No,
I
no,
beg
they
you.
are right. No, this is serious. They are right there in Sudan,
Don't show
and they are
Nigeria up now. Let Nigeria talk.
they
Tonight,
are trying.
I somewhat agree with you, but at the same time, I disagree to some degree.
Yes,
It
what
is
You
real
are
that
Mike?
spinning the web to Naija, I beg
No,
you.
no. The issue I have with
It
them.
is true. Hold on,
Yeah,
tonight,
he's
it is
spinning,
true.
he's spinning,
It is
it's
true
true, he's
that
spinning.
those Arabs, they're kind of very racist towards the dark Africans, 100% Africans.
Yes,
It's true.
yes.
Colorism, Mike. It's colorism.
Colorism kind of situation.
Colorism
But
or
the killing,
paternalism,
but
whatever nonsense, they are still killing Africa nonetheless.
Correct. The racism is there. Whenever chaos, they take that. Whenever opportunity come, but the purpose of war is not because of color. It's simply because of resources and power. That's the reason of the war. You understand?
Yes, but they
So
use
when
that
people are
as an
whenever there's
opportunity.
a war, people always ignore the true reason for the war. They always want to make it like, oh, the war is going on because of people are different. That's not
Yeah,
true. They will
true.
say people are fighting because their color is not true. Yeah, we know
See,
naturally.
Hitler started
They
the
don't.
war. Hold on,
People are
hold on.
racist.
When Hitler started the war, did he say because he wanted to kill all the Jews? No, it was with Russia and France and all the rest. So you can
No,
see.
Hitler made the statement very much prior to the war. Hitler didn't just, Hitler was
No,
democratically
the war
elected, give or
didn't
take.
start because of the Jews. It's not because
No,
of Jews he started the war.
Hitler is Austrian, okay? So he already made very clear his policy and everybody
He
understood what
didn't
Hitler
like the
believed in.
Jews, but it's not the reason for starting the war. That's my point. And the point this thing Mike made is valid. The reason why they start the war is not necessarily that point, but they know in between themselves they're going to use this opportunity to cleanse the land of these people that don't have the power to defend themselves. And that's what they are doing now, just like Israelis are doing with the Gazans. Ironically, the Arab people in Gaza are losing land to the Israelis, and in Lebanon they are losing land to the Israelis. But I think they've actually gained far more than the land they've lost in Africa. So in other words, they are moving south. You are not looking at the big picture. They are moving further south, and they're already at
They
the
can
borders
come
of
now. We
Chad.
take their women now. We take
You
their women.
mean the people that can't even get into Egypt are moving further south?
If the Arabs want to
Oh,
come
you
and
didn't know
share
that? They're
community
already
with
Yeah,
us,
yeah,
moving
very
further
funny, man.
south.
Egypt would even let them. Egypt would even let them in.
if all
They
those
are moving. They
Arabs
are
they want to
suddenly
come and if
moving
they want
further
to come
What
to
do
south.
you mean
Nigeria,
moving further south? They are already in Sudan, and they are
tonight
cleansing
what are you
Sudan
afraid
of
of now?
Africans. No, what I'm
But
trying to say,
you are just spinning.
you keep
Now,
interrupting me. You can't
Tonight, I
okay,
didn't
keep
go from
interrupting
England.
me.
I'll be not leaving.
To
No,
Nigeria,
no.
a lot of what is happening in Sudan,
If you don't understand stuff, just hold on for a second.
you
If you don't
you
understand
don't
what I'm saying,
understand.
man.
To
let me
Nigeria,
just
a
stop
lot of what is
interrupting
happening
me.
in Sudan with the
Stop
Tuareg
interrupting me.
and the
You don't know what you're
Africans
talking
is as
about.
a fallout
Guys,
of Muammar
guys,
Gaddafi.
hold on,
Muammar
hold on, hold
Gaddafi.
on.
See, Oragidigba, if you don't know
Guys,
these things,
hold
don't talk
on.
about
Don't
it. You
let
don't
us
understand the
begin to
topic
You
subject
don't
matter.
know
one
history.
after
I'm
the other.
telling you what it is.
Can I come in after two Niger if that's all right? Because it's been
Can
open
we
mic.
please make this one after the other, please?
Yeah,
Don't let
sure.
us
Yeah.
keep it
Thank
in
you.
market.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Allah.
Let me just submit the point so that it's going to round up. I think you guys have understood most of the part in terms of the Sudan part.
Allah
And
censor tonight for 30 minutes.
Remy, Remy, somebody should censor Remy. You know, they say he doesn't know statistics. I don't know. Maybe you need to wait and count. My point is that what is going on in Sudan is coming to us. We as Africans are losing our space. In the south, they are already moving into South Africa, and while South Africa is kicking black people out, in the north, they are becoming more Arabized. They've already claimed North Africa as part of Middle East already. Now they are coming further south. While that is happening, we in Nigeria, Fulanis, which is a terrible thing, what some of them are doing, they are busy killing Africans, helping them do their job. And by the time they are done finishing their job for them, they too will be cleansed. You see how sad it is? You kill your own fellow Africans, making way for people that are going to come and cleanse you too. How stupid is that? And our leaders are not calling them out for their behavior because you don't see them talking about Sudan. They pretend as if they don't see those fellow Muslims in Sudan being slaughtered by other Muslims that claim that they're Arabs. They don't say anything about it. And I think that's a serious hypocrisy, and somebody needs to call them out on it.
Okay. I can't believe tonight you just actually compare the farmers' hardest crisis to this crisis in Sudan. You know, it's actually you're twisting the narrative here. I totally agree with you.
The man has no knowledge of history now.
Nah, very, very. I'm very disappointed today. Actually, I've been listening to you. Normally, me and you agree on a lot of stuff, but today we're on a different path. But that's fine. The people in Sudan, Sudan is the place you see a black brother that's dark as a charcoal, and if you ask him what are you, he will tell you he's Arab. It's that brainwash mentality. It's not just a brown skin that's been brainwashed in Sudan to Niger. All the black Africans in Sudan and the Afro-Arabs that you're talking about, because Sudan don't have a lot of Tuaregs. The Tuaregs are mainly in Chad and northern Niger and northern Mali. The Tuaregs also are different to the Berbers. The Tuaregs are actually the closest people that you have to Africans. People should know this. The Tuaregs are just as discriminated against as the Africans in the hands of the Berbers and the Arabs. So the Tuaregs and the black people are actually they're suffering the similar thing when it comes to racism. But the reality is you cannot compare them. The good example of Sudan that you keep banging on about, Nigeria is a good example. If Nigeria split today and they end up in a drama, Nigeria is going to be worse than Sudan. And this is exactly how it started in Sudan to Niger. They split Sudan into two. One Southern Christian and one Northern Muslim. And both of them are gearing up for war. The North is at war. The South is actually gearing up for war. Who done that? America. America funded, this separation. And is South Sudan any better than North Sudan today? No. It doesn't make any difference. What the people
So
in Sudan are
basically,
facing.
the North are fighting each other, and the South are also fighting each other.
Yeah.
Yes, both of them are fighting.
Yeah.
There's been no peace.
You understand,
So
Mike?
now you made a statement that's categorically untrue.
Okay,
when you
give me that.
said the Sudanese that are doing this ethnic cleansing, like the RSF and the Janjaweed, that they are Tuaregs. No, they are not Tuaregs.
No, you did not listen to me. That's exactly what I said. I said they are not Tuaregs. They are Afro-Arabs. They're different to Tuaregs. Then where did the
Tuaregs come in? Then why are you conflating them, bringing Tuaregs into it?
I said Tuaregs are not in this fight in Sudan. That's what I said. You need to listen to what I'm saying.
Then why did we mention Tuaregs? Who brought it up? You did.
I brought it. I brought it up.
I said someone else brought it. That's why I said that.
I thought you did.
You need to listen to Niger. And in the Sahel, you have Afro Tuaregs, you have Tuaregs, you have got Arabs, you got Afro Arabs. So you know that different, and some of these people look really close to Fulanis. If like me, I will not separate them. Yeah, you also have the Shua Arabs, you have the Kanu, like Kanuris and Shua Arab are the same. So you have different of these Afro-Asiatic people in that region. And
so what does it matter?
Yeah, they're all Africans. They're all African killing each other. They're no outsiders coming in.
Oh my God. Okay, now let me clarify this. You see, this is the kind of dangerous mindset that finishes us.
No, but I'm not saying it's right, but they are all Africans.
Yeah, of course, if you can call them Africans all you want, but they are doing what they are doing because they see themselves as Arabs. They are the type of people.
That's exactly what I said to you. I said to you, you see a black man in Sudan, dark as a charcoal, and he will call himself Arab, which is wrong.
Yeah, but why are you saying I'm wrong then? Because if I'm already right, why are you disagreeing with what I'm saying?
No. What I'm trying to say is you are basically comparing the mass killing in Sudan to farmers and herders clashes, which are not the same.
No. They are similar in the sense that the Muslims. Let me describe the similarity. You said you wanted to know the similarity. I will make it very quick. They are similar in the sense that you are subscribing to something foreign while you destroy your own. And the ones in Nigeria, the elders in Nigeria are not calling out the injustice that they are seeing in Sudan.
Is there any evidence to show the farmers had a crisis is to do to help the Arabs or Islam? It's not. It's to do with resources. They're two different things.
They are doing it to help Islam too. That's why they target Christians sometimes.
That's a propaganda.
That's propaganda. You see, that's the nonsense again.
The ISWAP, Lakurawa, Boko Haram. These are the groups that's Islamic groups.
Are you arguing against them or are you telling them what they are? They have said what they want to do. They told you. They go on Christmas Day to attack Christians. You think they are joking around?
I am not here, to go around the bush. But all I'm trying to say is
they have said they are attacking Christians because they want them out.
The herders and farmers classes is different to the Boko Haram crisis. You know that better than me. And also is different to the ISWAP crisis, which is all over the Sahel. And also, I mean,
But they have something in common, don't you think?
ISWAP, Boko Haram, and Lakurawa, yes, they do. They do
Yeah,
have one
they
thing
all
in
have
common.
something in common.
Yeah,
So they
I
have quite
agree.
not just one. They have quite a few things in common,
Yes,
actually.
and also these are majority predominantly black kids in the Sahel. Especially the ISWAP and Boko. ISWAP is the most mixed among. That's according to the research.
And they are all perpetrating acts that are only weakening us as Africans. They are busy pushing Africans further south.
Should I tell you what they have in common? They are poor, they are disgruntled, and they have a lot of time on their hands.
Yes,
that's the reality.
They are instruments of foreign interests.
The leader of Boko Haram had a degree in chemical engineering. I didn't even know that until recently.
Tonight, want to make everything about race.
Your man Yusuf, the guy that was killed.
Love each other.
That Yusuf guy that was killed, he had a degree in chemical engineering.
It is about race now. You see, it's only Africans that don't see that.
No, Tunaja, let me finish.
It's about money and power, man. This world we live in.
Yeah, it's
power.
Money is a secondary aspect.
Tunaja, let me finish. As little as United Arab Emirates is,
bro,
they have managed to work with the Russians to actually quietly disturb the Middle East, the North African region. And UAE is behind this. Egypt and UAE is behind the Janjaweed movement.
UAE is putting guns into the hands of that general in Libya.
Yes.
So that I can move the guns to Yemen.
How do you think?
And the Saudi Arabians are involved in Yemen as well. They are giving him money, giving him rockets, giving him everything he needs.
Absolutely.
What does he do in exchange? So tonight, what does he do in exchange? What does he do in exchange? He's actually bringing gold, diamond, and oil and bringing 100%. It to the black market in UAE.
Right.
Which is diabolical. This is my point.
Right. So what's the interest? Because he's a good Muslim, the man can probably he can't even say his prayers if you told him to say his prayers.
Thank
but
you.
He knows one thing. He knows one thing very well: the power of the green. The power of that green.
In the end, they are clearing Africans out. Can you hold on? In the end, they are clearing Africans out, and the Northerners are not calling them out on it.
No,
they are not calling them out.
You're cutting me off when you already spoke wholly. I just got in here.
Then don't keep changing the direction I'm talking. I'm saying the Northerners, the Northern elites that are Muslims should be calling all these things out.
I have seen the Sultan calling.
Or maybe they are not calling it because.
No, but they have
because they see that it's about.
They are talking. They didn't talk about Sudan. They didn't talk about Sudan.
They have, and in fact, when the war in Sudan started,
do you have any evidence of Northern leaders condemning what they are doing to fellow black Muslims in Sudan?
When they have done so many things, trust me, I've seen even in Nigeria.
I've not seen it. I've not seen them once say one word about Sudan.
You're not part of the group. You don't follow them. You don't actually know what's going on.
If I can't hear it, then they are not saying anything.
Okay. Anyway, the situation in Sudan is very difficult. The reason why it's very difficult is because of the people of Sudan themselves. I'm going to be honest with you. And also they have regional problems in Sudan that you can actually trace in Nigeria today before all this problem. So it is a difficult one for outsiders to go in. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking is because of Islam is coming, they're trying to wipe out every black person so they can replace them with Arabs and so on. I mean, to Niger, Mauritania that you see today, is these people, if they want to come in, I want to take over the place. They're not going to be doing it. They're going to come in force. That's how. This is what we fought against over the centuries. These people came in with full force times and times in Africa and built forts and disturb our people. Don't forget the Arab people, as we know, they are our oldest and the longest oppressors in the world history. But we managed to deal with them before Gaddafi was killed, as my brother was trying to point out to you earlier, but you're ignoring it.
What is your point? To ignore what is going on?
It's not about ignoring what's going on, but it's about knowing the fact and knowing the problems, and then you know.
We know what I'm telling you is that war is never about race or religion. War is about money and interest.
Money.
And everybody
it's only our people that will see it like that.
When you look at Sudan, it's very clear that the two generals are fighting war for power and money. And then in South Sudan too, the two sides are fighting war for power and money. Just like in Ukraine and Russia. It's like saying war in Ukraine and Russia, we Christians should not condemn. Ukraine and Russia are Christian countries. You should not say, oh, it's about
They are all the same people.
No, it's about power,
Russia
man.
started in Ukraine.
Exactly.
Modern Russia is presently in the territory of Ukraine. What the place where the homeland of the Russian
me add something,
of the Russian person is currently in Ukraine. So they are the same people. They have the same teeth and kin.
Let me add something just in case you are confused.
The only side I agree to Niger is that they are racist, the Arabs, and they have hidden agendas. We know.
Yeah.
Okay,
so everybody hates blacks, man. Even we are blacks.
Let me address the point. Let me address the point that Mike made.
A lighter skin tribe. They try to have more light skinned people. They hate to try to have.
Let me address the point, Mike. Let me just address the point, Mike. Maybe before I forget, when you said that,
more yellow people. They hate.
Hold on now. When you said that it doesn't have anything to do with race, you see, let's say it doesn't have anything to do with race. Assume it has something to do with the fact that they are getting rid of these people because they are not Arabs, and if they are coming towards you, you should be prepared. It's like somebody is attacking people that are not one of them, and you are standing in the way, and you are pretending as if because it doesn't have anything to do with you. No, it does have something to do with us.
But
they may not see it as race.
To Niger. If it's happening during peacetime, then you have a point. But if it's happening during a war, it's because it was war. It's called war. It's going on.
Yeah, but
if you're saying during peacetime,
what does it matter how it happens?
To Niger, can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
can I
always look for that opportunity to take more land from you. But that's what they do. They will use that opportunity to take more land from you. That's how they do it.
To Niger, how many?
White Arabs are not coming to take your land from you.
Oh yeah, they're not coming. You see, your thinking is that this kind of complacency is why we as Africans are losing ground. They've already claimed North Africa.
So now, what you need in Africa is not being productive.
Alexander claimed North Africa. The Arabs didn't need to claim that. Alexander claimed North Africa.
Yeah, but after now, Arabs control it now.
No, not the Arabs. Okay, with the Ptolemy, whatever, the Egyptian. Alexander claimed North Africa, and that's that. Okay, Egypt is gone.
So many empires claim North Africa, and the last one is Arab.
When you say North Africa, they're all not the same. You see, the Moroccans is our people that brought the Moroccans where they are today. Moroccans are actually different. People don't understand this. Moroccans are the closest to Black Africa. Moroccans are actually white slaves. No, I'm just saying Moroccans are white slaves who were brought to Africa from all over the world. And also the runaway.
That is so ridiculous.
Yeah, I know. And also they got another faction of the Almoravids who retreated when Alfonso the Great chased them out of Spain, who came and settled in Morocco. And also you got the tribes that were there.
Are you talking about after the Moors or before the Moors?
The Moors.
Different times of the Moors. And Moroccans, that's why they call them Moroccan, because they're Moors. And Mauritania. They're different to the
Algerians. They went and colonized Europe for 800 years.
No. They're different genetically, slightly different to the Algerians. The Algerians are Phoenicians. Yeah, the Algerians are Phoenicians, and I believe the Libyans are also. But then the Egyptians are majority probably Arabs. So they're different groups. And this
we know that, but they all proclaim to be Arabs today. So I don't know what you are fighting for.
Sadly.
But what's an Arab? To Niger, ask yourself, what's an Arab? That's the other question.
You see, now
what is an Arab?
Now,
what is an Arab? Is a Palestinian an Arab? He's an Iranian Arab.
No.
He's an Iraqi Arab. He's a Lebanese Arab. He's a Jordanian Arab.
Yes.
He's a Saudi Arabian Arab.
Yes.
What is Arab? Is Al Nasser Arab? Is Al Nasser Arab? Is Gaddafi Arab? So who is an Arab actually?
They are telling you yes. He said that what is Arab? See, let me tell you something. The thing about Arab is like
who they refer to Arab are people that speak Arabic. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's what
Arabic speaker is what they call Arab.
No, just because you speak Arab, just because you speak Arabic language is not necessarily this in the reason.
But that's what I think.
Let me say this. The thing about Arabic language and the even Jewish one, or when they say somebody's a Jew or once they say somebody's Arab, the thing is, it's not very, very straightforward. It can be a cultural thing. It can be a religious thing, or it could be a genetic thing. And often, this is the trick about it. They can, in 1 minute, it is only cultural. Then in the next minute, it turns genetic. And before you know it, they are there. So that's
No,
what makes it insidious.
no, tonight we all know when it comes to genetics, right? These people in the Middle East, they know that there are differences. If you go to those in Oman, they will tell you who they are. If you go to Yemen, they know they're Yemenis. If you go to, in fact, the real Arabs are the people in Yemen. These are the original Arabs. All the others are different group of
Different people that were brought there. Genghis Khan brought them along. All of them. The Silk Road. The Silk Road brought up all sorts of different people
It's
into
like
that region.
what makes you think
sir.
Yorubas are the same people when they decide to join?
No. I'm a proud man from Ilefe. I'm a proud man from Ilefe. And Ola is from Ekiti, and he's my kinsman, and we are the same people. Let us leave it at that.
Tonight, you can't compare people that have been together thousands of years and
Africa, hold on.
together 200 years.
Hold on. See, the people you are referring to in those regions, they see themselves as Arab. There are implications to it, and besides, they have genetic link. They have been there for decades, millennia.
They have genetic spread.
Not that much genetic spread. People that are from the Levant is clear. Their genetic these markers are clear for anybody to see. So one, they have genetic link. Yeah. It's not every nation that is Arab. Like Turkey is not Arab. Iran is not Arab. Guess what they are? These people were once superpowers. The only major superpower in the past that became Arabite is Egypt. The rest are not.
That's why most of the Arabs came to Egypt.
Yes, but North Africa has been Arabized. Now, when they call MENA, they mean Middle East and North Africa. They've taken it. As a matter of fact, Sudan and Somalia.
Why are you generalizing North Africa to Niger? Why are you generalizing North Africa?
Because my point is that they have been
let me just tell you why you're wrong. Because I just told you, those Tuaregs that you see in the south of, for example, Morocco, Libya, Tunisia, these are not Arab. They don't want to be Arabized.
Oh, no, I agree with that. I'm not disputing that part of it.
They're marginalized by the lighter-skinned Berbers. Yeah?
Even Gaddafi was a Berber. Even Gaddafi was a Berber. Sometimes would deny being an Arab. Well, that might just be Gaddafi because he wanted to be African so much. But Gaddafi made it very clear that he wanted to be an African more than anything else. He denounced Arabism publicly.
Yes, absolutely. He's a Tuareg.
But Gaddafi looks just like any other. You look at Gaddafi, you look at someone in Palestine, your conventional Arab.
Arabs. You see, the truth is that the Arabs defeated North Africa multiple times. The Arabs defeated North Africa multiple times, and they defeated Sudan multiple times too. So
can I just say this?
No, I'm saying
Tunaja, can I say this? Can I say this to what you were saying earlier on? Tunaja, I think we need to inform. No. Tunaja, let us inform people listening to us.
Hold on. Forefather, waiting makes you refer to Yoruba. You are very rude.
You want to start crying again now?
Please do that again.
You want to start crying again now? Did I dare to say Yoruba people are not the same people?
You are a Jew, right? You are a Jew. I think you are an Arab.
Tulaja, what tribe are you actually? Because I don't know what tribe is.
You don't know my tribe. I'm a Nigerian tribe. I'm of the Nigerian tribe. I am Igbo.
You are not Igbo, man.
I am Hausa. I am
Tunaja, you people need to make up your mind, man. You are Nedu Woko. Are you guys Igbo or you are? What are you guys, man? I don't
Good question, Mike. Good question.
Those are the most confused people, man. I'm serious. Some of them say they are Igbo. Some of them say they are not Igbo.
You are giving me a tribe.
Tonight is either from the Kru people, like we call Ijo tribe, or he's somewhere around the Benin.
No, it's not Ijo, man.
Look at that.
From the Benin.
They are all giving me tribes. I have told you the tribe I'm in. I'm Yoruba. I'm Igbo.
Okay, let me ask you.
God forbid we reject it in Jesus' name.
Tunaja, let me ask you.
Oh my God.
Tunaja, the Agbo people, are they Igbo or they are, what are they? What do you call them?
I don't know. I think they are mixed. If you ask me, because in Delta State, I think Delta has a variety of cultural ties with the Benin Kingdom, at the same time have cultural ties with the Igbo side. So, and they even have cultural ties with the northern, I think Igala, they call them people, something like that. So, but if you ask me, I would say majority of their culture, let's say 60%, 40% is Edo, Igala, then 60%.
Look at how two Naija just destroyed this Agbo. There's a territory. There's a territory of the Obanedo. You are calling it 40%.
What do you want me to say? I'm just saying culturally. I'm not saying they are thrown, because culturally, linguistically, they said linguistically the language that the people in Delta by and large they speak, they tend to have a mixture of the groups around them, like Edo, this in the people in the Gala, I don't know what they are called there, and Igbo. So Igbo seems to be the dominant language amongst them, depending on the variety.
So as a consequence of the British experiment, not as a consequence.
I don't know who
so the Agbo people, they are more Igbo. So they are hybrid ethnic group, basically.
Yeah, just like Somalis.
Mike, Mike. Okay. You have to put into position the British experiment. Okay, the British enforced a singular language.
Wow.
The British enforced a singular language, and that language has influenced a lot. Okay, that area is the throne, the culture, everything about it is under the influence of the Oba of Benin. Absolutely, and there's no question about it.
So you are saying the Agbo people, you call them Benin people, is that what you are saying?
Artifacts and everything, and their culture, their tradition, everything points to that fact. So let's just leave it.
Let's not complicate. Let's talk about today. Let's talk about today. Nnamdi Woko is saying they are Igbo. So we try to let them define themselves. So Nnamdi Woko is saying they are Igbo. And some of them, we say they are not Igbo. If you ask them what they are, they can't tell you. They will just be telling you.
But why are you surprised?
We have under Benin throne. So soon as just defining for us.
Mike,
what are the Agbo people?
Mike, you have been online enough. I think you have been in conversation that we have with Somalis, Ethiopians. We know that when you have a bordering society, they tend to exhibit traits of both sides that they are bordering. And you will see some of them claim that they are from this side, and you see some of them say they are from that side. That's why you see some people in that area, they will tell you they are more tied to the Edo, while the others will tell you they are tied to the Igbo. But the truth is that they are linked to both sides. They are bordering nations. That's the whole point. If they are bordering,
it's fair for me to call them Igbos.
From both sides.
I think so is it fair for me to call them Igbos?
You can call them Igbos. Some of them will accept it. Others will be offended. You see, that's the problem.
Okay,
like
so
if you say Somalis are Arab, they don't like it. If you like Igbo, I'm Igbo too now. I didn't like say
exactly.
So that's why you are here defending Nnamdi Kanu.
I'm Igbo too, and I'm Hausa. I'm Yoruba.
No. Leave that Yoruba one part. Leave that Yoruba one out.
I'm Efik. I'm Igala. So see. Look at me as more of a nationalist. Please, and I think we need more nationalists in that country.
When it comes to conversation, you always lean towards the Igbos against the Yorubas and everybody else.
Oh my God, Mike, this victim mentality that you are doing, for how many years Mike has not gotten over one live stream that we did? He hasn't gotten over one live stream.
No, we see you.
You keep crying about that for 2 years in a row.
Politically, everything you align more with the Igbos, but then you tell us that this mixed hybrid person, your culture of everybody.
I wish Igbo people see it like that. Igbo people don't see me as being aligned to them at all.
Can I speak, right? Can other people speak?
You've been talking the whole day. Hold on, you will speak. To Naija, the thing is this: I learned that Igbo, they are from Gabon, so that simply means that.
Don't start now. Don't start with all this nonsense, man. Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
So at the end of the day, my evaluation is this: you are not in behavior, in everything. You are not different from Fulani. You understand? You guys, you are expansionists.
But to be fair though, the Igbos are quite a unique people. Let me just say something about the Igbos.
No, but they are not different from Fulani.
No, let me say something about Igbos.
They are not primitive like some of the Fulani that are carrying.
The thing about I see in Igbos is that they seem to be quite unique among the Nigerian groups. What you
Because
notice
they are
about them is
foreigners.
that
They are
no,
foreigners like Fulani too.
let me
We
say
know.
something. Let me say something. Their culture, if you look at all the culture that existed before now, they have kingly cultures, conquering cultures where you have one king dominated everything. But the Igbo people, they buck that trend. They have what they call this priestly culture where you have the Henry, whereby the Henry doesn't dominate. He's not like a king. He's just a priestly king. And the Igbo people exist in a kind of state where, what they call more
Henry
like a
is a gala
communal
now. What are you
this
talking
thing.
about?
Oh, let's not go into that. They have this
What do
kind
you mean
of
let's not go into?
the reason why it is different. Igala has a king. He has a monarch culture. The Igbos are not the same. So I don't know why people confuse that a lot. It's very, very different. And it's quite unique. If you are looking at a system that is more representative of the people, where you don't have one over actually that dominating everybody, yeah, the Igbo people have that culture. So it's a very, very fascinating.
That's not
Maybe that is
dominating
why.
everybody.
No, but they have not. This one, they are also not known to wage wars against other tribes in a kind of blood feud.
Are you kidding me?
Okay, give me an example
What do you
because
call
I'm not
Biafran
sure.
war? What is this guy talking
Oh,
about?
oh my God, I'm talking about historically. We are not talking about since Nigeria. I'm talking about historically. When they existed there, when only
Because
God
they were never organized. They
and
were
their
never.
people are their
Hold
own masters. I'm telling you, they are not
hold
like
on.
that kind of warlike people.
No, they were. Are you kidding me? They're always fighting among
Okay,
themselves.
give me.
Hold on.
We know the Yoruba people were fighting like a cat in a bag. Tell me the ones Igbo people were doing.
Calm down. They
Let
were
me come
wars
in,
in
please.
Igbo. There were
You
wars in
cannot
all
be
over Africa. The
dominating
thing
the
is,
whole place.
they never successfully established a kingdom.
Let man of prestige talk. Mr. Ola, let man of prestige talk. I beg.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we'll talk. Gaboman.
Okay.
Oh
Okay.
God.
Sometimes we need to be very factual here, about what we're saying. We are saying, we are talking about you, Niger. I mean, we have people here, Okay, let me start from beginning. We know what Nigeria is defined for, since they've been independence. It's about tribalism, it's about religiosity, it's about, ethnicity. That's the definition of Nigeria. You can't argue that fact. So some people come in here that some people identify themselves with Igbo. That's normal. Matoski is from Edo State. Doesn't he identify himself as a Yoruba? What's wrong with that? You can identify any way you want to be. Even if the people you align with, Osimhen, the greatest Nigerian footballer, of course, they didn't even qualify for World Cup. That's another story. A country like Cape Verde, a very small country, not up 500,000, they even qualify for World Cup. But Haiti qualified for World Cup.
Osimhen, greatest Nigerian footballer. When did you start watching football?
Of Nigerian downfall in all ramifications, Nigeria has been failing. Well, apart from Yekini, okay, let me put it in context.
Really? Why you put Samuel Paraji? Why you put Samuel Paraji? Why you put mathematical Shegun Odegbami?
Let's not go into football again.
No, let's not go into football right now. But I was making a narrative. Yekini had more athletes than Odegbami. What are you talking about? You don't.
So why did you call Osimhen the greatest in that case?
You said let's not go to football, and you went back to football.
Wow! Can you let the guy finish his statement, please?
So let's move on. It's not about football. I was just using that as an analogy.
This man knows something about Odegbami now.
Hold on now. I just use that as an analogy how Nigeria has fallen in recent years. We have plateaued. We are not doing anything. We are just regressing. But having said that, people are talking about the origin of Nigeria. The Nob are the first indigenous of Nigeria. They migrated here in the year 18,000, followed by the
which one? Which tribe is that?
The Nob, N-O-P-N-O-K.
Okay.
Culture, the Nok culture.
Yes. They're very old.
Country. Hold on.
They're very old.
Has been in this country for 3,000 years, followed by the Yoruba 2,000 years. So don't come here and make that the Southeast are not even indigenous.
But Nigeria is
Oga,
114.
there's nothing like followed by Yoruba, followed by Ife people. Ife, make it
that's not
precise.
accurate. Linguistically, it's been found that the Ijaws are the oldest group in Nigeria. Linguistically,
Exactly, correct. To Nigeria, the Jaws are the oldest.
That's the truth.
Yeah,
I don't know
to
why.
Nigeria, you are very correct.
To Nigeria, do you know what? It's the only ethnic group that you have in Nigeria that we have in Sierra Leone, we have them in Ivory Coast, we have them in Ghana. They just are everywhere.
You know why? It's because of the water. The first man created has to go through. The source of water is life.
Right.
So if the creation doesn't start beside water, then how will man survive or evolve?
Right.
So the Jaws, with their proximity to water, and they are the oldest. I agree with you, Nigeria.
You know what the British call them? The British call them crew in Sierra Leone. Do you know why? And Liberia, because they what they did is during slavery, they connived with the white man to actually become the loaders of the slave in the slave ships, so they don't get slaves.
Really? So two Nigerian people are ship loaders.
Oh, so you see all these enemies of progress. Now you want to put them on.
But you know the surprising thing. The Jaws don't even realize this. They don't realize this, that they don't wear that chip on their shoulder.
We are similar people, actually. The Jaws and us in the Far West, we're very close. Related genetically, actually. Are they not Niger Congo people, actually, the Jaws?
Yeah, they are Niger Congo. I think all the West Africa to South Africa.
They are everywhere.
Are the original people of Nigeria. So
what did you just say?
Don't start that man of prestige.
Baba man of prestige. This thing you just mentioned, they can Biafra you. You can be Biafra. You are Jew. You are from Israel.
So what?
No, you are from Israel. You are not from
the
Nigeria.
Niger River to Niger. The Niger River is the real cause of the early migration in West Africa. It's nothing else but the Niger River.
So. Yeah, they said so. That a lot of people migrated further south.
Everybody followed that river from wherever the source to the end. Everybody, old traders, everything.
That's right. Spot on, Baba. I agree.
Did you know that there's a study that was done in the UK? I think it was 2005, actually, this year or late last year. The lady released it and said many of populations that you see in the Nigerian areas and further south, they migrated from the north. That for thousands of years they've been living in the Sahara and all those areas and migrating further south.
You're right.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that migration is still happening today.
Who are those tribes? Let us hear, because all this with Madam Fonio narration, we want to hear.
It could be Yoruba people now. They are not Nigerians.
Okay, I'm glad you mentioned that. To Niger, do you know how long? Do you know how long the Fulani has been living in northern Nigeria? Do you know anybody know how long?
I think it's in numbers. We are talking about
it's less than 200 years. So what are you talking about?
If it's small,
longer than that.
Far longer.
From the 13th to 14th century.
Yeah,
they've been living in northern Nigeria.
Usman Danfodio is just the new entrant, and when he got there,
he was the last one.
He met Fulani people that were already living with the Hausa kingdoms.
Of course,
even when Usman came there, he came there just as a teacher, and he was accepted. It's just at some stage he got the idea that he could seize power. That's all. In fact, no, it wasn't that he got the idea he could seize power. He was expelled.
Yes.
By the king that was ruling over the area called Kaduna and Nasarawa now. He was expelled, and then he went back and got his own fighters and came and usurped the individual. So actually, if he wasn't expelled, we probably wouldn't have the Usman Danfodio kingdom.
He went and get a backup from the outside.
He went and got backup and came back and fought them and expelled them.
Let me add, what Usman Danfodio did, he didn't do it because he thought he's Fulanis. He was thinking from the point of view of Islam. So that's what he was thinking,
and that's how they not see him.
Not about Fulanis. If he was thinking about Fulani, he wouldn't have succeeded.
No, so I think his belief was that those people weren't good. They weren't practicing it.
Yeah, they are not practicing.
So
that's
the
why
Fulanis, are they part of the Senegambia? Is that their origin?
Fulanis are the owners of Senegal.
They are the owners. The oldest, me and Tunaja was on Dynasty platform, isn't it? With the guy from Akan was breaking it down. The oldest empire in West Africa is Ghana Empire. Now the kingdom that was right next to Ghana Empire was called the Takrur Kingdom. Now the Ghana Empire belonged to the Soninke and the Akan of northern Ghana. That's the reason why you hear the country called Ghana. Now the
They are not
Akan.
the oldest. They are not the oldest. So have you forgotten the Datichit culture?
Yeah, well, that's part of our Monday history also, but it wasn't as
That one is the oldest. It's as old
yes,
as
but that wasn't as established as Ghana. Okay.
Are they not part of the Senegal and Gambia? I mean,
Yes, they are.
They built with stones, for crying out loud.
Yes. We did. Our ancestors happen to be the first people that built.
It's happy to claim it now. Yeah.
Nobody. No. Okay, the Ghana Empire. I would name the amount of tribe that was under the Ghana Empire. The Fulani was one of them, but the Fulani were oppressed by the Akan and the Soninke. We were oppressed by them for hundreds of years. We were actually have to be slaved under them, basically, where we have to pay tax for survival. We was boxed in by the ocean, right? And they control all the other side. So all our movement was controlled by them. Okay. And also while the Ghana Empire, because of the salt, because you see the salt was valuable than gold during those days. So they managed to establish caravan and to the Middle East. And also these are the same people that sold slaves, because the Ghana Empire sold more slaves to the Middle East than the Black Atlantic slave trade that went to America. And that was done by the Soninke and the Akan. And the Akan people that you see today in Ghana, they actually mixed with Phoenicians, with the Algerians. If people don't know this, but if you ask the Akan, they will tell you.
All these stories are like Ife was the first civilization.
Mr. Ola, me, I don't feel defend that one though. So if you want to defend it, go ahead.
But listen. During the Mali Empire, however, during the Mali Empire, I have read a lot of. Yes, during the El Mali Empire, I've read a lot of interaction between the Fulani, the Mandinka, and the Yoruba, and there's a lot of interaction between them. I have read a lot because we do write our history. It goes back to the 14th century. We still got notes of that. Thank God Timbuktu was actually saved, the library, where some of our notes actually was translated, so we can see what was written there. So we have been interacting in terms of trade, with the Nupe and the Yorubas, goes back to the 14th century. So it's not nothing new.
Yeah, I've actually read that before. The first time.
The interaction we had with you Fulani was interaction of war.
No, it wasn't. That was later on.
But Mr. Ola, I read that in Timbuktu, that there's documents that point to the fact that the kings of Timbuktu knew of a kingdom.
Let me tell you.
Yes. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
They told individuals, the Portuguese, well before from the 1500s, that they know of a kingdom that is very great, that is within the forests of West Africa, and to the best of everyone's understanding, they were speaking of Ife at the time. Because their descriptions.
Ife and Benin was well documented.
Where you had interaction with where all those areas that Alaafin Oyo conquered, so you never really had anything. Alaafin Oyo was just
the trade. Mr. Ola, you know how they describe. You know how the Timbuktu documents describe Ife. They describe him as a great kingdom. That's actually that was the word that was used.
I told you that's where in Ojumotimowa, you understand? When
you guys only see Nigerian history in the north as Danfodia history, but there's loads of history before that. Yeah.
Let me say something. We need to be very factual. There's no single tribe that is the original owner of Nigeria. There's no single tribe.
No.
To be honest with you, I think the Ijos and the Niger Benue people. Let me just finish. The Ijos, the Niger Congo, and the Niger Benue people. I could actually point out. No, I'm not saying they're original. I could point out to say we have document to show they actually been there the longest.
Prove it. Let me see. No single tribe is the original owner of Nigeria.
Mostly not.
No. I think it is clear that
I can tell you.
The simple evidence, the comparable fact is that along the coastal lines of West Africa, all the countries you find the Ijaws present. Even in Nigeria alone, they are well documented in 6 states in Nigeria, and they are the only one.
But
Yeah, they're like the Fulanis. They're like the Fulanis.
No,
Yeah.
they are in Ondo, they are in Edo, they are in Delta, they are in Bayelsa, they are in Rivers,
Yes.
and I
Okay.
learned also they are in Cross River States.
Man of
And then
prestige.
Liberia,
Man of
then
prestige.
Sierra Leone,
Are
then
they in Cameroon
Ghana,
as well?
then Ivory Coast.
Are they in Cameroon?
Anyway,
I don't know actually. I will find out, but I don't know.
Let me make this one clear. Let me make this thing clear. Oduduwa Republic was never in Nigeria. They just merged us together and called us Nigeria. We were never part of Nigeria. So the original owner of Nigeria are Hausa and Fulani. So we are not Hausa and Fulani.
Oh no, I will not agree to that. I will not. The Hausa came there from Ethiopia, and the Fulani came there from West Africa.
Hold on. Let me tell you something. There's a small group of Fulanis that has been living around Katsina, Kanu, Gobe, Zaria, and Baji in the 14th and 17th century.
All those things are alteration of history. All those ones are history alteration.
Migrated to Nigeria.
Yeah, but those are just visitors now. They are not a major population now.
But even waiting, we are talking about Nigeria was 1904.
Yeah, but let me say something about Nigeria that makes Nigeria very, very important. Nigeria and
that's why I'm telling you now. The Oduduwa Republic.
Nigeria is very, very important.
So we are older than Nigeria.
See, let me say something. Let me just add something about Nigeria that I find very fascinating. Because if you look at history, if you go back just 3,000 years or so, you will find that 60 to 70% of Black people, one way or the other, at one point had their time. They originated from Nigeria. Because if you look at the Bantu expansion that started from the Mambila Plateau, and if that is true, and they spread all the way from there to South Africa, it means that all the Bantus that you are seeing right now, their original origin was of that Nigerian area. And then not to mention all the Fulanis and all the other population that lived in Nigeria area spread all over Africa, 60% to 70% of all Black people around the world can link themselves to Nigeria, including the ones that went into slavery too. That is crazy. That is crazy stuff. And if it is true, most people are linked to that area. And that's what made that area. Are you surprised the area is the most populated area in Africa? There's a reason why.
Where's that place in Africa that has the most genetic diversity?
It's probably the Nigerian. No, I think genetic diversity could be somewhere around East Africa, actually. Because they have so many different groups around that area, like the Nilotes, the Kushites, the Bantus, all kinds of different groups are in this in East Africa. It could be South Africa too. Now that they have so many, quite.
And it's not. I don't think it's South Africa. It's. I think it's either somewhere in East Africa or somewhere towards. I don't know if it's Congo, but there's. I read of a place where there's so much genetic diversity that literally almost all the genetic variations in the world.
Nigeria
can be found there, and they use it as a research location.
They said two Africans, even two Nigerians, are more dissimilar from each other than a white man and a Japanese man. That is how crazy it is genetically.
Let me make a point. In reference
but that should be East Africa now. When we are talking of genetic diversity,
no, Nigeria is also genetically diverse. Even if we are of different haplogroups, we are very diverse.
South Africa, they are even more diverse than us.
Go ahead. I think Man of Ray wanted to say something.
Yeah. I wanted to say something in reference to what we are going through right now. There has been a political takeover. And this happened. During the Sokoto Jihad led by Usman Dan Fodio. You can't argue that there's a small group of Fulanis living in the north, but very, very small. By that time, they are known as pastoral Fulanis. I think they live in a place like Katsina, Gobe, Zaria, Bauchi. That was in the 14th century. But the large scale that immigrated to Nigeria was in the 18th century. That was led by Usman Dan Fodio. Then they established themselves what we consider to be Sokoto Caliphate, become the ruling tribe in northern Nigeria. That's
Man of prestige. Man of prestige. You see. Let me tell you one thing you guys don't understand about the Fulani concept and the Mandinka concept in West Africa. I tonight I talked about this the last time on Dinah Show. It's to do with the fall of the Mali Empire. When the Mali Empire fell, all the tribes, because there was 12 tribes who built the Mali Empire, it was the Mandinka who were the owners of the empire, the Fulani were the scholars, the Bambara were more like the defenders, like the military guys, you know, and so on. You can go like, because there was a caste system also in the empire. Yeah. So when the empire fell, the Fulanis, the place where you call Senegal today was called Gabu. That's where the military base was for the Mali Empire. And these guys, they went, the Fulani and the Mandinka went to Ivory Coast, they took it out. They took Ivory Coast, they took Sierra Leone, they took Guinea. And because basically all the people that they found in this coastal areas, they used to be the first tribes who ran away from the Mali Empire because they refused to join Islam when Islam came at the end of the empire. And the Mansa Mahmud, who was the emperor of Mali, he was weak and cruel. So they ran away to the forest only for the Fulani Mandinka to come and join them and take over the land. And that went on from Senegal, forget about that, because that's where the origin of the Fulani is. Guinea,
How does that have anything to do with
Hello, gentlemen. I have to
because
quit.
because
I
of
have to
because
quit.
because
It's been a pleasure being in your
okay.
company all day. Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Baba.
Okay, take care, Baba. Take care. So basically, because of the you know, like when war happened in a place, you have desperate people who will seek refuge for a new land. That's what happened. But those that you see in northern Nigeria, where Niger Republic is today, they were there, you know, around, you know, way before than any of you can imagine. So that was part of the Mali Empire. The Songhai Empire, where the Fulani were also part of the
Africa,
Songhai.
let me ask you something. Do we
No,
have
but let
two
me
types
finish.
of
You asked me a question, right?
jihad
So
in Islam? Do we have two types of jihad in Islam?
to be honest, I do you know what, one thing about Islam, when it comes to me, there's loads of stuff in Islam I disagree with, and also the people that actually happen to be the controller of Islam, I don't like them. The Arabs, I don't like them. So I kind of have a funny relationship with the people that keep the religion, because they're morally bankrupt, they're moron, they're cruel.
Start a new
They're
branch now.
that's what we do. That's what we do in
Like
Nigeria.
the
You see,
King of England did. You guys start
like
a new branch.
but that's what with the Fuller and the Fuller, the Holof and the Mandinka and the Far West. That's why they build the mosque in Tuba. The Tuba mosque is there
Yeah,
because
but they are still beholden to this thing now. They need to take over the religion and make it their own.
and also
Not beholden to Mecca.
that's the reason why we refuse this Salafism that's coming from the East, because we don't want it. It's very cruel. It's dangerous. It's anti-black. It's anti-everything. It's anti-humanity. It's very primitive. It's not right. I'm not going to be like. I'm not going to.
What branch are you on?
In West Africa, we have what they call the Tijaniya and the Malikiya. These are the version of Islam that's very liberal, tolerant, and it allows people to coexist. You know, people can be Christians, Muslim, non-religious. You live side by side. And if you go to Guinea, where majority of the people are, where the Fulani actually are majority in West Africa and Mandinka, they actually spend a lot of money financially from the government to help the Christians go to pilgrimage every year. I've seen that myself, yeah, and it's funny because I was speaking to Niger,
don't do
to
what you
Niger.
see, hold on, don't do that thing, Muslim Zoo. Don't do that thing, Muslim Zoo, because I at least some Muslims do. I don't want to generalize at all. I don't mean to. Man of President made a comment about the kingdoms they came and installed emirs in Nigeria. That's when he started going on this tangent. See, that point is important, because if you look at Christians today that were Christianized by the British and Westerners, you don't see them going around calling themselves English or they are European. But you see that when they Christianize, they Islamize you, your thrones will be changed too. Your thrones are not going to remain your thrones anymore. You're not going to have anything like Obi or Oba. They will convert it to emirs, sultans. You're going to start. Because Islam is separate from this cultural aspect. Islam is a religion. It's not a culture in the sense that you have to install emirs, sultans. But that should tell you the strategic nature of the religion, the way they spread it. They don't spread it only the religion. They spread their own culture and their way of life to you.
And this is what we majority of West Africa. If you notice, we don't have emirs in the coastal West Africa where we're majority majority of what my people are. We don't have it. The only people who have
You don't have emirs and sultans.
this is a Sahelian problem. You see, this is what I'm trying to say. Is a geographical problem. Nigeria is a geographical problem. It's where it's located. It's very center. Even though it's in the south, even in the southwest, like of West Africa. But if you look at it, on top, above Nigeria, you got the Sahel, and you got you got the sea, and it's a country that's going to be hard to be invaded by any foreigner. If Nigeria actually got their act together, no one can invade it. But at the same time, it's very vulnerable because of where it is. You see, because
No,
we
I agree
have all
with you.
this.
Ghana
Yeah,
is shielded by Burkina Faso. That's why they don't have the same kind of banditry that
yeah,
Nigeria has. Because
it's
Ghana
shielded.
didn't extend to the Sahel. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, the religion itself, go back to Islam. We are very tolerant. I was speaking to Kingsley, is an Igbo guy, a few months ago. Because I went to the bank, he worked there. And we was having a conversation. He said, I was in the ECOMOG, in the Nigerian military. The first time, he said,